Welcome back, one and all, for the final time here at Merit in beautiful northern Cyprus, where, of course, the final day of coverage, it could be only one thing: Le Notte Degli Assi final table. And quite fittingly, perhaps, not just one Italian, not just two Italians, not even three Italians. There are 4 Italians at our final table.
That's right, James. One of those Italians leading the way, Fausto Tantillo, in the chip lead, 26 million in chips. But it's not just the Italians in with a shout. One of the Israeli contingent, Tuval Garbi, lurking behind, 18 million or so in second. Then we do have 2 of those Italians just behind, Rafael Castro in third and Simone Andrian in fourth place. All 9 players, of course, with their eyes on that massive first place prize, $355,000 up top.
Ooh, yeah, that's a big one. All right, guys, the final table stage is set. Things are ready to go. Please do join myself and David Lappin in the commentary booth as we kick things off.
Значит, Мамейка, говорил, что протеки, ты ваши стесы поживешь. Dear poker enthusiasts from all over the world, we just witnessed one of the most successful and even I can tell you the epic festivals ever in Merit Poker. And believe me, I'm not even exaggerating. The numbers, they never lie. And they go out of the roof at this moment. The main event is called La Notte Degli Assi for the reason, just listen.
Siamo giunti all'atto finale di queste Dolce Vita Poker Series, uno splendido evento firmato Merit Poker e Imperium Events nella splendida cornice dell'isola di Cipro. Grazie a tutti per questa meravigliosa avventura insieme e andiamo a conoscere i 9 protagonisti del tavolo finale della Notte degli Assi.
You told me go. Okay, folks. And look, all right. I will tell you why we have so many Italians. It's more than 300 actually here. They just not even come here to play poker. No matter the fact we have 4 of them in the final table of the main event. You know what? They arrived here like to delivering the biggest pizza and pasta orders in North Cyprus history. We have never seen like this, you know? The very first Dolce Vita series. So let's meet our finalists of this La Notte Degli Assi.
Dolce Vita Merit Poker.
Any Lebanese player here out there, as we have seat 1, 5.1 million in front of him. It's Mohamed El Saed.
Hi, Mom. Dolce Vita Merit Poker. Thank you. Hello.
Svizzero, ma italianissimo, lui non lo sa, ma la coach è sua moglie Ana. Al final table c'è, con 16 milioni e 100, Raffaele Castro.
Ciao ragazzi, back to back.
Inter Milano.
Welcome.
La Toscana, la Versilia, Portofino, la Dolce Vita. Prima esperienza qui al Merit e primo final table con 10.425.000 Ermanno Pacini.
Los Angeles Lakers. Seat
al Merit, la sua terra è la Sicilia, Palermo, e al Final Table ci arriva da Chip Leader, 25.875.000 per Fausto Tantillo.
And seat 6 in this final table, he is representing Belarus, 5.7 million in chips. It's Denis Tomar! Juventus! Maybe this time, seat number 7 will be lucky for the Russian, who has 7.1 million. It's Kirill Burtin!
Rappresenta il Friuli, Venezia, Giulia, nel suo albo c'è già un braccialetto Usopp, vuole la Notte degli Assi, ma dice di essere arrivato al Final Table, stanco ma felice, 13.875.000, Simone Andrian.
And guys, probably all of us know which country has now mentioned the most in all the social media last week. And it will be 1 month more. Of course, we are talking about the Paris, we are talking about the France. Even here are lots of players from this country. And one of them, he's representing them into the final table. The 11.2 million in front of him, it's Tojani! And it's 355,000 for the winner of this event. So guys, let's make it in Italian way. Just ship it. Dealer, please, shuffle up and deal. Yeah, buongiorno, very good job. Amazing.
Our huge thanks there to Milbutas, who is the resident master of ceremonies and never fails to hype an occasion such as this. I'm David Lappin. I am alongside James Dempsey. A little bit later, we'll be joined by Andrew Headley. And dare I say there's a smell of expectation in the air? The fragrance of hope maybe for these guys, Andrew? Or, sorry, James? You've done that to me a few times this week.
Never on air, though. Show you that level of respect. No, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of hope and a lot of dreams here. Not all of which, of course, could be realized today. We can only have one champion. As Milbutas so succinctly put it, just do it the Italian way. Just ship it. Just go for it. And look at this. At least top 3 of the top 4, pardon me, being Italians. I was looking for the other one there. We've given Amano Pacini perhaps the incorrect flag there. I can assure you he is also Italian in there with 10 million. But 3 of the top 4 flying the flag.
Yeah, Fausto Tantillo in the box seat right now, 65 bigs. It was very noteworthy with 3 tables to go yesterday. It was all very bunched. I remember checking that leaderboard when the average was 5 million. Everyone was sitting between 3 and 7. Then we suddenly saw a little bit of a push out. Pacini took the lead. Then we saw Fausto Tantillo really make hay during that pre-final table. And obviously, you know, with 11-10 to go, he was the one making the biggest moves here, accumulating this 26 million stack and really putting himself in an amazing position to win this one. Tuval Garbi, aka Dashinka, has been battling away, been pretty much thereabouts, top 2, top 3 stack every day of this tournament, so he's looking to do a wire-to-wire sort of thing.
Yeah, going to try his best. And I was actually talking to Andrew before we filmed that little intro this morning, and I was like, oh yeah, I haven't had a chance to see him play at this event, so he must have been on the shifts that you've been at, Andrew. And Andrew was like, no, I haven't seen him either. I don't know if you have. I mean, I assume at some point he must be on the feature, but in my mind, flying completely under the radar.
to get here with 23% of the chips in play.
He was on the table for the frame I had yesterday with Ali, but yeah, I think that might have been the only frame we saw him on the feature. Just to look at the draw, the way it goes. Sometimes you prefer not being on the feature, to be honest.
Especially if you're wooden that stat, they don't know how you did it. It's nice not to be known.
Yeah, exactly. Some of your tricks undeciphered now by your opponents. I want to give a big shout out here to Simone Andrian, a man who has done very well in this very poker room. He took down the warm-up event here at the Merit Western Series back in January. He won a WPT last year. He won the Poker Stars Festival event in Malta last year. Some real resume building from that young man.
Yeah, and I'm going to throw something else at you. Of course, Fausto Tantillo winning here back in May at the Mediterranean Poker Party, taking down the Super High Roller, the 15K buy-in event. So another Italian man at this table, should I say, who's had plenty of form lately, not just exclusively in this room, but elsewhere as well. But the guys who've won in this room, that's a nice feeling when you come back to a venue and then you get it going again. Looks like players about to get back underway. 204 under the blinds, kick things off. I think we've got about 30 minutes left on this level, where we finished last night. And here we go.
Yeah, an interesting readjustment here. These guys were all playing very short-handed for quite a while yesterday evening. Probably helped the attrition rate somewhat as well. We were looking like getting bunched up around the 20, 25 big blind mark. It's pushed back out again. It's become a little bit deeper again, which we love to see. Obviously, these guys, we want to see them have a good structure here. I think we're maybe around the 32, 33 big blind average stack right now.
Yeah, always the kind of way it goes, right? It shadows out, but of course at the end of the night, playing two tables short-handed, you know, 2 tables of 7, 2 tables of 6, 2 tables of 5. It's just natural that the short stacks do get chewed up.
Yeah.
Something's got to give, and it did give. And this is the spot we find ourselves in. Andrian popping it up, our first hand, ace-10. Al-Said, another player I don't think I've seen so far this tournament, making his way to this final table. The rest, pretty sure I've seen plenty of action from thus far.
Well, here is Dashinka. Always awkward, these weak aces here in the big blind. You have to defend most of the time, but you don't really love how it can proceed. It's very hard to win a big pot, and interesting already seeing a slight adjustment from the norm there, deciding to not call the min bet from Adrian +3.
That's interesting. I was somewhat critical last night of Dashinka when he folded, I think it was like ace-7 or ace-8 against the min open off a 14 big blind stack. And the mistake he made in my mind was, okay, folding it, it's a small mistake. Is it huge? No. Do we make a little bit? Yes, by calling. But the mistake I think he made is he like showed the ace and said respect.
Wow. Oh, wow.
And I wonder just, you know, obviously all these hands are streamed, but that's the sort of thing the players not watching the stream, they're playing the poker. They might not hear about an ace-8 fold if it just quietly went under the radar, but once you kind of showed that, word gets out, hang on a second, this guy's folding like a pretty clear call spot in the big blind. Now of course here we saw it, ace-10 offsuit is going to get played, but is that a big blind? Despite the fact it's a big blind in front of quite a big stack, is that one maybe I could attack going forward?
Yeah, that's a really good observation. Not good to telegraph those nitty plays, and maybe an error compounded by another error there. We shall have to see. Andrian, well, he gets the ace-10 suited variety this time, going to open it up +2. And already, I imagine, will be furrowing the brows of some of these players, wondering, okay, someone's out of the gate pretty quick. Regardless, they just don't have anything to fight back with at the moment. Dashinka going to be out of there with the 10-4, and Fausto Tantillo is going to have a pretty comfortable call here. King-Jack off. Talked about some of the holdings that might decide to 3-bet in these spots. Probably don't want to do it with something as strong as this. Want to be a little bit more polar when raising out of the big blind. Sensible decision to call, and wow, action flop potentially. Andrian may check this back, may bet it. Probably comes with small bet from what we've seen from him. Can target some draws to get value, weaker 10s.
Yeah, this
does check it back. Okay, so we are starting to see some ICM aware stuff here. You know, Andrian, obviously one of the bigger stacks. I think he's sitting in 3rd or 4th right now, but Tantiu covering everyone, and that in itself is a good reason to maybe, you know, commit to that downward drift of action where you do something slightly more passively or with smaller bets than you would otherwise.
I liked it the way you put it the other day. He said, you know, the weakest calls become folds, the weakest raises become calls. You know, everything just moves down a little bit. The weakest bets become checks, as we see here. Well, not even one of the weakest, but the weakest for value, I guess, bets. Double check.
Now, Andrian probably keen to charge something here, can come with the delay c-bet, and Tantiu with king high can sometimes be good on occasion, probably not too often when facing delay c-bet rather than c-bet. But he does have a fairly pure draw here.
Yeah, interesting, is it that he did go for the check rather than perhaps betting here with king high? Do we? It just seems like one of the hands that maybe we could. Oh, hang on, we'll come back to that in a minute.
Hasty. Can he find the check once again, recognizing that the ace hits Andrian's range much, much harder? Could have gone for the delay c-bet, even with a hand like ace-8, ace-9 as an equity denier. Maybe he can now check that over. Get a hand like ace-9, or of course, as we see here, deceptively played, somewhat ace-10 to bet, and then we get to come out with the raise. Or is that too dangerous when diamonds have manifested?
Well, could be met with a lead that, I mean, Andrea may be suspicious, but not much we can do to this, is there? Made aces up. There's potentially some worse in there, some bluffs.
Oh yeah, you know, he can have queen 10, he can have queen ace, he can have queen 5, he can have ace 5. There's definitely some weaker stuff that bets for value here.
Is there ever an argument for Andrian to raise this, or does ICM just dictate that
I think it's
don't get to raise rivers? Doesn't Tantiu very happy to show that one down.
Offsuit ace would have been more interesting.
Right.
Sure.
First big pot of the final going to our chip leader. Extending and tightening that grip he has on this table. Yeah, I was a little surprised. Maybe I'm just thinking Andrew and he checks back flop. Okay, he's going to have some hands, but the Tantiu, we're going to check call. I wonder if just maybe better served is just leading that turn ourselves for the same number. We maybe get some ace highs to fold. And if we get called, so be it, we've got a straight draw. I don't know. It feels like a spot I want to lead.
Yeah, no, that does make an awful lot of sense. You're sort of setting your price as well if you happen to be up against a player who's happy to call, and maybe you can find some bluffs on occasion. The diamonds coming through would be the obvious ones.
Yeah, I suppose the counterance to that is there might be hands like 9s and 8s that stick around for a call that wouldn't bet themselves, but I feel like there's a lot of ace high I can make fold.
Yeah, and actually the part of the hand that I'm most interested by is whether we could have gone for the check raise river, given the fact that it was the ace of diamonds. Now the ace of diamonds likely to be the decent check back if Andrian had the ace x of diamonds. That's one of the ones you might check back. When you have weaker diamonds, you're probably going to bet them on the flop, so you could feel kind of good about the fact that your opponent is kind of diamond light and maybe go for the check raise and look very deceptive. I don't know. But look, either way, he got a nice bet there on the river. So yeah, some interesting different nodes to that hand. Could have been explored, but weren't.
Here's round to Tantiu once more. He's in the small blind. Looking left at Stomo, who holds just 14 big, so imagine there's a lot of hands that just want to jam here. Looks like he's coming with a million open. A 2.5 blind again. He just gets the leverage so much though, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, blind v blind here. Very tough for Stoma. He's probably going to have to find a few calls, but actually will be in shove or fold mode a lot here facing this bet.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, and it is a shovable one.
Yeah, pretty clear one for him, and Tantiu with a very easy fold. Nice pickup for Stoma. First hand he gets to play at the final. Probably recognized when he came to the final table with this lineup, but hey, most of the early going, or the early hands are probably going to play are most likely going to be 3-bet jams over a Tantiu open, having that plum seat, if you will. And that is exactly how he wins his first pot.
Yeah, and with that 3-bet shove and take it, he does overtake actually Burton and El Said, so goes from last to 7th.
Right, but the three of them all
They're bunched.
nestled
Yeah.
between 6 and 7.5 million. Not a lot between them. Then a little gap, of course. So the sort of 3 stacks, 10, 11, 12 million. A couple of stacks at 16 million, and Tantia with that big lead, 28 million. He's got a quarter of the chips in play, which is, it's funny, we see a big lead, you're on a final table. But he's only a quarter of the way there.
Sure.
He's a long way from winning this tournament.
Indeed he is, but a lot of final table experience, and he will carry that into, you know, the spots where he will recognize how ICM can be used against these middling stacks. Someone like Pacini here opening in the hijack, very vulnerable to a 3-bet. Doesn't have to be a large 3-bet on this occasion. I'm not quite sure what he had yet, but obviously napkin-esque.
Yeah, I was going to be curious to see if, I mean, what Tantia folded. Obviously, there are going to be plenty of hands he does fold. There we go, Jack-6 offsuit. We're getting there. It's but you're right. There are a lot of hands he's going to want to 3-bet on there.
Yeah, can just leverage Pacini's whole stack for a small 3-bet there and put him in the bin as one of the middling stacks who really doesn't want to go out in 9th here, sitting currently in, I think, 5th or 6th.
Right. Right in the middle. 5th, of course, as an example, would pay 90,000. 9th pays 34,000. So a lot of money to be made by climbing that ladder.
Yeah, you can just leverage the possibility of an ICM catastrophe onto these guys. I want to ask you a question, James. That was a fabulous and, dare I say, high production value opening shot. I don't remember any of the intros I did seeing drones operated where there was swooping wide shots of the property, and yeah, just very impressive. Any stories behind that shot?
One feels we might not see another shot like that.
That was a one and done, was it?
Well, it was a... Yeah,
it can't be bested.
It's going to be tough to do it again. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
A little chuckling going on in the booth here. I thought David's angling for the story, so I will reveal it to our
Do you know what's
wonderful
great
viewers.
about drones these days? They're so advanced that it's virtually impossible to drive them into walls.
Virtually impossible. If you noticed, now you're picking on it, I sort of flubbed my line a little bit at the end and I wanted to finish it in a different way. We reshot the intro. I have to say, myself and Andrew nailed it. Then unfortunately, as we pulled out to bring that beautiful wide shot of the Merit Raw Diamond, the drone did hit a bit of architecture.
Could we
I'm sitting here in the booth holding
a piece of it.
a piece of the drone.
Could we not have found the black box within the drone and still salvaged that footage? Because that footage, I think, would have been maybe even more entertaining. Maybe we can use it at the ad break.
I believe that footage is being prepared at the moment to go out on Instagram.
Nice.
Nice little
At least.
drone crash.
What further use do we have for it? Put a little bit of
Right.
social media tease. Devastated for the boys, obviously. Awful to see the piece of plastic that you're showing me right now.
It's a part of one of the rotors, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was heavily insured, I believe.
Yeah, let's hope so. These things happen.
How much is a drone these days?
That one goes for about €1,000. So, yeah.
I actually thought it might be more, so that's kind of a number I'm not too sad for.
Are you gonna?
I genuinely thought it could be 4 or 5 grand.
You gonna be the one that pays the replacement?
I would like to be able to. Maybe if I was out there winning this tournament for 355k, I would throw a K back for the drone.
Would you?
Speaking of drone, I'm going to drone on here. Castro, pocket threes. Probably shouldn't be tempted by this one, to be perfectly honest. 40 big blinds plus 1, it's just really, really difficult. You would much rather have the ace-3 of spades or ace-3 of diamonds than the 3 of spades. 3 of diamonds here is going to open it, though. And, yeah, these spots fraught with danger, frankly, and really do just disappear out of the range when both you are in potential ICM pressurized situations from bigger stacks, and just anyway on a final table where there's shorter stacks around too. In any case, he's gone for the larger sizing. This will earn a few more folds as we whip around the table.
Yeah, this is very much a theme of Castro's players, and he definitely doesn't subscribe to the min open range, and it makes it a little bit harder for those behind. And I feel like Castro, one of the ones I've observed thus far, obviously knows his way around a poker table, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say hasn't played as many tournaments as some of the other players, just by the kind of sizings, the way he's gone about it, and also perhaps a lot of the, you say, sort of ICM-aware scenarios we saw yesterday, where maybe he's playing a little bit more for chip value than for pure tournament value, as you point out, 2-7s hitting the bin.
Yeah, interesting that Simone Andrian, obviously, you know, assuming the Castro would be coming in here a lot stronger, but because he's coming for the bigger size, he's coming in from +1, and just decides to let go the 7s in a spot where, you know, it's somewhat reasonable to flatten, maybe, you know, flop a set and, you know, stack your opponent.
30 blinds as well.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that from Simone.
But maybe, again, going back to exactly what I was saying, that we've seen Castro go with, like, larger sizings than most players would in a tournament, something more akin to a cash game sizings. And maybe he's just thinking, hey, look, this guy's just going to bet quite big on a lot of boards, and I don't want to play a big pot. Kind of avoidance. But I'm with you. I still think 7s, hey, we could just, it could be the moment. Flop a 7 and get it all.
Yeah, and particularly when you think of that sort of opponent, you pointed out, okay, suddenly your 7s doesn't become a hand that you want to navigate a lot of boards with against that guy. But now it becomes very profitable as a set mind if he is going to be the type to shovel chips in quite aggressively on lots of boards. So, yeah, interesting two ways to look at that one as we look down, as Dashinka looks down.
There we go.
A pocket aces here, +2. Well, the man who will be presumed to be opening wider than most from early, will he find a customer here? He might do in Stoma. Oh. This is a little dangerous for Stoma here if he reckons Dashinka to be, you know, someone who would have a lot of raise folds in this spot. King Queen is that type of hand.
Is this a case that he got the last one through and now maybe has just enough chips that he could get away from this for 16?
It's very close.
On a final table. I think a minute ago he had 12 blinds. This would have felt mandatory, but maybe, just maybe. Against +2, yeah.
Oh, he does get away.
Nicely done, Stoma. Great fold.
Yeah, it's amazing how moments like that, they feel so very close. You decide to err on the side of caution, and wow, you basically saved yourself by doing so.
Al Saeed, Queen 10-0 in the big, 400k more off one of those short stacks. Couple of Broadway cards.
Yeah, facing a late position open, I definitely feel like we have to defend here. If we were suited, I definitely feel like we have to defend here. Maybe, just maybe, we can let this one go. It's close as well. This is cuspy.
Yeah, I think I'm with El Saeed on this one. I don't think I'd be folding, but I'm hearing where you're coming from. Let's see. ICM is a thing.
Oh dear.
Here we go, 10-9-5. Well, that's as good as El Saeed could realistically hope for. He's going to check out over to Dashinka, who will surely meet that flop with a C-bet. He has, and El Saeed just in a final table situation. Is this a spot where we just want to be jamming?
Oh.
A little over pot will be the size of the raise.
Does feel like a natural bet, doesn't it?
Going to be plenty of the King Jack, Queen Jack, King Queen type hands we want to deny. Going to be just some as well, just some ace high combos that might want to c-bet this board against a big blind defend.
Yeah, this is a very tough one, and Al Saeed has sort of made his bed by going for the call, try and flop some equity, go with the hand type of line. Well, it doesn't get much better than this, frankly. If you are going to do that, and of course now he's playing the dark tunnel shove and hope sort of game.
And there is the jam from El Saeed. Dashinka, of course, beating him in the pot. Well, he's behind, David, but he's far from out. 25% equity heading down the turn and the river. Can he spike and stay alive?
Interested onlookers here. 10k pay jump.
Yeah.
Not sure anybody rooting for El Saeed here except El Said.
Yeah, that's always the case, or often the case, I should say, in finals. There are some situations where the overwhelming chip leader sometimes roots for the short stack, but this is not one of them. Everyone looking, as you said, at $10,550 pay jump. Ooh, there we go. Jack on the turn. Brings a whole more out. Look at the top of the screen there. There's 10 live pools. Can he find one? El Said needs it, but doesn't get it. Seven of Hearts completing board will send El Said out in 9th place. Our first final table bus sale, $34,450. A very rich payday from a $2,000 buy-in. That, of course, David, 4 days ago when he started this journey, would have been more than happy with. Always hard, though, when you go to bed, you sleep on the fact you're coming back to a final table, and then you are the first to go.
Yeah, dreaming of that spin up there. Mohammed, obviously, a wee bit disappointed now walking away. He said, "Hi, Mum," during his introduction there. I hope he had some family watching, and I'm sorry for their sake that they've had a short day, but a lot of reasons to be proud of their boy here. El Said played tremendously well for 4 days, and in that situation, I think he just kind of gets cold decked.
Yeah.
I was there borderline with the call, given that it was an early position open. You were like, oh, I think it sneaks in. You're probably right on that, to be honest. He's got to stay active. He has to accumulate chips somehow. He gets exactly the flop he would have wanted. He goes with his hand and just runs into it.
You're the ICM master. I'm far from that.
I think it's cuspy. I think it's literally the hardest one there. Like, you know, I'm pretty happy letting go of Queen 9 in that situation. You know, Jack 10, Queen 10 feel like the hands that are very tough.
Well, we carry on 8-handed, and shout out to the El Said family if they are watching, and to all of you watching on YouTube. Myself and David here for the first frame of play. We've got one eye on the chat, so if you do have any rooting interest or questions about the goings on, then please do feel free to fire them into the chat, and we will do our best to get them answered. As Castro does what I like. If you're going to fold the big blind, show the garbage. Don't show an ace. Just turn over the 5-3 card. I would have played back at you, but I had the bottom of range. Also, those of you joining us, please do feel free to at least like the stream. That one doesn't bother you. And if you enjoy the content, and I hope you are, then why not smack subscribe? You'll never miss another stream. Again, that way you'll get notified every time we go live, which is often here at Merit. There is a lot of high quality poker streaming going on here, and some medium quality commentary in the mix, and some very low quality drone piloting.
Some quick folds here in early position. We're around to middle position. Burton here, the ace 8. We know that Andrian has the queen 4 suited in the hijack, but we're still on Burton, who has raised it up. That is not Andrian who has raised it up.
No.
With the queen 4. We are opening the ace 8 suited, I believe, here. One seat before the hijack, low jack as it's sometimes referred to. Pacini now, very callable here in the big blind, ace 10 off. These guys playing very similar stacks, so expect, you know, some honest sort of tippy-tappy play maybe as this one proceeds.
There we go. There's the hand. Ace 8 suited.
Now, Pacini was a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde, I must say. 2 days ago, we saw him just take always the aggressive action when there was sort of 2 ways to go. And then yesterday, I felt like he was much more circumspect, much more careful. Wow.
That's a flop.
You don't have to be careful on this one.
Nope.
You got all of it.
Pacini flopping trips. Burton, thankfully perhaps for him, flopping no part of this one. Although the ace high, well, it rates to be the best, but it also rates to be a board that we just do get to bet a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, and Pacini gonna knuckle over, get this c-bet from Burton, drawing very, very thin indeed.
Is there any
Do you spring the trap immediately?
I'm wondering that. Like, obviously, normally we like to call here, but we're playing very shallow stacked. Burton just doesn't really get to fold any of his real hands, and all his bluffs are probably just going to shut down, right? So maybe it is best to just spring now.
Yeah, what's kind of brilliant here as well, when you got the ace-10 particularly, is that the king-jack is dead.
Right. And I suppose also you just block some of the ace-high open, so therefore it's maybe weighted a bit more towards broadways. King-queens, the queen-jacks.
Yep.
Burton just praying for a fold. Knows he can still be ahead of some hands that continue, some of those diamond draws and straight draws. But in reality, very rarely get to showdown against those hands, even if they do call here.
Puccini.
Yeah, I like this.
It's going to click it by the looks of things.
A little bit more than click, 2.1. Just trying to catch Burton with a queen. Big pair. Or even a diamond draw himself.
Yep. Nice pickup for Puccini regardless. As we see the three pieces of hardware here, we were actually talking to Marco last night in the bar after the stream, and we commented on the 2 trophies. But he said, well, actually, there's 3 trophies. There's a bracelet as well.
There it is.
It's a lovely bracelet.
Tell me more about it, David.
I'm not a jewellery guy, to be honest, but I think that's far more attractive than that gaudy WSOP bracelet. Now,
He said his piece.
as someone who doesn't have one, and obviously I'm sitting beside a man who does.
Thanks. Buy it if you want.
Is yours one of the gaudier ones? Is it sort of pewter tat?
I mean, it's as least gaudy as a gold bracelet could be. I mean,
Is it like something you'd like had to go into Argos with your pencil, sort of order at the counter? Is it that sort of quality?
he's just jealous. One day you'll win one.
I'd like the money.
Yeah, that's kind of fun too. Although they can take the money away from you.
Is yours long gone?
They can never take the bracelet, my friend.
I remember when Neil Channing won the Irish Open, he said exactly that the year after winning, and followed it up with, and it's actually true, all the money is gone.
Kind of somewhat of a just culturally fitting winner for a British winner at the Irish. I feel like Neil Channing is like, just his love of horses, particularly horse racing, I feel endears him somewhat to the Irish public.
Yeah, there are Englishmen we have been happy for, and some we have not.
Any?
No, I don't want to go any further than that. But there are.
There's those who are more English and less English.
Yeah, but there are those who maybe have some Irish heritage, that are respectful of such. And there are those who, well, let's just say they have more nostalgia for the empire. Burton King 10 here.
A buddy of mine won the Irish Open.
Yeah. A few different people, could that be?
A year after Channing, James Mitchell.
Mitchell, yeah. Nice guy. Burton does take this spot here. It's a little light, to be honest. 11.5 bigs with King 10 off +1. I think I would have passed on this one. Maybe needed the King Queen myself. But he's going for it, and he's going to probably find a customer into Jenny.
Scary, though.
Here it is, and this is sort of this sort of benefit, if you like. This is what you get from shoving in early position, is that somebody with a hand as strong as ace queen in the hijack with 4 people left to act afterwards is petrified of taking a spot like this for half his stack.
Right, closing the action. He is loving life here, Tujani. But with those players to act behind, as you mentioned, Castro, Puccini, Dashinka, Tantillo. Having said all that,
you still have to take the spot.
Right, and when he takes the spot, it freezes all those guys up even, right? Because they've all got Tantillo behind.
Yeah.
So it kind of, it is a double-edged sword. You do get to...
Yeah, there's no wiggle room here. He can't call fold ever, so he has to jam this one. Look, again, I think an ace-jack off hits the muck every time here.
I'm with you there.
Ace-queen is cuspy and ace-queen suited is actually, you're fairly happy to get it in. But like, nobody loves spots like this. It's so gross. ICM is a thing. 10 million of Tujani gets knocked back to 5.4 million. He's the short stack suddenly. Right now, he's sitting... what, 6 of 8.
Right, but he's a long way clear of 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Point. Yeah, his 25 blinds. Although he's,
He's mulling it over.
If he picks up these 11 blinds, he moves sort of up into almost a tie for second, with just behind Castro, who is 42.
That's a key point too, and something that people who get a bit obsessed with ICM overlook.
Wow, he's folded it.
Is that it gives you so much more equity in the top spots if you do get to 15 million.
Right, well, he let it go.
Yeah, it was genuine agony he was feeling, and it is a less clear-cut spot than it would be in a chipsy environment. But yeah, not a fan of the fold there. I think he has to take the spot. As played, he would have been 60-40 to...
he just announced. He announced ace queen as well.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, let it be known that he folded ace queen. Again, hit this point already a couple of times today. Not really a fan of ever doing that. You don't want to give out where your lines are, because everyone now knows that, yeah, just that little cuspy bit, you're going to fold that little bit tighter, or perhaps take advantage. Blinds about to go up, 250, 500 as we push dealers. We'll reduce these stacks somewhat. Fausto Tantillo will drop below 60 bigs, still of course the big chip leader, but look at this, only 3 players will be above 30 big blinds, and Kirill Burton will be just left with 11, having just got that jam through. But then Tujani, third shortest, with 20 bigs. 8-handed 20 bigs is quite a lot.
Yeah, this one is a genuine contest. There is nobody at sea here. 14 big blinds for Kirill Burton. He's got some wiggle room. Stoma, 16 bigs. This one could go on for quite some time.
Yeah.
We didn't anticipate a short final table here today. We thought that this one could go the distance, 5, 6, maybe even 7 hours. So if you are tuning in to us this fine Sunday afternoon, guys, I hope you stay hydrated. Maybe get a little poker session of your own going on the side, a little online session, one of the various poker sites. Maybe try and satellite your way into something live.
Oh.
So you too could be sitting at a feature table in the near future.
There we go.
It's kind of inspiring, I think. Sometimes I do enjoy watching Triton streams, for example. Your good self obviously involved in that. James? Was enjoying the WSOP streams there for the last couple of months. It's always fun to have live poker on in the background, in the man cave, while having your own online grind. I realise I am preaching to the choir here. These guys already have us up.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's a lovely compliment for the Sunday grind, that's for sure. As Castro is going to pop this up, ace 3-0 from the hijack, maybe a little bit too wide, and Tashinka not missing a trick, just pounces on with 2 6s, which again is not really a hand that lends itself to be the prime candidates for 3 bets, purely because of the lack of blocker removal. But hey, if their opponent's going to be opening kind of every ace X in that seat, then that's a lot of hands that have to be punished. Stavros Green saying, we're failing to mention this is Burton's second final table at Merit this year. Wasn't so much failing to mention it, but as you pointed out, he did get second in the mystery bounty event during the Mediterranean poker party. But I didn't mention it purely because, in context, some of these guys final tabled the streamed tables we had during the MPP and taking down the super high roller. Which is why we focus a little bit more on that. But
what a great name, by the way, Fausto Tantillo.
Fausto Tantillo.
So good.
He's a man not to mess with, I feel like. Fausto Tantillo doesn't, check back too often. A mythical character.
It is sort of, it has a little bit of magic to it. Andrian, King 10 suited, qualifies He's got a 2.5 exit, interestingly, here from under the gun.
Yeah, another person who's been
Oh, and Castro's got the ladies.
on an absolute tear.
Now.
Did win the Western Series warm-up in January, another one. Basically, this sort of similar event, $2,000 buy-in, although that one, first prize is 165, this double the size.
Two very similar stacks here. Castro and Andrian locking horns. These guys sitting in third and fourth right now.
Yeah, I have to say I'm quite a fan of this size as well. It's kind of gone that little bit smaller, less than like 2.5x rather than 3x, but just the implied range is so powerful. And Andrian just doesn't really get to peel with a lot of hands because of all those ICM pressures you previously mentioned. If this was early in the tournament, King Tensuda becomes kind of a much easier peel, doesn't it, to this kind of action. But when we're on a final table, we just don't want to be playing 3-bet pots, especially out of position all that often.
Oh, and Castro is going to give a little look-see again. Not a big fan of all this showing. You know, on occasion, a little show is
just
good for the image.
Showing our little compatriot, hey, don't worry, I wasn't bluffing you, I had it.
Not robbing you.
You know. It's a very much an individual sport, but the Italians here flying the flag at their quote-unquote home festival.
Yeah, La Notte Degli Assi, the night of the aces. All of these guys can be reasonably described as aces. Made it this far.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
See you to bet me no good hand after. No.
Saying you have to tell with the good hand after you just raise fold of the ace 3-0. I think Dashinka less inclined to share every hand.
Tujani going to take it upstairs here. 1.1 million. Almost a 3x here. And Tantillo.
Yeah, that might freeze Tantillo here, right? He might have looked to. I mean, I don't think he wants to get involved too often with 2-5s.
Is he being tantalized?
Wow. That's why he didn't join me for lunch, huh?
I've all these puns written down. Sat in my room. James wanted to eat ice cream. I said no. It's a final table. I need to be ready.
No, I don't think he was getting tantalized. But interesting, of course, there'd be some hands that do want to play to a min, but can't play to that size from his seat. I wonder if that's an adjustment from Tujani when it's Tantillo kind of on the button. Wants to knock him out of the pot a lot more often. I don't know. Curious one. Good one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and these, at least two players, I think maybe even three, not going for the more standard min-raise sizing, are taking us out of maybe the game tree we're most used to here and into some uncharted waters. Always good for final table dynamics to have a few players not playing super standard. Big payday potentially for these 8 now. 350k, even the 250,000 almost for second. Huge score. I'm not too sure many of these guys, obviously you reference Fausto, but this must be like top 4 finish to be biggest score for almost everyone.
Right. We're also obviously wrestling the likes of Andrew, and he's had a...
he's got a couple of 200k, 150,
right.
200k scores, I know that.
He got tantalizingly deep, call back to your favourite word, in the WPT World Championship last year, then came straight here after that, won the warm-up, and that's over $1.2 million in earnings, but his biggest cash still at 179, so he can eclipse that today with a top 2 finish. And yeah, most of these players in that same crap as Tujani. He's king. I've just realized something, and we're idiots.
Uh-oh.
The blinds went up to 250,500. Our graphics aren't saying that, but that's why the raise was to 1.1 million.
Aha.
That's why this raise is to 1,050,000. I was getting confused myself, trying to come up with reasons for it.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, normal service has been resumed. Apologies, guys. We will try to fix these graphical errors. Tujani with a much more clear-cut shove, I think, now out of the big. You can go for a non-all-in sizing if you want to play a very sort of intricate little game here, but I quite like jamming this hand given the ICM.
Yeah. I don't think we'll get too cutesy, do you?
No. And, somewhat relieved, I imagine, Tujani, who turned down that ace-queen spot earlier. Picking up a nice pot there, keeping himself in that middle pack, hoping to outlast at least 2 or 3 other players before maybe having to make his own big move. $45K locked up, as they say, for each of these guys. Next pay jump, 12,700, and noteworthy that something we often see here at Merit is not actually happening this time.
The Merit
wrinkle,
quirk.
the Merit wrinkle, the Merit quirk is not in effect.
Explain that one quickly.
I'm referring to the fact that the gap between third and second in the Merit Poker payouts is normally ever so slightly bigger than the gap between second and first.
This time, though, third to second is an $80,000 jump. Second to first, 115,000. Far more standardized. And Tio, it's going to be pretty standard. It's got 2 sevens. Worthy of a raise. Again, going for that 1,050,000. Just over min. Again, apologies. Some Grenlins in the system today. We've got Piccini proudly flying the flag of Afghanistan, but there is some quirk with the way these systems work. Obviously, we've been displaying his correct flag every day. It's just sometimes these things do funny things.
Tujani. We've seen that he's a man who likes an ace-king, but not an ace-queen today, so I don't think the queen-jack was ever going to tempt him. These Italian boys look sharp.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
They make me feel, as an Irishman, like I'm not even from the same species.
Although, you say that, but I have noticed, as the festival has gone on, that the number of buttons you use on that shirt has certainly decreased in
For very different reasons.
the Italian way.
My shirts are under severe pressure thanks to the ice cream at the buffet. I am not trying to show more chest because I think anybody who wants to see more chest. I am showing more flesh because it is literally bursting out of... I'm like sort of incredible hulking out of every shirt I owned.
Yeah.
I had 3 shirts left to choose from with 2 days, so I'd packed quite efficiently. And I was, to use an Irish expression, bet into all 3 of them.
Just actually, I've not seen the Italian way that you've done it, where you start unbuttoning from the bottom up as well. They usually go top down.
Tantillo, 7s last hand, pocket 8s now. He's going to open things up. Very different for him, of course. Not that 8s doesn't qualify anyway, but you know he can open up his game a bit more than the rest here. Can really lean on everybody else. The way the ICM sort of works in these spots is the big stacks get to over-realize, the small stacks get to under-realize. That means they should be playing wider while the short stacks play a little bit tighter. It's a natural advantage that's given to the big stacks. It's very unfair, really. Poker's a very unfair game that way. But I guess these guys have earned their spots as chip leader.
Yeah.
Like capitalism, really, isn't it?
Just like capitalism, yes.
The rich, it's easier for them to get richer.
It is easier. Less opportunity for those on a short stack. Anyway, not delve too far down that rabbit hole. Still 8. Only one more win. Right now, Fausto Tantillo, the favourite to do just that. But plenty of dealing left to be done. Half the remaining players Italian. This La Notte Degli Assi. Somewhat nicknamed, if nothing else, our main event this week. We've already described things, main events and warm-ups, as we usually would, and high rollers and whatnot. Everything's had its own unique name. But this certainly has that feel. The final event, the biggest prize pool, the largest first prize.
Yeah, and a smorgasbord of talent here on offer. Or maybe a Mezza platter.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Research, James. Preparation.
You just went for lunch.
I just think of food constantly. Oh, there's going to be some intermittent fasting in my future when I leave this property tomorrow.
I intermittent fast every day between buffets. There's a 4-hour period where there's not one open. And I start. Vashinka facing that open. We'll have him in, but with 10-5-0, not much he can do. Pujani therefore getting one through. OPE, Vamos Poker, see both those in the background. Two more of the partners here for the Dolce Vita series. It's a nice way of bringing these kind of brands all together, bringing their own unique player pools down here to Cyprus. Rather than relying on one big brand. I mean, I remember the first MPP we had here, the Mediterranean Poker Party, bringing down, there must have been 7 or 8 brands. I remember the Irish Open,
yep,
an event here amongst others. Dashinka in the small blind. What's it? Small blind? Looks like it's got the button in front of me.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell actually. It's almost in between. Let's hold off. No, I think he does have the small blind and the button's just very close to him there.
Right, yeah.
So this is a blind v blind spot as graphically illustrated.
Yep. See Tantillo already there with a 500k chip out in front of him. Interesting.
Sure the point of that raise.
Right, is it just to sort of freeze a raise behind? I mean, it seems like we're swelling a pot with a medium strength hand out of position against the one player who covers us.
Backdoors galore here for Dashinka with the jack-8 diamonds.
the sort of bet and stare at the opponent you're sitting next to. I always find it a bit awkward when someone stares at the man next to them.
Tantillo wrapped around that 10, but no meaningful backdoors to speak of, is not going to get sticky, and Dashinka with the pipped hand does get to drag in this pot. Funky little line there, I suppose. Yeah, maybe it does operate as a deterrent.
Right.
Very much incentivized to play a small pot there with jack-8 suited out of position against the only person who covers. But I guess that was one way of keeping the pot moderately small. Oh, hang on a moment there, guys. We might have a missed deal. Yeah, we do. We talk about hand funerals sometimes, but misdeal funerals, definitely something I've experienced down the years. I had an ace. I had a
Yeah.
Oh, you would have got that card.
Sure. Anything else on that topic, or should we move on to the leaderboard? Leaderboard it is. Dennis Stomer, second shortest, holds 11. Kirill Burton below him on 9. Everyone else over 20. It is only Fausto Tantillo over that magical 50 big blind mark. As we always say on final tables, so much pressure falls upon those in the middle. We do have Piccini with 23 blinds, Andrin with 21, Tujani with 26. They're probably the ones feeling the most pressure right now, who are most keen to see this final table progress and maybe get a little short-handed, a little bit more money locked up in the old bank account. Speaking of Tujani, he had his queen suited earlier, found a way to fold it. Was Cuspy. We both felt it was on the inside of Cuspy rather than the outside. He went the other way. Let's see how he navigates this one.
Puccini with the stare down. Oh, and I see why now.
Oh, hello. Well, Tujani's going to be under pressure once again, because Piccini's surely going to come in with a 3-bet off that 24 big blind stack. And just the two guys are kind of mentioned at the top of this hand as being under a lot of pressure. That means they kind of can leverage pressure on each other as well, there, doesn't it?
Indeed it does. First glimpse of these Django's on the final table. Puccini unlikely to play it slow here. Play a trap elite with 3 behind. Don't really feel like there's a murderer's row of squeezers right now. And it does look like he's going to take it upstairs to the tune of, looks like about 2.8. Is that right?
Ooh, is that really actually quite small? Yeah, 2.35.
2.3, oh.
I'm kind of surprised, but I thought 2.8 was the sort of more natural size as well. Interesting. Wonder, obviously Tujani admitted earlier that he folded the ace-queen suited. Different situation, of course, with Kirill Burton having just open jammed.
He's been laid a really tempting price to just take a flop now with a very, very pure suited hand that usually flops
right
well and sort of in a transparent way.
But is there,
it is trouble.
Is there a good argument for just jamming with this combination? I mean, a lot of the hands Piccini goes this small with, are we really thinking it's ultra strength, or is he trying to wrestle control of the hand with a hand like King Jack suited? Looks like he is going to go for the more standard line. Peeling, taking a flop. 4.7 million chips is what they're going to fight over. Piccini having just double that behind. Danger ahead potentially for Tujani depending on the board. Well, the 7 deuce deuce, not one I don't think he's going to fold for the first bullet, but not one he's going to be overly excited about getting money in with either.
I don't know, James. I think he might be able to get away for 1 barrel here. Piccini likely to down bet to around about a quarter pot, I would think, maybe 1.6 million, something in that ilk. And I'm not so sure, actually, just given what we've seen of Tujani. I think he wanted a flop top pair and maybe a flush draw to continue, and I think he might be able to get away to 1 barrel here. I agree with you for what it's worth in terms of solver land, but just feel as though Tujani a bit more circumspect, a bit more careful, a bit more conscious of the fact that he is ahead of a couple of his table mates right now.
Is there any world, I mean, we see obviously Piccini reaching with chips here, and he's got, let's say, something for 2 mil around third. You were sort of suspecting a quarter. Was there any realm in which he ever checks this one back, just specifically against Tujani, who's, you know, sort of set out his stall, going slightly on the tighter side before? Or is it just too often we're up against another pair and we just need to get them?
Yeah, the latter point, I think, is the key one there. I think this is just like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s a lot. Maybe even pocket jacks. And And I think he is targeting those for a couple of streets. Pacini clearly happy to take down the pot here. Could have been a bigger one, but
No, mi è spiccato per flop. Ho preso le chip sbagliate.
Yeah, well done. You put that together, then he might just fold.
Volevo fare 5 buchi.
Did just that. Genie. Climbing up slightly, taking some chips, getting up to 30 blinds.
3 million, but not small.
Vabbè, hai fatto 4.7. Hai fatto 4.7.
Sì, sì. Volevo fare tipo 5 buchi. Esatto.
Dai, vuole paperelli.
cards back in the air. Andrian, disinterested. Tujani. Well, right back on the horse he may go here. Ace Jack-O. Going for the 2.2x.
All the way around. Burton in the big blind, who has made the call with King 10-0, the hand he managed to get jammed through with before. Just so short, putting up that defense and completely missing 8-6-3, which just popped behind. Pretty grim scenario for him to see that board.
Yeah, against a player who does seem pretty tight like Tujani here, it's a bit unfortunate. Burton began the day with 7.1 million, 7 of 9, but is now on the short stack, having been whittled away.
Yeah, well, I guess after that hand, getting that little bit further away from Stoneman, the man on his right, who's second shortest.
Yes, yeah. This fight was like Jack Queen. They were going.
Yeah.
Jack Queen.
Burton clarifying for the table that he didn't need a huge amount of equity there. Just a little 2 overcards backdoor combo would have been enough. Actually, it would have been a good shot there, I suppose.
Just a
Jack Queen.
Just like a little King 10 board, he would have gone with it, I think, as well. Cool. Just saying, that might have been one he goes with. Tashinka, he's going to go with this, Jack 10 from the hijack. Popping it up, 24 million. Santia behind with pretty much a matching stack now. Of course, you always want to cover, but once we get to the point where it's 47 blinds v 52 blinds, what we have here, it's not like Tantia really gets to go crazy against us, is it?
No, both players can put each other in the bin, so to speak.
Well, Steimer.
Threat of mutual destruction.
All the time chips go in the pot, as I'm sure all his real chips will go in the pot in a moment. And again, a little curious to see him maybe electing to burn a time card here. I think we know pretty much.
Yeah, we just got to get
3-bet shoving ranges with 8 blinds. I don't really feel the need to balance, but so is he going to leave some back in just the rare case where it goes multiple ins behind he is? I kind of like this. I think. Oh, well, he's definitely raised. I think he's left 500k behind by the looks of it. Maybe a little bit, 1.75. I like that. Just it does give him the opportunity. Like I say, if it were 2 all-ins behind and the original raiser goes all in, and apparently you've got a great chance. Oh, 3.5. There we go. He keeps changing his mind how much he wants to bet.
Dashinka gonna essentially treat this like an all-in. 4.25 million. Needs to call 3.25 to win a pot of about 10 million, give or take. So tempting price, but Jack 10 off, just not quite enough kit. A relieved Stoma gets that one through. Big pickup. Don't have a lot of fold equity in that spot, so when you do get a 3-bet shove through, it's pretty pure.
Yeah. 8 big blind 3-bet jam. Completion is. I mean, it happens at a frequency in these final table spots and near final tables, but it's still rarity. A lot of the time, the opener will just have to shrug and call.
Yeah, and was getting way the right price there, but just valuing those chips, I suppose, a simple way of thinking about ICM, or an implication of ICM, is that every chip gained is worth less than every chip lost. And preserving a stack rather than gambling for a bigger one. Sometimes prudent line. Dashinka. Going to stay active here. Oh, and Tantillo lurking behind with one of those hands that could get a little bit spicy, to borrow a phrase from our beloved co-commentator, Andrew.
I'm kind of enjoying this from Dashinka, that he seems to be like, I mean, this isn't willing to step out, but he was last time, the Jack 10-0, slightly light. Here, not afraid to then pop up back again with the Ace 10, and we have seen it a little bit from him before, that he seems keenest to sort of push a little bit more than perhaps most.
Feeling out period.
Yeah.
James.
Yeah. Betting in. Taking stock. About an hour into the final table.
We haven't yet seen a clash of two big hands, so the dealer not really cooperating either.
No. But we've only played 25 hands. I mean, it's, you know, the Queen 10 defend from the big and flopping top pair against aces. Some would say that was a reasonable size clash. Certainly bigger than needed for those two hands to get in for the stack depths in players. Tantillo, promise you, has not followed those 2-8s. Pretty sure he's raised with them. And Stoma folding 13 blinds behind with 2-4s. Pretty grim hand, but it is
Oh
the
dear,
jam
for
from Burton. Don't. Oh, 6s. Okay, there we go. But yeah, 8s have opened.
Yeah, no.
Do not adjust your sets.
Yeah, lest our eyes deceive us. Pocket 8s bumped this one up to 1 million. Burton has shoved about 2.75 million. We are going to see a battle of these pocket pairs. Tantillo obviously in the box seat for a 6.5 million-ish pot. $6.75 million to be exact. And things looking a bit bleak for our man Burton here. Going to need some help. Stay in this one. Oh, and the ace-king deuce, no help. Does have that faint hope provided by running spades.
Yeah.
To go with the 6. But no other backdoor potential. Oh dear. Look
Here we
at
go.
This.
You spoke it.
Tantillo clenches as the spade is delivered, but a 3 of hearts will send Burton to the rail in 8th place. 45k for that man who came in today with 7.1 million, was sitting 7 of 9, obviously would have liked to go the other way, would have liked to push on, get into the top 5 in the end. Just got whittled away and eventually takes that spot with 6s against the 8s, and we say goodbye to him.
Yeah, well played indeed. 45k, like you say, obviously we come in with hopes, we go to bed, we wake up, the dream's alive. But it's poker, we've got to be realistic. We start 7 of 9. There's a very good chance we come 8th. There's a very good chance we come 9th.
Indeed.
45,000 in a 2k buy-in. Not to be sniffed at.
And Tantillo makes his first inroad here, sort of holding steady at the 26 million mark, what he brought to this table as chip leader.
Yeah.
Now approaching 30 million.
Yeah, he's at 30. That's a benchmark for sure. A little over 25% of the chips in play. And just creates that little bit more room against the man on his right here, Dushenko, who's the second place stack. Of course, Pacini, fresh off that win with 2 kings. He's up to 23 million. So Tantillo's seat real nice. He's got half of the chips in play sort of sat on his right, the 2 seats to his right.
Action round to the blinds here. Castro. Pondering the 10-7 here. Pretty sure he has Pacini covered, although we're not entirely certain. Limps in, and Pacini will take a flop. 22 million on screen there. I don't think that's right, but we shall hope off.
I think you're right on that, because you can see clearly Castro has more chips than him. The green ones, the 500Ks, they're the biggies. Those reds are 100Ks. He's got 6 million in red and sort of 8 in, not even 8, maybe 7 in green. So maybe about 13 million for Pacini. So my apologies on that one.
As you know, James, I like to bring my abacus into the booth, and I like to bring my pen and my pencil. And I've been keeping track here, and I think Pacini sitting around the 15 million mark, while I think Castro started this hand around about 16 million. So similar stacks here, both with 10 high, but the 7 will play. Castro gets a check mark, and one wonders if either player takes a stab at this one. Kind of surprised that Castro didn't bet before now, but he is going to take a stab now. Try and get a fold from Jack High, I guess. Although, as play, that would be kind of optimistic too.
Oh. Mario building up chips. Tanuki Mario at that, you quite rightly informed me of the other night. Still here.
Yeah, he's been a lucky mascot for sure. We don't think Card Protector is appropriate for
it's a mascot for
a creature of this size.
Are you calling Castro a creature? Oh, you mean the stuffed Mario. Sorry, I'm with you now. That was very bold of you. Looks like a man who can stick up for himself if you were to describe him in such a way. So it's a good thing you're not.
Yeah, no, I was referring to the
Mario. Fair enough. Carry on.
I think Ali Najad was a bit disturbed by our Mario knowledge, but I think he also didn't maybe realise that we'd spent about 20 minutes on Google the night before together figuring out the situation. So I think he just assumed we were both equally knowledgeable about Tanuki Mario.
Yeah. I never heard of Tanuki Mario before you brought it up. Interesting that Mario faces outwards from the table. Almost like he's just there.
He's like guarding him.
To look down and say, hey, I'm here, buddy. I'm with you. Rather than sort of observing the game. Clearly not a fan of poker. Oh, Mario. maybe scared. Stakes are too big. We're playing a final table, 355k on the line.
There is a lot on the line here. These guys have 57,700 locked up right now. Next jump, 72k, so 14,300. Pretty tasty. Next jump after that, 18,000, and then we're top 5 getting 90k. It's very, very appetizing for these players. If you can ladder another couple of spots, say as someone like Andrian or Stoma in particular. Currently our shorter stacks with 18 and 13 bigs respectively.
19 blinds, 2 6s, +1. Looks like you want to try and sneak one in here.
Yeah, this is sneaking one in here. I tend to make 6s like the kind of one beneath the cutoff. I probably open 7s or 8s. I don't really love this 6s open, but he's going to try and stay active. He has been fairly restricted after a early flurry.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think I would just find the fold with these 2 6s, but 7-handed, 1 fold already. It's getting a little bit more reasonable, like you say, kind of cuspy. 7s, I'm not sure what I would do. 6s I might fold, but he gets one through.
Yeah, and with that, it's back to roughly the stack of Tusani.
Yeah, both around 20 big blinds. Sat next to each other there, it is, of course, the man Stoma, who is about to be the big blind, who is the one, well, cut adrift of the rest, with around 12 or 13 blinds to kick his hand off with. I know Trenta means 30. They must be talking about his stack size. That's all I've got for you. Action round to Piccini, surveying the stacks behind, trying to work out what his ranges might be before he looks at his cards. I can tell you, 8 deuce, not going to be in there.
No, it doesn't cut the mustard. Nor does the 10-9 for Dashinka. So Tantillo with his big chip lead. Going to play blind v blind here against Stoma. Does he just stick this one in? 9-8 into the 13 big blind stack. Could do.
Seems like a reasonable spot, doesn't it?
Could do.
Of course, though, I mean, Stoma does get to call a little closer, I guess, to normal, just given he is adrift the rest, but still obviously going to feel a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and you get to exploit quite a few hands that dominate you here. The 10-8s and Jack-8s and Queen-8s would have to fold. Coming
in with perhaps a raise fold. We saw him raise fold earlier in the same situation.
This is nifty. I like this. This is the mark of an experienced campaigner here, Tantillo.
If this was suited, I assume we're just going to jam it, but taking the 8-9 off.
Yeah.
Making hands like that fold.
Yeah, pretty nice. And then obviously, if called, hand has some playability.
Right.
And if shoved on, we can get away. Nicely done from Tantillo. Looking to apply continual pressure here on the shorter stacks. It really is his spot now to pull away. He has position on Dashinka, who is the other big stack, who has seemed somewhat wary of Tantillo behind him. I feel as though the action should revolve around those two guys, but I think Tantillo in the better seat can maybe find a light 3-bet against some of these middling stacks, can find more gratuitous opens. Well,
there we go. Tijani with his least favourite hand.
He gets tested, doesn't he, this man?
It's a funny old game. You know, they say in golf that when you miss that 4-footer with a little break left to right, that the next hole, they always give you that little 4-footer with a little break from left to right. And it feels like Tijani's just getting ace-queen time and time again and finding tough spots. And, well, we can be pretty sure Piccini's not going to surrender these 2 8s to the open. One assumes will come with a call, but hey, maybe he feels like he's found a man exhibiting some weakness and wants to pounce upon it.
Yeah, I don't hate fold, if I'm honest.
Okay.
Just because that murderer's row of Dashinka and Tantillo lurk behind, and flatting really does open the door for them.
Okay.
Some light squeezes. Eights, you know, won't be miles ahead of the opening range from Tujani, I don't feel. In fact, it might not even be ahead. What you're doing is getting in there with a hand that's sort of, you know, playable, in position. Try and use that against your opponent. So, yeah, 9s, 10s, I feel compelled to come in there, but 8s seems reasonable to get away.
All right, Andrian Tujani to the flop. Andrian defending the very playable ace-4 diamonds from the big blind. He will see a 2-diamond flop up against Tujani's open, and a board that Tujani can't be loving against a big blind peel.
No, it's hard to miss the Jack 9, 6, 2 diamonds altogether. So you generally want to go with a bigger size when you bet this board, and that doesn't feel very appetizing with ace queen.
It's like 1.3 is the number arrived upon. A little scary for Andrian to see a c-bet on this board. Does he expect Tujani to check back a lot?
I would certainly be worried if I'm Andrian that Tujani is one of the tighter players who maybe doesn't fire c-bets too liberally and might have over pairs and good Jack X here a lot of the time. Therefore, I feel like call is the way to go. He is going to just take the spot, though.
I love it.
You do love it?
I do. I think it just lamping pressure on Tujani, who maybe, I mean, we see here c-bet in this one. I'm not a huge fan of the c-bet, and maybe just recognizing that Tujani is over, correctly reading Tujani is over c-betting, and so what? Like, let's just run our equity. If he's got kings or queens, we'll just get there by hitting an ace or a diamond. Whatever. Let's go. Deny the king queens of the world chance to win the pot.
Yeah, and in high ICM environments, obviously the person who gets the chips in first with a big advantage, and he deciding there that he didn't want to call, potentially miss, and have to throw away that equity on the turn. Instead, just decides to push his equity there, and will get some folds from better hands, and did get a fold from a better hand, as it turned out. So yeah, nice line.
0 for 4. 0 for 3, pardon me. Tujani and ace queen.
Oh.
Not that I'm keeping count, but how many times? I mean, one of them he just folded, of course. Can put chip in. It's starting to be that hand he doesn't want to think about. Okay then, we carry on. 7 players left. This the La Notte Degli Assi final table. We are playing 250, 500, but not for a whole lot longer. And we'll be going up in the near future.
Yeah, I think we have about 10 minutes left on this level, give or take. It's been a cagey affair so far at the Merritt Crystal Cove on this final day of what has been an amazing festival, like 5-day tournament capping things off, but actually an extraordinary festival here. The Notte Degli Assi, the feather in the cap of the Dolce Vita.
Really is. And we've remarked upon it as the days gone by, how it's just a very civilized schedule of play throughout the week. As you coined it, this is a 4-day tournament spread over 5 days. It means these players haven't had to go into the sort of 2 a.m. days and feeling exhausted when they reach the final table. And I think we can see that in them. They kind of, no one here looks like they're on day 5 of a 5-day tournament, right? They all look pretty fresh considering the amount of money they're playing for.
Absolutely. It's been 8-hour days. There was one 10-hour day and then one 7-hour day. So it's been, yeah, very civilized. Andrian is going to get after it here.
Yeah, and look at this. Like, again, just really, really aware of what's going on here. I said, just came out with that check raise moment against Tujani, recognizing that he's maybe over c-betting. Now he's seeing Dashinka. He saw Dashinka raise fold to an 8 big blind jam, and maybe thinking, hey, look, if he's raised folding to 8 big blinds, there's a decent chance he's perhaps opening a little bit too liberally. So let's go after him. go after him? He does. He's also just noticed the raise frequency. Like, Dashinka has raised quite a few hands.
And this is what a player like Andrian is capable of doing. Just 5 moments ago, sitting on 9 million, second shortest stack. And without showdown, thanks to a check shove with that ace-4 suited, and now this well-timed 3-bet, up to 15.5 million. And right there with that sort of chasing pack behind Tantillo and Dashinka now, very much keeping himself in the mix here for this title. A 4th title in a little over a year and a half for this man.
Yeah, it'll be something. Andrian now on the button, finding King 10 of clubs popping up, and Castro looking down at garbage once again in the big. He does seem to get dealt a lot of junk in that seat. He's long and hard about this one. Is he really thinking about doing something with this one? He is. He is. He's taking the Jack-5 upstairs. Well, well, well. I did not expect to see this from Castro right here with his Jack-5-0, but credit to him. He's finding another gear.
Yeah, this is a sort of 1st gear to 5th gear sort of move here. Did not expect this either. And again, going for that smaller sizing.
And look at that, just gets the swift fold from Andrian. Well done, Rafaele Castro. Bit of class there. What did he say?
Cheeky smile, no show.
Wow. Tanuki, notice which way Tanuki Mario was facing this time. He was facing the table, and all of a sudden, the light 3-bet came out. And he was facing the rail. Didn't want to know about the poker.
Is he the mischievous one?
I think he might be. I mean, it's not quite, we're not quite at the Teddy KGB and the Oreo cookie yet, but could there be a tell here going forward? Well, well, well.
Tantillo tempted by the Queen Jack suited here.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one. Popping it up 5 mil chips behind for Stoma, the shortest stack. No relief from just yet, finds only folds. Astro in the small the same. We'll be around to Puccini in the big blind. $870 doesn't want to defend. Again, I guess it's just a factor of Stoma on 5 million.
Yeah, he's a little handcuffed right now, as are all the guys sitting in 4th through 6th.
Yeah, Tujani as well, of course, is getting pretty short as well.
Yeah, Tujani, by my count, south of 9 million now. Stoma, 6 million-ish.
I think Stoma's 5 on the dot, looking at that stack. With the blinds coming up to him in, what, 2 hands time he'll be posting. A lot of that stack.
Yeah, definitely looking to find a spot now. Maybe this hand in early position. Something Broadway-ish. Possibly a suited ace would be enough. An offsuit ace is the very least, something to contemplate.
Mm. Got a feeling like it might just fold this one.
I don't love telegraphing my reluctance here with a time card this early.
Yeah, it's a weird one actually, because we never really see. Like again, we should just kind of know this spot, and the fact he's used a time card makes me think he's more inclined to go for it now. It's almost like one of those bluffs, like, oh, he actually folded. Okay. I mean, I like the fold, but it's a peculiar one to use a time card and then fold.
Very much agree.
I just don't want to use a time card when I've got 10 blinds under the gun. I should know what I'm doing with my range, as a rule.
Precisely.
Well, at least he's used one there and folded, because now when he uses one later. But now he kind of has to use one later when he's got a close spot, right? Because he's just shown the willingness to use one and fold. What's he going to do with aces now when he's under the gun? He has to use one, right?
He's going to be time card balanced to suggest that, all right.
I thought for a second this was Tujani with ace queen, but it's Castro. He's going to try his luck with the trouble hand. The Shinka going to put up a defense from the big blind versus that 2.5x open. Standard for this man. He certainly hasn't been the min opener. And King 10 3 flop, okay. Both flopping a draw of sorts. Shinka going to lead.
Looks like it.
Wow, Castro's got a lot of hand to play with here. Ace queen with the ace of hearts. Not no pair, drawing the Broadway, backdoor hearts. 900k, one assumes we just want to call against leads. I mean, are there some hands that want to raise?
It's hard to range your opponent when he's left the game tree right away.
Oh, that's a cruel one for Castro. He's found a more than medium-sized piece of this pie as Dashinka slips in the check, having led flop.
Yeah, like a curious check here, given that he's just made his hand and by betting flop found out his opponent has something.
Right. And so much that something now wants to check back because it feels kind of scary, right? You don't really know what your opponent's got, but lo and behold, Castro is finding a bet, and a chunky one at that. Wow. It's 5 million in there, and that's 3.2 million. We're getting 2/3 here. The Shinka. I mean, I don't know what he does here now. This hand seems so wild. He's just gone all in.
Yep.
2 flush draws on board. So many 2-pair combos. He's trying to get all of them. I guess this makes sense when we have checked that we kind of played this line, given that we unblock all the pairs.
Yeah, and I think Castro's potentially going to level himself here into thinking his opponent has, you know, maybe Jack X of hearts.
Yeah, I mean, these are the contenders, right? The flush draw, straight draw combos. There aren't a whole host of them, but there are some. I guess the ace of hearts working our hand kind of against that, although would we expect the nut flush draw to have played in this way? Seems less likely.
Yeah,
is it just a case of
Jack 8 of hearts, Jack 7 of hearts?
Is this ever 2-pair? Is this what he's thinking? Hey, I'm up against a 2-pair that decides to lead. Kind of peculiar, but it's scary for a 2-pair to check raise all on this turn, just given that Castro gets to have a whole bunch himself, right?
Yeah, Castro gets to have sets and ace jack.
Right.
So it is like an uncapped situation that you're
all the sets
jamming into.
King, queen, King 10, Queen 10. He'd play all of these.
Don't love the bet by Castro, I got to be honest.
Yeah, it seems like we've opened the door to this.
Yeah, it seems like we have
Oh, very good. Well done, Rafael Castro. Figures it out.
Jack 9. For me, you have.
Oh, wow.
Huh? Jack 9. I have ace queen earth.
Well, there's
wow,
he
he
knew
said
exactly where he was.
Per me Jack 9. Una troia.
What a read. Just comes out and says you've got Jack 9. How soul-red do you feel as Dashinka to hear those words uttered?
Punto mi spareresti. Ha dato gaccio? Sì. Ha dato flop. Tutto così che non buttare le bombe dove capita.
Wow, wow, wow. A peculiar hand all round. As we always say here, normal rules don't apply. It is MPO for that one.
Let's get one more hand in before the break.
Okay, if you insist.
Dynamics afoot.
Yeah, and It'll only be one more hand, I think, looking at the clock, which means that this poor man, who's under the gun now, will be in the big blind as the blinds go up, wielding just 5 million to post 1.2 of that in the next hand. He's folded. Can he get the ladder up before the break? That's the question. Pacini on the button. Ace 9. He's down to, what, around 20 blinds now, please do. Excuse the graphics there. We're giving Pacini more chips than he's got. With 20, does he... I mean, like I say, the short stack's going to be in the big blind next hand and a very good chance of busting. Do we even want to play this ace 9 on the button against the 2 big stacks? The answer is yes.
Yeah, I think still coming with normal open is okay. Again, I would love to get a sense of exact stack here. I'm eyeballing him at maybe just over 20 bigs. You think 20 exactly?
Yeah, right around that number, yeah. 10 Tio, 6-2 so. Sweet relief for Pacini. He shows the ace, pulling that pot in, and with it, taking us to the end of the first frame of this La Notte Degli Assi final table. Well, it's been not the fastest pace, but there's been action nonetheless. We have had 2 busts outs, and I am going to be the 3rd man to leave this final table, at least just for now. I'll be taking a break. When we return, Andrew Headley will take my spot alongside David Lappin as we move towards crowning the champion.
We see a few shorter stacks about here, though. And dreamy situation right away. Sacker going to chip in these 10s and probably get called by a lot worse.
Well, Saki has had a name change as well from when I was in earlier. So there's another player who was on the feature table earlier. He was very, very card dead, has to be said. 10 certainly more than enough for him.
Oh, but here we go. No way ace can fold these pocket 7s. It's a slam dunk spot here and a great opportunity for Sacker to get a double up right out of the gate. But
great spot to be. Sacker.
Thank you.
10s up against the 2 7s. Jack 6 deuce.
Hard luck.
And a 7 on the turn.
Oh.
Absolutely rotten luck here for Sacker.
Pardon me, I turned away because this one's done. It comes Jack 6 deuce. You got 10s against 7s. You don't need to sweat the turn and river. But it turns out you do.
Gazarian, a familiar face in this poker room. Big slick under the gun. He's going to get busy. And right behind him, Cifuentes, Spaniard.
Fuentes. That's all I can do.
That was very nice, James. Thank you for that contribution.
Andrew asked earlier if I spoke any other languages, and there you go, I speak Spanish.
Yeah. Pack now with the ace-10 suited, probably attempting one. Gazarian will open somewhat wide from under the gun, I feel. One of our looser players at the table. And yeah, and that's the reason he's taken this.
Yeah.
Not an obvious spot in all situations. And oh my goodness me, Lakhdari lurking behind here.
And Turbo gets it in, which is really actually going to make things a little bit difficult for Gazarian here with this ace-king, no? Look, it's not the fact that it's gone 3-bet jam and then cold 4-bet jam. It's the speed of it.
How much?
The speed always leans me towards ace-kings, if I'm honest.
But you've got ace-king in your hand. It's,
yeah.
I'm with you, yeah. You think they do some acting with, like, the big pairs, but you didn't do back to your big pairs in this instance.
No, it was a pump fist get in here from Lakhdari. 1.3 million. The effective stack in this pot now for Gazarian. Pack has shoved
Yeah.
the 940k.
1.3,
This is a horrid spot for him.
400.
Yeah, and remember he's opening from under the gun, so getting maybe slightly more legitimate responses here. And maybe find a fold here. Now he's going to go for it.
Gamble, gamble.
I almost free bet.
I mean, it's only 23 blinds, 22 blinds.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. If Pack doesn't run interference here, it certainly just goes in between the two of them.
All of a sudden, here we go, kicking things off. Gazarian in a spot to climb over 5 million in chips. Lakhdari in the dream scenario with his 2 queens.
Yeah. Huge pot here, 3.72 million.
This man looking for diamonds. Stranger things have happened.
Deux dames, moi, As-Roi en face, As-10 là-bas. 3, ouais. 3 tapis. As-Roi, As-10.
Here we go, diamond in the window,
Oh my
diamond
goodness
behind.
me.
And an ace, the queen's full. Gazarian in pole to scoop for now, but Pack with a myriad of outs.
Wow. Well, a dagger for Lakhdari. He needs a miracle.
So far, so good for Gazarian. Can he hold on this river and take a monstrous stack forward in this tournament?
Oh, it's a diamond! Pack is now sitting on 3 million. Gazarian takes down the small side pot against Lakhdari. Probably gets about half his money back overall, but huge spot there for Pack, who it must be said was drawing very thin when those hands went to showdown. My goodness me.
Wow. Three bet, try and get it in pre. And there is some sliver of benefit to denying there. I mean, sometimes we do call with aces and we end up busting out in this hand. It is a final table. There are 6 left. It's not a factor. We're not worried about busting with aces, but
Sure.
it's a percentage. There's some value to just denying.
Absolutely, and that is 100% the counter argument. Hammy going to bump it up here with the 5s. Vulnerable sort of hand, not a comfortable hand to play. Canzonieri may decide with a small discount here to flat. He's got 16 million, but opponent is effective here playing 23 bigs. By calling here, you often will bring in the big blind and create a sort of better spot. But my goodness me, the aces. Well, it's Gazarian's turn to wake up with them.
Wow, the 2 short stacks, so patient, both getting dealt amazing scenarios.
And now that it's a squeeze spot, there's no thought to flatting here and being deceptive. You've got to throw out some sort of 3-bet. And obviously with 2.5 million in your stack, that's going to be all of it.
Well, he's actually gone for the non-all-in.
The kind of almost all-in bet.
Which is, you know, something we see in situations where...
Ladders are possible.
Right, but in this particular spot, when you're 3-betting... Like, this is just in a spot I don't think where we need to have this move, but...
Sure.
Let's see how things go. We don't really want to encourage...
Have we called in both spots here? We have, because we made it smaller.
Yeah.
You're right, we put that extra 700 in. I don't think we see these 2 calls. I think we might see an isolation shove from the first guy, and we might get rid of one of these hands.
Specifically exploit with aces.
Yeah, maybe.
This is good.
Maybe this works.
As a general strategy, I don't think we really ever have 3-bets there that aren't just all in. But let's see. Gets a Jack 8-6 flop. That's good news.
Yeah. And obviously gets to put in this 750k himself here.
And Hammy, surely, as the first up, can he fold for 750?
I'm not sure either could fold for 750.
Right, but if Hammy puts 750 and maybe Canzonieri, does he ever get? Well, I guess not. He's getting over 10 to 1.
Getting 10 to 1, and your opponent who just called doesn't necessarily have to have it.
Right.
Like, you could be up against an ace king and an ace 10.
Right.
Let's go.
So they do both call. Amazingly, he is in prime position for the triple up.
Yeah, he has actually just worked out the best way to squeeze all the value.
Or has it? Hammy picks up a gut shot straight draw. The other 2 quickly check it. Throw a 5 on the river!
Oh, this is cruel. This is so cruel. Poor old Gazarian.
Oh, he's going to hate to see the bet coming in here as well.
He's just like, oh, he had sevens, damn. He already knows. Kazarian already knows.
Yeah.
Well, interesting one now. Hammy, who has been trying to solve the problem of Candido Cappiello in the big blind. They've been in quite a few blind v blind confrontations so far. Deciding to small raise the king queen here, 2.25x. And Cappiello not going to have a huge folding range versus that sizing. We saw him actually use a hand like queen 3 and make it a 3-bet a couple of hours ago. We've seen some limp pots. We've seen some of these kind of raises as well.
Wow.
And wow, this one's interesting already. This could be a full-on clash, or it could also just...
I mean, for now, it's a C-bet of 900,000, to which we imagine we're surely met with just a call, given Cappiello has second pair with no kicker, but the hearts, no reason to really swell this one just yet.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice spot here where your equity's in a few different places. It's directly in the, I've got second pair, no kicker, so I'm good a lot. And then, of course, there are very nice ways that this one can develop for you and the 4 hearts.
Right, I mean, quite often you've got your opponent just dead on this flop, haven't you, when they come betting into you. No reason to raise it up just yet.
And it's the same logic here versus turn bet, I think.
Yeah, but obviously now it gets us... It's one of those hands where it's kind of nice because you know you never fold in this hand, but at the same time you start to worry about that jack being no good and how you're going to have a lot of difficult river cards to potentially deal with.
Yeah.
But for now, this is one of the hands that just surely fits as a call. And Hammy will kind of be enjoying this, right? You're up against a king a lot, some jack X.
Oh, there is the heart.
Oh no.
Hammy is going to be somewhat blindsided by this now. Stack to pot ratio about 1.2 to 1. Looks like he's going for check and assess and see where this takes him. I think he has to sort of go for check call if you're going for the check line. So
right, and
this could get nasty.
And there are plenty of potential bluffs Cappiello can still have here, right? He can have some of those backdoor clubs. He can have some straight draws.
Yeah, 9-10 and Queen 10 feel like the most obvious.
He's just gone all in. He's gone for all of it. Hammy shaking his head. This one has run out horribly for him. Obviously, it is the front door draw getting in, but as David references, 10-9, a likely one, Queen 10. And like I say, any of those kind of floats that had clubs, also potential.
Yeah, like
maybe even some just deuce X potentially.
Yeah, I like Queen 9 of clubs. That makes sense.
Well. This could go either way, I feel, for Hammy. What a horrible spot to find yourself in. Of course, the Queen, now not the best card to have in your hand. For that, we want to be up against some Queen 10s, but there's still so many combinations out there.
Yeah, if you're starting to count the bluff combos, I think it's going to be Queen 9 and 9-10 of clubs. It's going to be maybe all the 9-10s. It's going to be maybe all the Queen 10s. And then you start thinking about, okay, well, given the sizing on river, it's pretty much always a flush. That's value.
Right, we're not expecting Jack 4 to take this line, are we?
I don't think it would go for this size. But maybe. Maybe specifically just Jack 4.
Okay.
But yes, I agree with you. On principle, I think we're in the world of pain here from Hammy. Also very keenly aware that his chip position puts him sort of middle of the pack right now. And this is like potentially an ICM turn of the screw. He knows how capable Candido is in this spot, how creative he is, how potentially deceptive he would be.
Well, I'm going to give credit to him whichever line he goes with here, because this is a tough one.
It's a really tough one.
And he's thinking long and hard about it. And
oh, it's a great fold. What an absolutely spectacular fold in this context, guys. That's so, so tough. Versus somebody so capable like Cappiello there. That one is very hard.
There we go. And yeah, I think it's important to do it at events and venues where I always think someone like Merit. If I've won a package to come to Merit, say,
Yeah.
and I just brick everything, don't cash anything, I'm still gonna have a great time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's venues like that you can do this at. Obviously, like I say, some places you just kind of want to get the poker done and dusted.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my word!
This could be a big one here, James. And if it was to go Sahafi's way, that journey from short stack cockroach to actually being in with a real chance of winning this one, my goodness me, I can't really see a way this doesn't get in, to be honest.
This just feels like it has to. Zagarin is just gonna 3-bet this combination, and Zahafi doesn't really have a hand that wants to do anything but 4-bet. Surely. There we go, a chunk thrown in. It looked like a call at first, but the right hand came to the rescue. And
that's a big sizing, so there's a lot in there, even more reason to just send it with 10s.
And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gents. Never tire of seeing that beautiful view over the top of the Crystal Cove Hotel here at the Merit Poker Complex, Mediterranean lapping in the background.
Did I just see a piece of the drone hanging off the roof?
Have you told this story yet?
We have.
Oh dear, poor Philip. What a disaster. I mean, it was hard not to laugh. It was one of those moments like when you're in a funeral or something and you get the giggles and you know you shouldn't laugh. But it's very difficult not to. Rest in peace to that drone. And yeah, rest in peace to Burton, I believe, right? There we go, Kirill Burton eliminated just before the break towards the end of that frame.
I did see him at the tea room, so not rest in peace, fortunately. It was just elimination from the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't referencing, that things had gone morbidly wrong.
Yeah, he was filling up on cake, so I think he's okay.
Yeah, good run to you, sir. You'll be back. Very strong player. Tantillo still out in front. Dashinka reeling him in, though. Pretty much neck and neck for the chip lead. We have Pacini, who was kind of my dark horse, like 6th place coming into the final table. Really impressed with him throughout this week. He's making a move up to 21 mil. Simone Andrian, of course, a player with a lot of pedigree. I was looking through his Hendon mob earlier, doing my due diligence and research, and he's won so much over the last sort of 18 months. A bunch of outright wins, which I think is always quite telling, right? You get players who make a lot of finals but don't close.
I played with him in Malta when he took down the Poker Stars event.
Right.
So basically this time last year, June of last year. He ended up in a very big, sort of 75% of the chips flip with David Doherty.
Oh, Davy Doc.
Yeah, four-handed. And,
right.
And obviously went on to close it out from there. Took down a WPT.
Yeah.
And he also won an event here in this very room, so has the pedigree within these four walls.
Yeah, that's right. He won the 2K warm-up back in January, looking to go one better here and take down La Notte Degli Assi. We see Rafael Castro there, who's like a bit of a wild card, right? Like he can be pretty patient, pretty tight, and then just out of nowhere sort of take off the shackles. Still in good shape here, looking to spin though. Tujani kind of tortured with ace-queen 3 times already today at this final table. And Stoma, 7 bigs. Really is time to go, David. Time to activate and find that spin up. So, cards back in the air, guys. Let's get after it.
Yeah, really looking forward to this particular frame, actually. It's been a somewhat cagey 9th through 7th phase,
which is kind of typical, right?
It is. It's when ICM is peaking and these guys have more reason to take cautious lines, and I think the shackles will incrementally come off here. We've certainly seen Dashinka and Tantillo trying to drive the action, but they're in an interesting situation. If they were on opposite sides of the table, they could probably take turns, but they tend to get a bit kind of forced into spots versus each other. Tantillo obviously has position there. That's quite the advantage.
Absolutely. Well, wakes up with a very big hand here in the small blind. Has Stoma behind him with only 8 bigs. Of course, going to be perceived here to be very wide entering the pot. Let's see if he decides to try and maybe trap this one. Not impossible. Only 8 big blinds deep, of course. He's gone for the raise non-all-in. Actually don't mind this. Like, we can still have some raise folds here off the big stack.
And crucially, this is exactly what he did last orbit. They got into a blind v blind spot and he opened the 9-8 off.
Yeah.
Looking to raise fold. So I think he is being very consistent here. I like this a lot.
Makes a lot of sense. You know, you are going to open jam a lot of hands here, of course, for 8. And when we do this, pretty much polarize ourselves to complete junk type hands in general and really strong hands like pocket 10s. Stoma, pretty gross spot. Queen deuce off, sort of 7 bigs behind. We are kind of cut adrift, but Tujani's not too far ahead of us. And there's a 15k ladder. Very tricky spot, this. I think fold is the order of business with a hand as weak as queen deuce. Yeah, I like it. Maybe start defending the sort of queen 7, queen 8s of the world. You know, where you can flop. You know, where your kicker card can flop a top pair is where I'm getting at. Whereas the deuce, really pretty ugly.
Yeah, you feel like you're playing one card, really.
Yeah, there we go. That's a better way of summing it up than I did. So interesting here that we have Pacini, Dashinka, and Tantillo all in a row. I mean, great seat for Tantillo. You know, we saw Dashinka fold the button with a suited 9-7, I believe. And he's just going to have to tread pretty carefully, right, with Tantillo right behind him.
Yeah, the only way I see Tantillo's spot disimproving is if Andrian does start to motor here. He was down at 9 million 25 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Managed to pick 3 beautiful spots, very well selected on all fronts, and, you know, bosh his way up to about 14 million without showdown. So if he were to get into the 20 million zone, shall we say, I think it becomes a slightly more difficult challenge for Tantillo with the player with Adrian's caliber to his left.
Yeah, okay. Well then, Stoma, it's probably time to go. He agrees. Jack 9. You're never loving it, but of course, blind on blind. Let's send the chips in. Always delighted to get this one through. Keeps himself afloat, 5 million.
Yeah, hanging tough is Stoma. He has been our resident cockroach for this final table so far, and credit to him for that. Always difficult to navigate your way up the pay jumps. Obviously, they were all guaranteed what was around 35k. Now all guaranteed 57 with 7 left.
Getting chunky, isn't it? 4 players, of course, in this one. Going to take home 6 figures. But yeah, 57k locked up for everybody. We are now playing 300, 600k with a 600k ante. Average stack finally starting to sort of shallow out. 26, 27 bigs or so. Castro under the gun.
Not a big fan of this open, I must say. Suited connectors, deeper, obviously lovely hands to get involved. We loved them on day 1, maybe even day 2, maybe even day 3. Day 4 and day 5, these are the hands that fall out of the grid, if you like. You start wanting to go with the ace suiteds, the king suiteds, these blocker hands, servicing much better than these suited connectors or small pairs.
Yeah, very astutely analysed by Mr. Lappin. I do enjoy watching Castro. Like, you can see him play 2-hole orbits and really not do a lot, be very patient, and then just decides now's the time.
Yeah, he has an activation switch every now and again.
It's Mario, isn't it? He just has a little whisper in his ear and says, is this the one?
Well, it's interesting you said that was our theory too in the last frame.
There we go.
Stoma with not really a particularly tempting spot, it must be said, versus under the gun open there. We see that it would have actually been a pretty good situation for him, but it just won't be most of the time.
This spot is very interesting. Andrian and Castro basically playing the same stack. Certainly the type of spot that we would like to play with King Jack. And is he jammed?
He has jammed.
Very nice.
This is what I mean by Andrian. He finds a way to keep chipping up without showdown. He finds a way to use that stack for all its fold equity, whatever that stack happens to be.
Yeah, and this is the problem with opening this kind of combo. You know, if you get 3-bet, if you get called in position, like, it's just very tough. 20 big blinds is so shallow to sort of reap the fruits of these suited connectors, so to speak. Very nice from Andrian. Pounces on it. I think he knows that Castro is spicy enough to find opens here. that perhaps shouldn't be in there, a little too wide. Well done. Not easy, of course, right, to pull the trigger with just King Jack suited here versus exactly under the gun.
No, that's a fist bump, get in against cutoff, and
Yeah.
button against hijack. You definitely start thinking about it a bit more deeply. Versus under the gun, it's genuinely a play. It's a
Might be
move.
player dependent, this
Yeah.
spot.
Una verde in più.
Well done.
Momentary hold up there, guys. We're just
Aperto ma pushata.
pursuing 52 new cards. Might be a little mark on one of them. Not sure if player or dealer spotted something.
Stop time, stop time.
I don't think they will block it for 5 seconds, guys.
Oh, while they sort that out, another quick look at the leaderboard. Tantillo and Dashinka leading the way. Pacini sort of out on his own in third. He has to tread maybe the most carefully at the moment, out of position to the two chip leaders. Sort of just hoping to get rid of Castro, Tujani and Stoma. And Andrian in that sort of middle of the pack. But he's not afraid, as we just saw him 3-bet rip the King Jack of clubs a moment ago.
No, I think Andrian is the kind of guy who understands ICM and understands, you know, maybe the tight folds one might have to make on occasion, but I think he also understands how to leverage that pressure against other players, and understands as well that so much of your equity is in those higher spots if you can nudge your way into the top 3.
And getting the chips in first is critical on
Yep.
finals. You know, I was just thinking to myself there, what would the call-in range be from under the gun?
Like, you're not loving
Like
ace queen.
off,
Ugh.
you're absolutely hating it. So if you're making your opponent sort of really hate life with pocket nines, ace queen type holding, then you're printing money. Here's another ace queen. I think this is actually Pacini's best seat to open from. Now, we did see him use this limping strategy yesterday, successfully on a few occasions,
Okay.
unsuccessfully on others. So he's obviously decided, you know, crunched the numbers and thought, right, I'm going to be well served to limp in some of these spots. Potentially here, I think it's likely to do with the chip leaders being on his direct left. Doesn't want to open this hand, get 3-bet, you know, before he continues. Like, he could limp shove, basically, is what I'm saying, over like a Tantillo ISO. But then you do get into these very tricky spots now where you go 3 ways. I'm not a huge fan of it, I must say, especially on a final. Like, we're just incentivized to play tight. So that's fine. And just open for a raise when you enter the pot, especially from early. Like, I don't believe that Dashinka and Tantillo are just going to mess with us here when we're opening under the gun.
Nope.
And now, you know, we've gone 3 ways now. Granted, we're doing okay with this combo on the King 4-3, backdoor nut flush draw. Some nice blockers to the best top pairs. Tujani now in a pretty grim spot himself. 10 big blinds behind. Does feel compelled here to call with the open ender.
Yeah, having completed from the small, I think you definitely are looking for a board a bit like this one, to be honest. 5-6 offsuit, not going to connect tremendously well on most boards. So when you do find a 3-4 and you have those fairly pure 2 and 7 outs, it's every reason to stick around. I'm not sure why Castro contemplating this one. Oh, hello. What have we got here?
No, 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 no.
What have we got here?
What is this?
So just figuring himself to have like the 2-pair combos out of the big, I guess, that he can now
Wow.
put pressure on everyone else. This is a sicko move.
I mean, this is outrageous. How has he found this in any universe? Potentially thinks to himself that Tujani, if he has a king with 10 blinds, probably fast plays it, right? And or with like a strong flush draw, may just get it in. I mean, this is spice in the extreme from Castro. Almost as if you can see his opponent's holdings. He's gone for it that wide. What a play that is. High risk, high reward.
Scallywaggery.
That is an insane bluff. Wow. We did say, right, that Castro is kind of plays pretty cautiously, and then out of nowhere, this is the spot. Let's go.
Yeah, like his timing has been good on the 2 occasions where he stepped out in such a manner. But you know, there we were analysing the Ace Queen versus 5-6. How will this one run out?
Yeah.
Completely disregarding him being in the hand.
I mean, he had a bag of nonsense. Of course, we disregarded it.
A little bit of tomfoolery working out very nicely for
That's actually a really, really sick bluff.
Castro there. Oh, so sick. It's so sick. It's
I'm
like
not finding it in a million years.
No.
So well done.
Yeah.
But yeah, Puccini, right? This is the problem I have with limp there. You just end up, like, you can get in a multi-way spot, and you have such a tight range for opening here. Just go ahead and open, just in my eyes.
Yep.
He obviously has his reasons for employing this strategy, so don't want to be too hard on him. Yeah, I see that. We think the graphics guys are slightly off here. Puccini did seem as if he had 22 million on the graphics, but looks to myself and David, there we go, that looks more reasonable, maybe 15 million. Think even less.
He's about 9 million.
So what do we have? The orange chips are 1 million. So he's got 2 of those. They're 500Ks.
Oh, they're 500s. Okay,
4, 5,
sorry.
6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think it's about 15 mil, maybe 14. That's a bad beat. He just lost 8 million in that previous hand on the graphics. Yeah, and the reds guy's worth 100K each. So we will eyeball the stacks closely. Now Tantillo, with one of these very in vogue final table hands, wouldn't be shocked to see an open here. Yeah, 1.2. I like it. Makes a lot of sense. You know, there are a lot of stacks now that are handcuffed. You know, if somebody wakes up with king queen off or something like that behind here, there's really not a lot they can do.
Oh, and Tujani with the Aquaman once again.
How's he got
He's been
it again?
tortured. Absolutely tortured. Well, look, I think this is a great spot when you know Tantillo's been probably the loosest player, maybe second loosest on this table so far today. I think you just have to take a spot such as this one, even though he's opening from under the gun. Ace Queen, such a pure hand. You've got such a pure stack with which to just send 15 bigs, get loads of folds, pick up, what, like a third of your stack or like a quarter. It's so nice.
Yeah, I think there's only one play. We'll see if he agrees.
He passed on Ace Queen in an earlier situation versus a short stack shove that we thought he should get it in with. He got outmaneuvered, of course, by Simone Andrian.
I wonder if there's a bit of PTSD here with this hand.
It can't seem that way. It's a good way of putting it.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is less also.
Well, look, if it is PTSD, he is facing his demons right now.
Absolutely.
He has sent it in, and fair play to him. Tujani's going to pick this one up for a very healthy pot. He's going to add the guts of 3 million to his 9 million stack. Very nicely done, sir.
Next time.
Stoma getting short. Down to Andrian. Also out of the way. Now then, to Jean-Yves, fresh off that pickup. Very playable, ace-jack offsuit.
As he's likely to open this one, let's hone in on something, Andrew. You are very beady-eyed, it must be said, and you didn't reckon him to having 9 million for that last shove. You thought he had much more, like 6.5.
It looked like 6 to 7 to me.
Yeah, so
we will keep an eye on things.
We're not 100% sure he is sitting there with 12 million, guys. And again, just in deference to the player, who might then, you know, make a play that we don't approve of because we're looking at that stack. We want to just be open-minded in a couple of these spots.
So it does bump it up to 2.5x.
Don't like the 2.5.
I'm actually in favour.
Oh, okay. Tell me why. Because
well, this is again the sort of we'll come back to it. Let's run out the action first.
Okay, I love a strategic segue.
Okay, off to the king 9 deuce 2 spades we go.
Backdoors galore for both.
Yeah, this is a little tricky, of course. You don't want to get entangled in a big one here against the big blind, but ace of spades in hand, jack of clubs blocking some of these straight draw continues, blocking some of the best top pairs and some flush draws. Pretty nice board in general to continue with c-bet. Expect he will. I don't mind this. Shade under 40%. And you know, even sizing this at 40%, you start to put a little bit of pressure already on hands like this that, of course, want to continue. Don't expect Tantillo to fold, of course, but he's going to tread carefully. Comes with check call. Tough for us to check raise bluff here at the stack depth. 5 diamonds on the turn. Now, this is the real test.
Yeah, do we find the second barrel here? And also, if we're only sitting there with maybe a pot-sized bet left and not this 9 million as illustrated, what do we do?
Very, very tricky. You know, this double barrel basically is attacking a 9 if we find it.
Tantillo going to have to find some bluffs. Well, actually, not anymore. Now he has showdown. The brick river, I think Tantillo comes out firing. Now he might still come with blocker.
Yeah, if he bets, it's going to be very small. That's for sure. No need to use a large size. Feels like a million to me, or even smaller. There we go, 10%. I really like how Tantillo handles himself.
Yeah, nice.
Now, are we done with this hand? Always intrigue me, these spots, even though we wouldn't necessarily rep too much if we raise. Does Tantillo find, this is the thing, do people find the 10% as a sort of induce here with like top of range? Long term, I believe that population doesn't find it so much.
It's very goading.
That's optimistic. Flicks it in just in case we beat those low flush draws. I mean, we are getting the price, right? Got to be right 1 in 10 times or whatever it is.
Yeah, look, I think you can't allow the guy who goes for the 10% goader / blocker to print there when he is going to have to put some of his missed low flush draws into that range.
And
it is still a bluffing bet, and it is still a bet that's designed to get something off. So I think maybe that ace high actually a reasonable, borderline reasonable call there.
I think so too. It's pretty tilting, of course.
Yeah, I know.
You do expect to be shown a hand exactly like this sort of 10 jack queen 10 a decent amount of the time, but perhaps aware there that it's tough for us to represent too much value by raising river. It would need to be queen jack, right? It would need to be 10-9 suited, which I'm not sure we even have, right? I'm not sure we open the pot with this hand off our stack in the first place. Most of our king X gonna go ahead and look to get it in across turn and river. So
okay, so to double back there, you said that you quite liked the 2.5x, whereas I thought, well, why are we opening and risking more here? So explain.
I'm not saying that I necessarily love it more than Min. I think both are reasonable, but we talked about that at final tables, off this mid stack especially, we really don't want to enter the pot very often. So we have a strong range, like probably bottom of range for an open is going to be something like a king jack. King queen is going to be like our raise bluff. Ace jack, we're going to probably raise fold it. So these are like the weakest hands that we're going to open with. We have a tight range. We have Tantillo in the big blind. So actually sizing up to 2.5 isn't the end of the world for me. Like is something that you will see employed at final tables specifically.
Nice.
Of course, min would be fine. Just don't mind it in general, give Tantillo a bad price.
Okay, Stoma's been granted what seems like a great spot to just commit here, and going to get great news that Tantillo's got the 9-6 and he has some domination here.
Well, this is an absolute dream of a spot for Stoma.
Yeah, right back in it should he hold 10 million plus, or maybe bang on 10 million.
It's very hard to be dominating your opponent with ace-6 off. Find a way to do it.
Yeah, Tantillo just deciding there was enough fouls from the man under some ICM pressure as short stack, but also as short stack, not disincentivized to fold the world either. Does go with the ace high and gets the great news. Off we go now to the flop. Can this ace-6 hold? Can Stoma mount a comeback? Baby steps. This would be the first of them. Oh, and it's never easy.
8-5-3. Tantillo picks up 4 sevens to go with his 3 9s. You can of course see, courtesy of that graphic at the top of your screen, which of those have been folded, excuse me. So it's only drawn to 3 outs. Pretty good spot still for Stoma. Through to the 3 of diamonds on the turn. So one more chance to eliminate Stoma in 7th, otherwise he's doubling up. Brick, deuce of hearts on the river. Double fist pump from the man in the big blind. Well done. Right back in this one, Mr. Lappin.
Yeah, great to see actually. Stoma has been very, very astute, very good at spot picking off this short stack. Managed to ladder 2 spots already here on this La Notte Degli Assi final table. And with the help of that double up, as I said, baby steps on his way to a comeback perhaps. He could certainly outlast a few more of these guys at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly shallow overall. One more double from Stoma and he's right in the thick of this. Action back on Castro. He executed that suicide bluff a few minutes ago.
It was sort of kamikaze stuff for sure.
I'm kind of loving it. It's like the old school, all right, boys, I don't believe you can stand the heat. Okay, Castro, 1.2 million from +1, King Queen. Now then, Mr. Stoma. Interesting spot here. Ace-Jack offsuit, 15 blinds. We don't love it against +1. It's very tricky. It really comes down to how we perceive.
Is he going to ever come with call?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. Super close though, like you said. Ace-Queen, we'd be fist bump getting it in.
Yeah, these guys have decided Castro gonna be wide enough.
Man, I love this guy Stoma. I think he's well in with a chance here of making a sort of a last place to first place run at this final table. He's picking his spots superbly.
One thing he really has in his favor, he has the 2 big stacks on his right.
Yes.
So he's gonna get spots to rejam.
For someone else, it's better.
Well done, pulls the trigger, all of a sudden sneaking his way up that leaderboard to sort of 4th place now.
By my reckoning, the bottom 4 stacks are within a million of each other.
Yes, very close.
I think we're looking at like 30 million, 23 million, 16 million, and then 4 players between
14, 13,
11 and 13.
12.
Yeah.
going to be fascinating to see. Next blind level likely to really ramp things up. 400, 800k is going to be a lot of action. Going to have a lot of sort of 15 big blind stacks out there. Down to Puccini. Now then, the Shinka. Been fairly cagey so far for him. Again, do have Tantillo on our direct left. Pretty reasonable, I think, to just go ahead and fold, of course, with King 3 suited. You don't want to have a deuce or a 3 in your hand to go along with these high card kings. Andrian finds a very big hand, blind on blind. Ace-Jack off.
So big he might even induce this.
I think he might open shove this. Yeah. These are the kind of ones that...
Oh, 7 million now, Tujani. Apologies. I thought Tujani...
That makes sense. That's kind of what we thought he had, right?
Yeah,
about this realm.
Yeah, so he's been changed actually because
he had him at 12 million.
Yeah, so that's okay. Now we're back. Now we're back to where we thought he might be. No, that makes sense. Sorry, I was thinking he might induce if it's 20 big blind, 20 big blind spot.
It's so funny at final tables. Of course, spots that we normally look to kind of induce and are thrilled if our opponent reshoves. Like, do we want him to rejam here? You know, when we have, even though we can get into some favorable spots with Ace-Jack, it's just so tricky the way that the stacks are distributed here.
Let me put it this way. I think Tantillo has set his stall out in blind v blind confrontations to use the small size and to sort of have this game where it's like, I might have it, I might not. Come after it if you fancy it, and also maybe sometimes get flatted as a consequence, you know, some percentage of the time. Whereas I feel like we've definitely seen from Andrian that he loves just putting all the pressure back on the other guy, and that's probably why he's had such a good run this last couple of years, because when you play like that, you often are playing for the win in a big way.
Yes. Couldn't agree more. Now then, your man Stoma. Tricky ones these. Queen 10 suited in the cutoff. Certainly a hand that, of course, we want to play. We do have shallow stacks behind in Tujani and Castro.
Not unreasonable to consider a limp in this spot, but I do like raise.
Yeah, it's the kind of one realm at final tables that I don't really limp much. That's not to say that you shouldn't, but normally it's just, you know, I'm going to be pretty tight opening pots here, so my range is pretty protected. I'm just going to go ahead and open a lot. Castro with the decision, not open a lot, but open when I enter a pot, so to speak. Lands on call here, pretty reasonable stuff. Deciding hands not quite strong enough to 3-bet jam. Both players flopping straight draws here, the open-ended variety for Stoma. Gut shot to Broadway for Castro.
Can Stoma pick a big size here? I feel like he can.
You do normally see people downsize at FTs, just in general. You know, for example, if Castro has, let's just give him a hand like a 7. You know, it's very hard to check call, right, when we're in this sort of very dicey stack depths. So you will see people size down a lot at FTs. I think it makes a lot of sense here. We can still also keep that big blind range wide.
Wow.
Well, I was going to say keep it wide and double barrel him off some hands on the turn now. Double gutted for Castro. This could get him into some trouble. Stoma, of course, turns the nuts.
Oh no.
Oh, Castro.
Oh no. Well, all I will say is Tanucci suit Mario is turning his back on the chips right now. Whenever we've seen Castro activate, he tends to be looking forward.
Okay.
So I'm just going to leave that out there.
5 reads on Super Mario. Stoma here, counting out, just kind of wants to...
He wants to get this in by river, for sure.
That's right.
2.5 will sort of set up a geometric sort of situation. 2 will get us close-ish to that.
Sure. Now Castro needs to tread carefully here. We know he plays a very aggressive brand of poker. Not out of the realms of possibility
Okay, I'm going to make a
check shove here.
I'm going to make a prediction here, because he's going to feel himself to be more likely to have the queen 10s and 10 8s of this world, and Stoma not to have opened those kinds of hands in the first place. I think he might bounce on this spot.
Very reasonable. That 10, a very key card. May think to himself that he can put a hand like king queen in a horrible spot here.
I think he's going to take this spot.
I mean, he can't fold turn. How do we want to proceed?
Mario's still saying no, but I feel like Castro thinking yes.
Big moments. Does manage to find restraint with check call. I'm with you. I don't think it would have been the worst play in the world.
Oh my goodness me!
My word.
Have got to be kidding me. This is the sickest run out. Stoma, I don't think he has anywhere to go here. This is savage.
Coldest of cold decks. Queen of clubs on the river. Both players make that straight. Castro, though, with the very deceptive nuts. One thing that can save Stoma here, he won't fold, but he can just call. Like, there's no real reason, of course, now to ask for the extra 2.75 million behind. So it is very likely, in my eyes, just to call here. You know, Castro still has all the ace-10, in my opinion, even the suited variety. They're not all going to 3-bet jam pre. And perhaps potentially none of them will 3-bet jam pre, being that we're at this final table dynamic.
Yeah, we're not considering fold here, I don't think. Stoma, what we're wondering is it worth trying to get this extra 3 million? And let's presume he lands on no, makes the call. He's back to being that short stack ninja who fought his way back once, and maybe he can do it again.
Yeah. I mean, this is very value heavy, of course. Castro erupts with emotion. Brutal spot, Stoma, unlucky. What can you do? You turn the stone nuts. What a hand that is at a final table. And Castro, 21 million now in chips.
That is a body blow for Stoma, who has played tremendously well on this final table. Came in as the second shortest stack. Correction, level shortest stack. Actually chipped down initially, mounted this fantastic comeback over the last couple of orbits, and now takes one of the most brutal beats you will see. Now maybe gets off the hook ever so slightly by the fact that Castro pursued 5 million in value on the river and left him with the potential to spin up 2.5, 3 bigs, whatever it is, maybe 4 bigs even. He could come back again, but that is really, really cruel.
Yeah, actually a very interesting river decision in general there for Castro. Like, super tough to rep a bluff here. I just don't think we ever really have one. Like, our 2-pair combos, for example, might block, right? If we had a hand like a queen jack, might put a little blocker in there to try and discourage an ace king. Oh yeah, sorry, to encourage a hand like an ace king to pay us off. Like, do we have any bluffs? It seems unlikely, but of course, we're going to have a whole multitude of just 10x, so Stoma can't fold. He's still in there fighting. 5 big blinds to spin. But yeah, that was brutal. Brutal cool.
And I think he may have to go with this King 3 suited here. Obviously, big blind and big blind ante about to gobble up 40% of his stack. He needs something high card heavy, and suitedness is nice. He is going to hold back a little bit just in case that dream situation of 3 all-ins occurs and he can get away and get some ladders.
Now then, Mr. Pacini, ace 7. Pretty grim. It sounds silly. Obviously for chips, we just flick this in every time, but it's not an insubstantial amount of our chips. But I think Stoma's too short. I don't think we're going to be able to fold here for 5 BBs. You're not thrilled with it. 3 million of your 13. Going to have to be committed.
Well, you know, 600k of it already is. I
Sure.
don't think this is actually that difficult. But we saw Pacini really labour over an ace-queen call and a queen-high board yesterday. We know he agonises over this calling off sort of situation. This doesn't seem that close, to be honest. He is giving it plenty of thought. I do take your point, Andrew.
Yeah.
It's still unpleasant, but our opponent is supposed to be in there with
Yeah,
a
here we
lot
go.
less.
Oh, he doesn't realise that
Oh,
Stoma has
the
left a few
chips have been
back.
left back, okay. So we have that confusing situation where Stoma now could potentially get away somehow. I don't know on what board, but
Ace high, all black, maybe.
yeah,
Not many. Here we go then. Big moments.
it could check down.
It could.
That is one possibility.
Well, here we go. Great flop for Stoma, all things considered. Jack 10-7 has an overcard in the second nut flush draw. Pacini doesn't like it, winces, but does have the best of it right now. 2 cards to come.
This is actually a board where it could have checked down. Just want to point out.
Off we go then. Stoma needing help. Jack of diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. Stoma needing kings and hearts. Can he find it? Doesn't do it. Through to the 3 of clubs, river. GG, sir. Great run. Was building momentum on the final table until that vicious cooler a few moments ago. We do lose Dennis Stoma in 7th place for $57,700.
Yeah, we should give it up for Dennis here. He played tremendously well. An entertaining part of this final table. The denouement of the La Notte Degli Assi. Unfortunately not to be for him, but he can hold his head very high indeed, having navigated a few ladders and, as Andrew said, get himself a bit unlucky there not to have added a couple more.
Sure. Yeah, that was a vicious cooler. Couldn't find a way back. Pacini dispenses with him in 7th. And we are 6-handed. Off we go then. Tantillo declines the option to open the ace-6 from under the gun. Well, Tujani might be the fastest I've ever seen him act. Fist pumps it in there with ace-king. Round to Pacini. Another head scratcher. King 10 of clubs. You would imagine not quite enough hand. Don't close the action. Potentially one he could have considered from the big. This one's going to get through. Tashinka, King 4 off. Let's ask for a count. Let's listen in. $3.5? Where did his chips go?
It's like 2.75, isn't it? It's definitely not 8.25.
Has he got some greens behind or something? I can see some that weren't in the middle. Very confusing with the time box in front of the stack. He has to have more than that, David, right? Because he won a few pots. He did lose the ace-jack one, but he got a reshove through with ace-queen before. Apologies, guys. We'll have to keep our eyes on that stack. It does only seem to have one green on top of those orange.
And I also think Pacini only has 12 or 13 million and not 17.
Right, David, you get eyeball and then I'll take us through this hand. Count those stacks. Andrian under the gun. And he comes. King Jack off. 1.2 million to go. Round to Castro, fresh off that big pot with ace-10. Gets out of the way. Decision point on Dashinka. These ones are tricky. Ace-jack of clubs. Feel like call is the most likely here. Very playable hand. No, he's gonna raise. Looks like 3 million.
Oh,
Hello. Ace Queen offsuit for Tantillo.
does he just get away? I think he gets away.
I think this is a mixture between cold 4-bet and fold to further action, or just fold ourselves. Interesting sizing from the Shinka, like 5 blinds is tiny.
Yeah, it really is
out of
small.
position.
So I guess it sort of presents the opportunity for Tantillo to make it like 7 million,
7.5,
yeah. And can then obviously fold with the sort of pure blockers that an ace and a queen are. And
Like
you know,
like
entering
this-
a 5-bet pot between these two particular guys, he's got to basically have aces or kings if you make this move.
This is the one kind of pure combo that really likes to cold 4-bet fold. The ace queen off. Depends how he perceives the Shinka here.
7,400,000.
Very nice.
7,400,000.
You called it, David. Thought he might go for it. 7.4. And the Shinka now in a horrible spot. I mean, even if you suspect your opponent to potentially be on the lighter side in terms of they could fold to 5-bet shove, what can we do here? Second in chips.
Look at this stare down.
Yeah, just wants to have a look and see what is Tantillo's stack depth to start this hand. Is there potentially room? Oh, wow.
What are we seeing?
I think he just called, right? Oh, he jammed! Did he find it? The Shinka! What a play this is! Unbelievable. 5-bet rifles with ace-jack of clubs and gets the best hand to fold.
Show it now if you
What
want
a
to.
brilliant, brilliant play from the Shinka. Wow.
Heart in mouth stuff, it has to be said. That was, you know, in an alternate universe, very, very ICM punty.
Ooh, the Shinka's here to win it all.
That is a very, very bold play.
What a hand. And by the way, can't understate the momentum shift here in terms of stacks. 35 million now for the Shinka, and manages to land a big body blow on Tantillo, nudging him down sub 40 bigs. Wow, I must admit I didn't expect to see it go in.
No.
Bravo.
Wow, what a
I thought he
hand.
just called originally, and then I saw the little all-in button appear.
What a hand. That is an extraordinary hand. Let's mark that one down for the clips,
Yes.
because that was absolutely savage poker from Dashinka, who, as you just rightly said, has come to play for the win. Really creates some space now between himself and Tantillo, and sort of puts manners on Tantillo now, who will be aware that his opponent can and will pull the trigger in spots such as that one. Extraordinary stuff there.
That really was.
We thought hand over once Tantillo found the coy 4-bet with the ace-queen, and we were, you know, celebrating his
Yeah. Really well played hand, it
aggro.
must be said.
Yeah.
I mean, that takes a lot of guts to 5-bet rip this hand in. He must, I feel like he kind of just had a read on Tantillo, thinking this is a good spot for you to do this, so have a bit of that. One of those spots, isn't it, where when you're wrong, you're very wrong, but when you're right, you know, future game here, we get this one right, we get it through, we're in position to sort of lock up a top 3 finish.
Yep.
Great, great hand. Raise from Piccini. 1.7 million on the larger sizing. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Tujani, 4.4 million. Like this adjustment from Piccini. Don't allow a short stack to realize. Make them pay the extra. Nicely done.
I'm breathless after that hand.
That was pretty epic from Dashinka. I mean, I think you might see someone shove there, like 1 in 20, if that. You put it all on the line and got rewarded. Well done. Okay, let's take a breath and move on. Now he's really feeling it. 8-9 off, and he comes.
Tujani, we're now reading him as 4 million, for what it's worth. So we have been, unfortunately, taking chips off him every orbit or so. He is our short stack right now. Our low man on the totem pole. And just about 10 minutes left on this big blind 600k level. Just the one bust out, meaning everyone left guaranteed 72k. Next ladder jump worth 18,000. And after that, well, we're into 6-figure payouts and some personal bests already for some of these guys. But they won't want to hang back on their laurels with so much more money to play for.
What a great feeling, by the way, for Dashinka to get that 5-bet shove through. All of a sudden, I mean, you see there, right? Tantillo just forced, just the way that the stacks have changed. We cannot now take light 3-bet spots. Really is a massive shift in dynamics here on the final. Like that hand, if Dashinka wins this tournament, that may be the pivotal moment.
Yeah.
Round to Castro. Never quite know what he's going to do. I would be shocked to see anything but fold here. Pacini, very awkward. Jack 7 of clubs. Yeah, that, by my eyeball check, is 15.5 million back.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's 16, so we're probably ballparking in a similar way. But to be honest, that's not far off what's there.
Sure,
like
with the blinds and antes in, it's going to be correct.
It's going to be pretty much right.
I really like this fold for what it's worth.
Okay.
Very easy in this spot, you know, to just flick in the defend. But the stacks are just so cagey in this moment. Sort of himself, Castro, both sort of in that 3rd and 4th place. Andrian getting a little shorter. Tujani going to be at risk pretty soon. And we can ladder 18k here. I think this is a very good fold.
Nice, nice. Where's your line? The Jack 9 suited?
Jack 9 suited.
Yeah,
I think
I like
it's
that.
too good. It's just, even when you flop top pair here, like Dashinka just gets to absolutely hammer chips in on a lot of boards. I've been advocating for this sort of tighter VPIP from the big blind. In the later stages of tournaments, you do often see people just... It's an area where people leak, in my mind. Just too many defends. And it's understandable, right? We got Jack 7 suited. It's only 600. But things can get dicey down the streets. Pacini aware of it. Castro sticking with his 2.5x.
Yeah, and well worth pointing out that the usual spiel, ICM peaking at 10, 9 left, incrementally getting less and less, still very apparent at 6th. But one caveat to that is when you do have a player sitting there with 4 or 5 bigs, suddenly it ramps up again.
Definitely. Now, one thing I will say is that this situation, in my eyes, is a lot different. Dashinka has 40 million or the bones of now. Now, we get to go post, and we can actually do a lot of just leading and just really leveraging that pressure back onto Castro on lots of boards, where he's just not going to be able to fight back. We'll see what develops, of course, but we have enough chips where we get to speculate with 9-6 of hearts. This isn't really going to be one of those boards. 10-10-3, pretty nice for Castro.
Yeah, but Castro forced to take passive lines here. Most of his hands have to go into a bluff catching sort of mode, if you like, when he's you know, the one who can be, you know, facing a threat bet should he bloat the pot from flop onwards.
Yeah, it does allow.
Oh no, now is not the time.
If we're going to bet, we got to bet very big.
You have to be massive.
I mean, this is not going to work ever.
Nope. This is just...
Don't really understand this play.
No, your opponent is opening a strong enough range, Castro here. I don't think this even gets folds from a queen.
Yeah, you could be right.
And it just doesn't really hurt us. As you say, if he goes 2x pot there, now we go...
Even pot like, is going to put an ace in a grim spot. And that's basically what we're trying to get to fold, right, is ace high. So maybe Dashinka just feel a little happy tilt, so to speak. Just a little error in sizing in my eyes. Well done, Castro. Continues the upward trajectory.
Look at those 3 pieces of hardware for the winner.
Right. The little bracelet that got added in. We hadn't seen it all week and it just popped up there yesterday. That's nice, right? Win a tournament and get not 1, not 2, but 3 trophies for your accomplishment. Andrian here just hoping that the Frenchman on his left, I'm sure he wishes him no ill will, but wouldn't mind him vacating his seat.
Well, Tujani has a spot now.
Yeah, this goes in. Certainly some latitude to make this 2.5, 3 million in case it goes all in behind. You know,
I do like that as well. Tantillo not willing to risk another 3 million. And Tujani gets it through. Very nice.
He's kept himself alive throughout. And once again, if he can find that little run of heat, he's not out of this one, not by a long stretch. Still kind of reeling from that Dashinka 5-bet jam.
Oh.
It was amazing to watch.
Play of the week.
Yeah, I mean, play of the tournament. Play of many tournaments. Fantastic. Going to be back round to the chip leader. Time to get after it. Won't be folding this one.
Yeah, and he's going to be met with some more honest responses from Tantillo going forward now with that 14 million gap between those guys.
Yeah, Tantillo looking a little deflated. Tough to blame him. Not fun. You know, when you're sort of king of the castle and 8 million or so of your chips get distributed directly to the other big stack. But obviously a very seasoned professional, very strong player. He'll take it in stride and make the necessary adjustments.
Yeah, he's not saying these words, but very much implying, get down, you dirty rascal.
Wow. You think he's saying that inwardly?
Ah.
Okay. Is that your go-to speech that you tell yourself when another big stack starts chipping into you?
Get down, you dirty rascal.
Yeah, Dashinka, loving life. Another openable candidate. Interesting that he didn't adjust here and make this a little larger into Tujani. I would have maybe countenanced for that.
Yeah, very nice adjustment there, recommended by Andrew. Oh, well, we see here King Queen. I think probably has to go with his hand here. He's going to dominate a lot of Dashinka's opens, given how wide he's going to go. You know, yes, you could call and go with equity, but actually, you don't want to fold your King Queen. It could just be good.
Yeah. I mean, you still have fold equity here. Me and James were talking about this yesterday. Not impossible, by the way, for Dashinka to raise fold this. Let's get an exact count, and we will finally know where we're at.
Yeah, we're not 100% certain on all the stacks right now. We think this is 5 million. 5 million is 8 bigs. Not a huge amount of folds from 8 bigs, especially if you hold an ace in your hand.
Yeah, he's probably going to cry and call this one. It might just not quite be enough chips. Here we go. Tujani at risk.
I think it's important as well for Dashinka to make a call such as this, even if he feels like it's borderline and only maybe making chips in a chipsy environment, because he can't be seen to be raise folding ace-8 if he wants to get these opens through. It sort of puts a line in the sand for the rest of them.
Yeah. All right then, 11 million chips in the middle. The Frenchman at risk. Dashinka here looking to get to 44 million in chips. See from the equities, very, very close. Essentially a stone coin flip. Off we go. And there's a queen on the flop, followed by 2 5s. Tujani takes the lead. Dashinka now looking for an ace. King on the turn, it changes nothing on the paired texture. An ace would still do it for the Israeli. Can he get there?
5, okay.
No, he can't. 3 of spades completes the board. And Tujani still firmly in the mix here in the hunt for La Notte Degli Assi title. Least happy man in the room, Andrian, was hoping for the short stack to vacate the premises, not to be. And a little flesh wound for Dashinka. It was all going far too well. The poker gods give you a reminder, don't they, every once in a while? You can't win every pot, sir. Well done, Tujani. All right then, cards back in the air. Still 6-handed, round to Tantillo. Mercifully for him, Dashinka not involved. Does raise, 1.2 million to go. Round to Castro. With a dominating holding, King-Jack offsuit. Certainly strong enough to defend himself, and Tantillo likely to want to tread carefully. Both with the same stack. Ace, 8, 6. The 2 hearts. Tantillo gonna try and just get a fold. Does get the better one to lay it down. Well done. 1.1 million into 3.3 gets the job done. Nothing much for Castro to do, of course. King-Jack only, no heart in hand. So we get a dealer change here. It can mean only one thing. Blinds are up. 400, 800k with an 800k ante. Look at the stacks. Dashinka still out in front, 33 million. Good for 41 big blinds. Closely followed by Tantillo and Castro. And Pacini still holding steady in 4th place, 21 big blinds, good for 17 million in chips. Andrian and Fuad Tujani on the short stacks, 15 and 13 big blinds respectively. A lot of play left in this one. Stacks all very even. This blind level, of course, a bit more pressure on the shorter stacks at the table as Dashinka wakes up with another playable hand from under the gun. Of course, now being told, blinds have gone up. 1.6 now instead of 1.2 is the min raise.
Yeah, I didn't know the rules, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's right. Interestingly, being held to a call here due to that under raise, which really can muddy the waters. Bit of a frustrating one. Oh no, okay, he was allowed to raise. Never mind. Puccini thought for a moment he was going to get a free look at the flop. Not the case.
Okay, we'll start again. The home forward. Your level please. 4,000, 8,000. Start please.
Raise.
Tantillo stick his head out above the parapet with King 10. Fairly reasonable combo to use in a 6-max lineup. Is of course raising into the chip leader's big blind. Can be fraught with danger, nonetheless. Gonna get this one through, you would imagine. Nashinka turbo folding with the 7-3 offsuit. Now then, Tujani. Tricky. King Jack offsuit here. Shade under 15 bigs. Gonna have to find some spots, of course. Try and pick up some chips. Seems like a pretty reasonable steal candidate, David.
Certainly does. This new blind level putting 2 million in dead money out there to be fought for.
Yeah, I like this. We've got to find some spots to open pots, non all in. Seems like a pretty good one. Castro with the decision, ace 8. These spots are really, really dicey, of course. Is some latitude to go for some small 3-bets. Is thinking about it. Like Tujani here, right, really at this depth, gonna have some really strong hands in there that are inducing and all these type of hands, and he's gone for it. And fair play. Looks like 3.7 million. Shade over. Really like the gumption. And it's a nice hand to use, right? If we are going to look to 3-bet fold.
Yep.
These hands that contain an ace.
A little bit frustrating here for Tujani.
Oh, yeah, incredibly so. I feel like they're listening to us out there, just moving the time box so we get a good look at his stack. Thank you, dealer. I mean, what can you do here? Just almost impossible to pull the trigger on this one.
Yeah, and it's one of those frustrating spots for Tujani, who, you know, knows that there will be some frequency where this is light, and then will be wondering, did opening it open the door for me to be exploiting this way rather than shoving and just trying to gobble up that 2 million? But, you know, he's also dodged some spots by doing so. And
just a really well played hand by both, I think.
Yeah.
I think if we have King Jack suited, we can
send it.
Consider sending, yeah. What, 14.5 blinds. Hand stands up pretty well. Well done, Castro, though. Not easy to find these not all in 3-bets facing a sort of 14 big blind min raise.
Del Teco is okay.
What do you need? What do you need?
I want 5 red. Wait for this. No problem.
I think this.
Yeah, no.
Tujani now beneath the 10 million mark. And a hand that he is probably happy to go with now for 11 bigs. Under the gun, pocket eights.
Yeah, this might find its way into the middle.
Any thoughts to chopping your stack here maybe? Obviously
Sure,
happy to
sure.
go with it, but if it faces a multitude of action getting away somehow.
I like it best, yeah. 4.5 million. Something like this, maybe even a bit more than that. It's always kind of intrigued me, you know, you see people, there's different schools of thought, I think, but most of the time I think you see people put like 3/4 of their stack in or something. But I'm always thinking to myself, like if I 6x here, or 5x to 4 million, no one's flattening me here.
No one's flattening, and,
So, like,
and no one's thinking there's folds.
I know, so what's the difference? Like, I'll see people put 6 million in here is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I kind of think, well, can't we just put 4? You know, and then if it does go shove, then we save 2 million instead of, you know,
Yep, no, I did.
setting that on fire. I need to speak to somebody better than me and find out the exact reasonings. Because most of the time, I think you see people mostly committing kind of 60 to 70% of the stack instead of half. Something to ponder. Round to Tantillo. Ace-6 offsuit on the button. Pretty good spot here in that we have Andrian and Tujani behind us. With sort of 12, 13 blinds each. May decide just to send. You can see he's debating. Do we want to open shove this or raise fold?
He's always been the guy at the table who's gone for the raises rather than the big sends, and it's going to backfire on this occasion. I think Andrian takes it. Does he not?
I'm not sure he takes this. He might.
I think he's taking it.
It's very thin.
I think he takes it.
Yeah, you're bang on, Mr. Lappin. Just thinks that Tantillo has enough raise folds. You did reference it earlier, right? Andrian is the guy. He's just like, oh, hang on.
We haven't seen Tujani. He's got a real one. He's got the medicine for Andrian here. The other short stack, the guy he's most incentivized to knock out in this spot. I think this is the worst hand you take. I think you just go, okay.
Oh, he doesn't look comfortable though.
He hates ace queen earlier, and now he hates ace jack now. Oh my goodness me, it is grim. I think it's the worst one you go with.
It's pretty grim.
It's the worst one you go
We
with.
are facing a very capable button open, which might sway our thinking. You know, Andrian, we know he's not afraid to put it in the kind of lighter parts of the range.
Key for me here is you get to knock out, or virtually knock out, the guy who's short with you.
The future game's huge as well.
Yeah, it's massive.
Can he find it? He
Great.
does find it.
Great poker from Tujani. Will it be rewarded?
Oh, Andrian hating life, of course. Very sad call off with ace-6 off. Sees that he is in bad shape. Is it the end of the road for the Italian? One of his sixes folded right by the button. Very, very bad shape.
We're getting the countdown here. I think they have the same stack.
Ooh.
Like within a quarter of a big blind or something. It's like, it's virtually all in for both.
What a moment here for Tujani. Been on the short stack throughout.
Big moment.
Opportunity to get to 22 million in chips.
Big call.
Has 150k back only. Half a small blind, less than. Here we go. Queen 8-7 board, no change. Ace-Jack still holding. Andrian needs some kind of a backdoor straight or to find one of the remaining 2 6s. Oh, the 5 of clubs on the turn. Opens up an escape hatch. 4s, 9s, and 6s working for him. Can he get there? He has.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Wow, 9 of clubs completes the board. Dagger in the heart of poor Tujani and Simone Andrian. How have you got out of that one, sir? What a hand. Brutal for the Frenchman. And Andrian now with new life.
You have to feel for Tujani in this spot. He's going to be counted down. We think he's going to be left with about a small blind. It is utterly devastating here.
Oh, it's written all over his face. Such a cruel run out. How has Andrian got out of it? Slams the table in frustration, and who can blame him? Oh dear.
The agony and the ecstasy.
Max pain. Oh, understandable. Frustration boiling over a little. Who can blame him? Was on the verge of kind of taking second place in chips here. Playing for 355k and you get backdoored. What a shame.
Yeah, as Tujani looks off pensively into space now, dwelling on what might have been. He is going to be committed here in the small. We will see a run out this hand that could send him to the rail. It has been fiercely unfair.
Yeah, I really feel for him there. He's hung around, fought gamely. You're going to see a limp in here from Tantillo. Pretty shrewd. Going to try and make this a multi-way affair. Look to eliminate Tujani. Castro, he's on board. Checks his option with the King-8 suited.
Sliver of good news for Tujani as he can septuple up here.
Hearts on the board. Queen Jack 3, I believe. Castro with a dominating flush draw. Tantillo, goodness me, top pair and heart draw.
Check.
Has it gone check, check? I'm not sure. I believe it did. And it's a heart on the turn. Wow. Goodness me.
Surely we see Tantillo commit chips now.
He could get stacked here.
And Tujani with an out.
This is unbelievable. There's actually a world here where Tantillo busts before Tujani. Goodness me. 1.6 million into 4.4. Massive moments. Does Castro raise? No. May allow Tantillo.
Are there any hearts left in this deck?
Possibility for escape. Board is a brick. 4 of clubs. Tantillo always going to value bet this hand.
Yeah. And I don't think Castro going to raise.
Oh, he's all in.
You think?
Of course he is. 18 million back. Like 20 blinds. They only lose to the nut flush and our opponent limped. We have to. Tantillo's on the verge here of getting eliminated in my eyes.
I think it depends on size.
It does, but he's going to go big. I mean, we have a flush. We got to bet 5 million, 5.5. Quick, just calls.
I did think it was coming.
Oh, wow.
Castro was suspicious of betting into what was an almost dry side.
Yeah, no, but maybe
Tantillo didn't win this pot, right?
he bet a call.
Okay, we have to check this one. We're pretty sure Castro snap called here for 3.8 million.
I mean, that's a mistake. That's a mistake in my eyes. Like, you're leaving a potential 15 million on the table here. Anyway, we'll get back to it. Unlucky to Fuad Tujani. Great run, sir. Very, very unlucky. Out in sixth, $72,000.
I agree with you, Andrew. It is a mistake. However, it was very obvious to me in that spot that Castro was sort of a bit perturbed that we were betting now into a dry side. And I think he just was a little bit overly suspicious. I agree with you. I think chips left on the table there, no question.
I mean...
But it did feel to me like he was already in a defensive posture.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I hate to see the snap river call. I'm hating seeing it. At least take a moment.
Sure.
Like, you have an opportunity here if Tantillo has a hand that can call off, which, to be fair, he won't call off with many hands. I mean, is he really going to bet fold queen high flush here in a limp pot when we can have all of the lower flushes ourselves? Oh, wow. He's got away with one there in my eyes, gets away with it, still alive. Wow, what a few moments here. Tujani run down and then a big old cooler. Ends up, though, with Tantillo managing to get away relatively unscathed. Right, calm down, Andrew. We're back on Piccini. Tantillo here, 1.6 with ace-8. Like this again from Piccini. Gonna be patient, wait for his moment. We are five-handed now. Everybody with $90,000 locked.
What a roller coaster day it's been for Tantillo. He started with 26 million, shipped all the way up to around 32, 33 million, and is now back in the chasing pack with 16. Obviously, that huge spot with Kashinka moments ago, half an hour ago, which basically blew all of our minds. And now that spot where arguably he actually got let off the hook to the tune of 8, maybe 10 million.
I thought he was out. I must say, Castro fast plays at any stage.
Yes, well, that's definitely true. If more chips go in on turn,
yeah,
there's no escape.
How can we possibly fold in a limp pot? I mean, to be honest, if I'm Tantillo, I'm on cloud 9. I'm feeling like I'm free rolling. I'm still in with a chance to take this title down. I just wanted Castro to take a bit more time.
Of course.
Fucking nuts here in a limp pot. Maybe he did get spooked, like you said. I mean, it's the only real explanation to play our hand so slowly.
I think players do sometimes overthink those spots.
It's sort of like, let's not risk our tournament here.
Or just the dry side pot situations, where they don't think, well, players should actually be still pursuing value. Of course, they can generate a pot using the leverage of having your piece of the main pot.
I understand
and build a pot, but people don't tend to do it. You do see a lot of almost pseudo-cooperative play in those situations, and when someone goes counter to that, suddenly alarm bells start ringing, I think.
I mean, to take it a step further, the thing that shocked me, it was Queen Jack 3-10, right? So when it's the 10 of hearts specifically for me, our opponent now has a bunch of 2-pair, like Jack 10 suited, like a Queen 10 that was pot controlling flop, King 9 suited, 8-9 suited for a straight. Like, they're all gonna bet. I mean, there's just... But for me, it's a little unforgivable just to call. I don't want to be too strong.
Let's play devil's advocate for a moment.
Okay.
What are the combos that are likely to have limped in?
There's all sorts, right? Because we're trying to get
a cooperative situation.
Yeah, we're trying to get this one big blind guy out and ladder 18K. I mean, he's limped Queen 6 of hearts, right? So if he's limping that, there's no universe he's folding like an 8-9 suited, like all sorts of hands that connect with this board. Anyway, there was a very exciting 5 minutes, I'll tell you that.
Sure was.
Sensational action here. If you're just joining, guys, you're going to want to watch that back. Five-handed La Notte Degli Assi final day. Myself, Andrew Headley, and David Lappin on comms. And we're taking you through all the way to crowning a champion this evening. James Dempsey, of course, will be returning to the booth after the next break.
Mine.
Castro, though, chip leading. I feel like I need to, be a bit kinder on him. Crushing, doing well. 1.8 here. Here we go. Piccini finds ace-queen in the cutoff.
Yeah, dreamy spot here. 13 million, gets to pick up almost 4 million with a lot of fold equity. Question is, first and foremost, will anyone wake up, button or blinds, and will Castro sort of ride the rush here? I certainly hope not for his sake.
No, I don't think so. Oh, hello.
Oh, Piccini click.
Yeah, a little surprised. I mean, he's playing it as an induce. Like, I don't imagine we 3-bet fold a hand as good as ace-queen. Normally, the offsuit variety you will just see sent in. A little surprising.
Yeah, this is a little intricate, maybe overly so.
Yeah. It's kind of nice, though, to have some hands that aren't incredibly strong. Like, this is a very polar 3-bet, right? So, you know, we're basically repping queens plus when we do this and 3-bet bluffs. So it's nice to have hands that are in there that we 3-bet call that can still call ace and 4-bet shove that aren't just the mega premiums.
Sure.
So hands like ace queen, ace king, you will see people occasionally widen the sort of 3-bet call for value range. So I quite like it. Unless the plan was 3-bet fold, which is a whole different story. We'll never know.
Action folded around to Tantillo now, who might be one of our short stacks. Is he even our shortest stack now?
Yeah, I think
20
he
big
is.
blinds. Piccini may have just got his nose in front.
Best thing for Tantillo here is it's very shallow kind of overall now. 40 big blinds is the chip lead. We have 20. Find one double and we're back as king of the hill.
And what's very interesting about how things have developed here on the final table is it is now the 4 Italians still in the fray, with our Israeli Dashinka in the middle.
He's crashed the home game.
Exactly. And a very openable king 10 here. Now remember, 5-handed here, so under the gun, it's just hijack. Every seat is late position. And this open will work in a lot of worlds. Piccini going to be asked to defend here with the king 5. I think he says no.
Yeah, from what we've seen of him so far, and it would be very standard to get out of the way with this one.
What a fortnight of poker it has been here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus, on the beach, by the water, enjoying the breeze, and in the poker room, as 12 days of poker culminates with this, the final day, and the final 5 now of the La Notte Degli Assi.
Yeah, 8.
A wonderful celebration of poker, played in good spirits, with combatants from many different countries. However, the Italian delegation, as Ali likes to say, are very much part of the cream rising to the top. 4 Italian players here in our final 5. Dashinka, center of your screen. The one non-Italian. Thinking about this Queen 8 now. Castro obviously opening wide here on the button. Maybe defends. These two can play a big pot. Maybe he takes it upstairs. Okay, graphically we are definitely not right here. I think we have 3-bet to 2.8.
Is he limp?
I think we've raised to 2.8. And now a 4-bet to 3.6 being illustrated. I don't think this is
Can't be right, surely.
Let's just back off a moment and let our dealer and secondarily our tech team figure this one out.
It's 3.6. 2.4.
Yeah.
Then it's a call.
So it's a min click
Okay.
from Dashinka
1-8.
and a lot of confusion.
Change
Yeah.
the glass.
No, hang on. Maybe it's a call. Now it's a call. 1.8 from Castro, so slightly over the min, and now a call from Dashinka. We're back. We're back, ladies and gents.
We are back.
954 Rainbow here, and Dashinka going to lead at it. These guys
This
can...
is spice.
Yeah, these guys can brutalize one another here. And Castro obviously in pursuit of the wheel.
I don't really understand this lead. Oh, hello.
Well, Dashinka maybe thinks that this is something to represent. Okay, no, pumps the brakes. Castro loving this development. 3 of clubs on turn. Badoogie, and he's got the wheel. So not a lot to be afraid of here. Obviously 6-7, a possibility, but you're not going to fear monsters under the bed here.
Let's get money in.
Going to target some 9x, some 5x that have a draw.
Yeah, hand over. Castro making his move. 36 million now.
Somewhat button clicky there from Dashinka.
Yeah. That one's a bit outside the realms or the normal parameters we'd see. I mean, we've seen him show this willingness to just get after it, but that one's a bit out of line for me.
Il colpo non ce la fa a mettere, lo mette sempre preso. Io lo dico più.
La forse non è rosso, però non ci piace. Nel dubbio, quasi 30. Quasi 30.
Devo cercare. Which? This? 100%? Are you sure? 99% or 100?
Bro, it's 4-8.
No, wait, my friend.
4-8.
I can't see because he...
Castro now. Queen Jack of clubs.
And he's got his nose in front.
He does.
Crucially, can pull away now. We've said that a few times about Dashinka. We said it about Tantillo earlier in this final table. Nobody has really managed to take this one by the scruff of the neck, or every time they did, they got sort of reined back in.
Oh, hello. Dashinka, you gotta hand it to him. He plays for the win. King 10 off here, gonna activate with 3-bet.
And he loves a small sizing normally. Interested to see what he went for here, because Castro does have one of those callable hands.
You say no big blind. Wake up.
Oh, there's more confusion here. I think maybe we're just not communicating our bets here at the table tremendously well. Quick fold from Tantillo with the Queen 4 off, but back on Castro facing only a 3-bet to 4 million. It is that clicky, very non-standard, very unusual sizing from out of position. I don't think you can fold Queen Jack suited. It's too pure a hand, and it is just a bit weird from Dashinka. But it's worked, and maybe, just maybe, he's noticed that Castro has made a couple of tighter folds when someone has pushed back on him.
Yeah, I think for 5 big blinds, I think we just got to flick it in. You know, we have position. It's not like we have to get stacked on when we make a 1-pair type hand, right?
It's such a pure hand as well.
This is a bit too tight. You can certainly overfold to 3-bet, right, at final tables, but for 3 more in position, Queen Jack suited. Feels like one we want to call. He disagrees.
You know, there is a lot to be said with the stacks all bunched to just sort of avoid confrontations, so can't be too critical.
Well, right back on the horse, Castro, back to a min raise with the 10s this time. Not sure if that's going to be a sizing tell we can rely upon.
Gets this one through.
And I don't like all these shows, I'm going to be honest with you. Castro, you know, he plays in great spirits. He's a great competitor. Been loving him. His, you know, slightly random selections at times to sort of, you know, go from first into fifth gear have actually worked and have been well timed mostly. But I don't really see why. He's not getting shown cards by anyone else. Why is he shown his?
Yeah.
Why do players do that, Andrew?
I think there's certain situations where it doesn't really matter, you know, where like someone opens and you rejam 15 or whatever.
And you show your ace king.
Yeah, oh yeah, well, what a surprise. You know, you have like a 3-bet jam spot. But yeah, I would be very careful at this lineup of strong players to, you know, because if he's folding to 5 big blind 3-bet, and in, you know, 45 minutes to an hour's time, whatever the delay is, people are going to be shown that he folded this type of holding. I mean, these guys are going to look at that and go, all right, well, if you're folding that, then I can, you know, really ramp up aggression in terms of coming after you with a 3-bet.
Yeah. And why show them now? Why give them that extra hour of knowledge?
Exactly.
He showed the Queen Jack suited before he folded.
Oh, he did? He
did.
Yeah, that's not good.
And he showed the 10s that hand. And by the way, different opening sizing.
Yeah.
Both times. So that's information too.
Sure. Unless we have a devious plan to then, you know, use it against their opponents. But I hear you, in general, I wouldn't be giving away too much free info.
You never fold, I fold.
The Shinka with the raise and take.
Fold, no, never.
Now I fold for him the small blind.
Yeah, but when
I
I
fold
raise.
for you when you raise. I 3-bet sometimes.
Yeah?
Ace queen not 3-bet from the big blind, what do you think?
Which one?
When the
14
flop
e 2.
came 9, 4, 3.
Oh? Ah, okay, no. You have misclicked.
I think I have ace queen, so the flop is dead for me.
Genuinely very hard to pick a winner here.
No.
5-handed in our main event. You can certainly imagine a world where all 5 of these guys take it down. Simone Andrian has been very fortunate, but probably has the most pedigree and final table experience, alongside Tantillo, who has been there before also. The other 3 players, I think, less experienced, but not inexperienced.
If queen came.
And everybody
Yeah, if queen came, I bet, of course.
maneuvering, outfoxing on occasion their opponents. Everyone capable. It has been an intriguing tournament to watch from the early stages. We picked this up on day 2 with hundreds of players still vying for this 355k first prize, but it is down to 5 now. About £1 million going to these 5 guys.
£1 million indeed. As we see Castro limping here with 3-4 of hearts. Pacini checking his option. Let's go check. Castro going to look to delay bluff here. He's going for the delay. Pacini, decision to make. Do we ever want to bet small and protect king high? Likely just to knuckle, and does.
And if we do, we probably have to call. Well, it's changed completely, but I was going to say we probably have to call with king high.
Sure. Yeah, going to check this one down.
Yeah, neither player really able to rep a pair or a 9 anymore.
3-4S, K5.
So the dust kind of settling a little after a very kind of crazy 10-minute spell of action.
Yeah, I think in 4 hands, 3 of them were action-packed.
Oh, wild. We move forward, 5-handed.
Andrian gonna activate here from the cutoff with the ace-10. Into the blinds of Dashinka, who, as unpredictable as he's been, fairly predictably makes the fold with Queen 3.
Yeah.
And interestingly now, Tantillo are short stack. Now him and Pacini, as you mentioned, don't have to be panicking. Far from it, in fact. They've took 20 bigs. In fact, the double up away from being chip leaders. But Tantillo in an unfamiliar situation, given that he brought the chip lead to this final table, would have been wishing for things to have gone slightly better, would be hoping that he was sitting top 3 right now, and not in this particular spot, although did receive that let off from Castro.
Yeah, I mean, feels like a pure free roll now to me. And yeah, you know, this is why poker tournaments are so fascinating. If that cold 4-bet with the ace-queen had worked, he'd have been sitting pretty around about 40 million plus.
Yes.
And Dashinka just said, no, 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 sir. I'm all in. But we're still in the hunt. Of course, very seasoned campaigner. Won't be any panic. Andrian gets another one through. Just edging himself back up to third. Well, already in third, but you hear me. Edging closer and closer to Dashinka and Castro.
Yeah. As you said, Andrew, the dust has sort of settled. Now I'm ready for another exciting one.
Yeah, time for another stampede.
Well, this one not developing so far. It'll have to be a battle of the blinds. Tantillo with 7 deuce may just elect to fold this one.
Yeah, he's not going to walk many hands, but this one straight into the bin.
12 million now, Tantillo. They go round quick, these blinds.
Oh, it really does.
Huh?
Next blind level, I think as well, is really going to start putting pressure on. For the first time, it's going to be 500,000. 1 million big blind. 1 mil big blind ante. Action going to be back on Pacini. King 8 offsuit under the gun. Of course, now comes the hijack. Dashinka, ace 9 of hearts. Very playable, and this could be go time for Tantillo.
Yeah, this is pretty similar to the spot from earlier, the ace-queen spot we just thought was a pure shove for, on that occasion, Pacini. I think this is virtually identical.
Yeah, this one is going in.
We get to win 3.6 million without showdown. An awful lot here when Dashinka opens the cutoff.
There is a chance that we half-stack this one, for what it's worth. Yeah, I like this. It's got a bit more than that. Okay, makes it 10 million.
How much?
Now Dashinka.
Oh no, Dashinka.
I never quite know with this man. He's playing outright to win.
This would be wild.
Yeah, this is too thin in my eyes.
This is not the right price. If you add in the 2.2.
Oh
my God!
He's going for it!
Wow. And this is astonishing.
Oh, look at this. Tantillo thinks he's behind.
You must do. You must be thinking ace-queen.
Non è in avanti, però devi giocare.
Or maybe thinking I'm flipping with 9s.
Look at this, and Dashinka probably thinks he's good now. What is going on? In they go! A grimace from the Israeli. Sees that he is dominated.
There has not been too much justice at Showdown here today on this table. But if there is some justice, Tantillo will be back in the hunt with 25 million.
Wow, and a bit of a misstep from Dashinka. Runs into the dominating holding. Does have 30%. Here we go. Hard in the 9! By the 9 of spades. Goodness me, Dashinka takes the lead. Tantillo now, having held the chip lead for so long. 2 cards away from elimination. Oh, and he improves with the Queen of Hearts. Kills one of the jacks. Full rail sweating this river card. 2 outs, 1 time. Can Tantillo find it? No, it's the 9 of clubs. Dashinka improves 2 trip 9s. And just like that, Fausto Tantillo is out in 5th place.
A sickener there for Tantillo. A man who has been in the winner's enclosure here in this very room in the past, but not today. The man who has been a fly in the Italian ointment, it must be said. Dashinka decided ace-9 suited was good enough. We certainly put question marks over that decision here in the box, but he is the man in the arena and he is trying to take this tournament by the scruff of the neck. He is now our big front runner and he is going to be hard to stop.
Goodness me. Down to 4. It's one of those spots, right? Ace-9 of hearts. Like, our hand, of course, can be good. There's going to be king, queens, king, jack suiteds and the like in there. But it's so precarious, right? To call off 12 million chips here. Tantillo, what a roller coaster for him. Dispatched by Dashinka, who retakes the chip lead in his quest to win the Italian home game. Wow. Breathless level of poker for remain. Everyone now $115,000 locked. Well, this final table has not disappointed Mr. Lapin. That much is for sure. So we see Puccini getting a limp here. Little tight from Castro. 9-7 off. Let's let it go. And a bit of a shock to see Tantillo come 5th, having had the chip lead. I mean, he got a little unlucky, right? On a few occasions, of course, but it can happen. Like, relatively shallow final table. You know, you can have the chip lead, but lose 2 all-ins, you're out the door.
Yeah. Dashinka had the measure of him in that ace-jack, ace-queen confrontation. That was an epic hand. Didn't have the measure of him there, but somehow took the worst hand to victory, and Tantillo very unlucky not to be sitting now with an average stack 5-handed. On we go.
English.
English only? Brilliant.
Fair enough.
I think potentially there because there's 2 Italians in the pot and Dashinka being the Israeli. Very nice that to see from Castro.
Self-enforcement.
Yeah, being fair.
Jack double.
Blackjack.
Blackjack 10 is good.
But this is better for blackjack.
Yeah, I know.
You say I fought for you if I have a bad end. But if I have a good end.
As the dust settles.
And
that was wild.
Doesn't settle for long here.
Big old run out.
18. Ah, 18. No, scusa, cazzo. 10, 11, 12, 22. 10, 12, 14, 18, 20.
Track, you wanna speak? For level the price or you wanna play? For me?
I'm playing.
all of you want?
No, we play.
You want to play, no?
You want to play.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just a suggestion of deal talks there, but players very content to keep going.
Well, Pacini, decision to be made. Ace 3 of hearts. We are the short stack, so sort of less ICM now, of course, on us. He'll be debating whether to open shove here or just raise, I think. We have seen him employ a limping strategy. Has dispensed with that for now. Makes it 1.6.
All in.
Oh, Dashinka just taking no prisoners anymore, and Andrian has a consideration here. 20 million is a lot of chips, though. 25 big blinds facing open and 3-bet. I think he folds it.
This is really close.
Like 10s, you pump, get in. 9s is very close.
Yeah.
8s is a fold, I think.
Don't mind it. Don't mind laying down 8s here. Of course, you have the old collision equity that we talk about.
Excellent stuff. Yes, you do indeed,
If we
Andrew.
fold, Pacini calls off and Dashinka wins, then we ladder $45,000.
I mean, just wanted to play. Don't want to scare anyone.
I'm kidding, my friend.
Simone Andrian, apparently the man who is not interested in any deals. Other 3 players at least curious to look at numbers.
And says, no, I fancy myself in this lineup. Let's go.
Yeah, he did the polite version of that.
Yeah.
He said, I just like to play poker.
Yeah. I mean, why not, right? He's had an incredible amount of success in the last 18 months. Feeling it. Thinks he has a playable edge here. And that is interesting because the player, you know, 3rd of 4 is normally not the one refusing to look at least. So kind of intriguing that he's just like, no, sorry lads, let's go. Now Pacini. I will say if there's ever a hand that we could limp, and he likes to limp, it could be this, but he's just sent it in there. Okay. Also very reasonable, 15 bigs.
Well, I think what's fun about this choice is that if someone is out there with an ace-9, they don't love calling it off.
No, they won't call.
So you do tend to have good equity with those overcard combos when called. You usually have 40-41%. And even in the off chance that you're up against aces or kings, actually you have one of the ones that crack that hand the most.
Sure.
So I don't hate that shove. It's a bit clunky for sure.
Seems pretty reasonable. In we go. 4-handed now. Cut off opening range from, you know, under the gun, so to speak. I mean, these blinds are vicious, so we're going to have to take spots. The time for, you know, tight folding is over. Nice adjustment, though, now that he is the shortest. Just let's get after it.
Yeah,
spin the wheel in some spots.
So will Dashinka widen his range and start applying what little bit of ICM pressure is left? Obviously a big ladder jump here, 45k. That will be looming in the minds of these players. Nobody wanting to be the next man out, of course. Castro, though, not too far behind Dashinka.
They're going to come in with raise here. Don't mind it. This is the type of hand that we don't really want to limp call. And sometimes it can be a nice way to construct your range, like the hands that aren't quite strong enough to limp call. Let's just open them myself, right? That still have some playability if called. 7-4 suited being one of those.
Yep, I like it too.
Pacini out of the way. 6 deuce off.
Just 7 minutes left on this level, after which we will be taking a short break. These guys have a scheduled dinner break at the end of the next frame, if we make it that far. I suspect we will. I suspect we're in for a few more hours of entertainment here in the Merritt Crystal Cove. Simone Andrian Certainly been one of his more fortuitous final table appearances so far. But you make your own luck sometimes.
That's it,
in this
right?
game.
I mean, you took that 3-bet jam spot. It was going to work. Just ran into a bigger hand. And at some stage, you're going to have to get there. No better time to do it than on the final table.
Now, Dashinka with the computer hand. Could be a defendable one. Again, leaning into that theory of yours, Andrew, of how he can play, you know, some leads maybe.
Yeah.
Apply some post-flop ICM. Oh, lets it go. Maybe suspects Andrian, one of the players he would least like to tangle with.
Sure, and Queen 7 off, not exactly palatable. I'm sure suited variant would be in there. Bunch of other Queen X lets this one slide. Castro now with the Jack 10 off. Just get out of the way. Things round now to the Shinka in the small, King 3. Certainly an option to enter this pot with aggression. I think I would favor it.
I would too, actually, with the use the blocker if you like.
Sure, 25 blinds deep, just put pressure on Andrian. Well, we've seen him take these. Okay, sorry, I thought he was taking the chips back to then activate with a raise. Let's check. That flop is all Dashinka. Very likely to be one and done. And is...
Yeah, Dashinka just creeping up in terms of chip count here. 49 million now.
Manig. Manigi. Manig Vemelle.
So as we do approach the break, quite the roller coaster of a level. Andrian in there fighting. Pacini has kept himself afloat admirably throughout. It's been up and down for Castro. We saw him go for a pretty insane bluff, get that one through. Did cooler. Tantillo potentially didn't make the most of it, but still very comfortably in second chip position. And that man, Dashinka, made the ace-9 of hearts work before. Gonna look to get after it again here. Really has been the one player to really go for it. 5-bet jammed an ace-jack of clubs earlier on, which we were shocked to see, and found the right spot to do it, to his credit, and then made the kind of marginal call off with this exact holding to dispense with Tantillo in 5th. He is at the moment odds on. Gotta make him a favorite here as he breaches the 50 million chip mark for the first time. Of course, 3 Italian opponents will have something to say about that.
Yeah, one of whom is Pacini, who, you know, he's the short stack right now, and I suppose that we sort of, like vultures, swarm around that short stack wondering if he'll be the next one to go, and that's certainly what the other players hope will happen. But noteworthy that Pacini started this final table with 10.4 million, has never dropped below 9 million, but has also never got above 15. So he's very much just sort of navigated that stack, if you like.
He was kind of my sleeper pick for this final. I think he started 6 of 9. So he was always going to have this sort of grindy, going to have to just sort of hang around, try and ladder, try and get ourselves short-handed, and he's managed that. So if he finds the double, he's going to be a huge threat. That is, of course, easier said than done, especially when your opponent in the small blind wakes up with ace-king, is going to raise once more.
Yeah, going to
like this from Castro. I wonder if this could be a size and tell, though. The 7-4 suited, he came in for 2.1. I don't know if that is 3.4. Is there only one orange?
There's one orange.
Oh, it is. Sorry, there's 4 of the 500Ks. So something to keep an eye on, I think. You know, go sizing larger with this hand and smaller with the weaker holding.
I've just noticed something. I think Pacini's going to try and have the button for the level jump. I think he's taking a big long look at the clock there. He's taking
sharky.
25 seconds off the clock there in that hand before folding. Didn't want to use the time card, obviously. That makes sense. But I think has recognised that there's a very small, a little teeny tiny edge in having the button for the level jump. If they can just play one more hand in this minute and 27 seconds that we see on the clock right now. And given that the action will have to go through him, he can virtually make sure that that's the case.
Yeah, so last couple of hands here, pre-break. Action on Andrian. Out of the way. Castro with another openable one. Does have, this is kind of tricky. We have the Shinka in the big with the chip lead and a rejam stack in the small, so not out of the realms of possibility to make a tight fold here.
Now watch Pacini use 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I was wrong.
Oh, lapping.
He was looking up. I was sure of it. He was looking up. So he might sneak
It's
one
fine.
more hand now.
He knows the Shinka's going to defend. Or 3-bet.
4.2.
Lovely. Big fan of this.
Yeah, I like using the king blocker this way too. Although sizing again, he loves these small.
Does.
But you know what? When they're working, why change it?
I mean, listen, if your opponent is folding Queen Jack suited to a 5 big blind 3-bet, you can just make it 5 every time.
You really can. That just prints.
You can.
Okay, we do manage to sneak one more hand in. 5 seconds on the clock, but we've...
Really like that he leans on second in chips here, though. Like, it's such a good spot.
So good.
It's so difficult for Castro. Like, you almost never get 4-bet, is one thing I will say.
But stop it, please.
Oh.
Stop the break.
Oh, the break is running. Come on, you got to give these lads a full 15 minutes.
I think once it gets four-handed, you can kind of do what you want as long as everyone agrees. Yeah. And I think these guys just trying to negotiate their way to a full 15 minutes here, even though we're going to go deep into the break with this hand. Pacini going to activate probably with a shove, maybe.
Yeah, kind of intriguing. I'm just going to look at the stacks. Like, you could raise call here, but does just send it in. You know, I just wanted to see how far adrift he is, like with kind of 10 blinds. He has a little more than that, 12.5.
Oh, I think this is a call.
Yeah.
This is close.
He's not folding this.
But I think this is a call because you dominate the king jacks, the queen jacks, the king 10 suiteds. These all go in as well. King queen suited just never really in bad shape. Here we go.
He's not going to lay it down. Here we go. All in confrontation. Hand before the break. Pacini delighted to see one of the only hands that he beats when called King Queen suited for Simone Andrian. Pacini, ace 9 of diamonds. 19 million in the middle. Can Hermano Pacini hold on?
All smiles for Pacini so far.
Oh, how's that for a flop? Still out in front and improves to the nut flush draw on the 8-5-3. 1 heart on board. Simone looking for a king or a queen for the immediate out. Doesn't find it. 5 of clubs on the turn. One more chance to find paint and potentially send home Pacini. Cannot do it. 7 of hearts on the river. And an emotional response from Hermano. We love seeing it. Big hit to Andrian. That's going to cut him down to around about 10 million in chips. Lines going up.
What a lovely feeling just before the break.
Absolutely. And that break is coming. So Mr. Lappin is going to step out of the booth. Guys, please don't go too far. Myself and James Dempsey will be back to pick up four-handed action in 15 minutes' time. See you soon.
Yeah, 4x. And just tens is a combo that just doesn't ever want to flat here, isn't it? It's just it's the hand that jams.
Absolutely.
And wow, how excited is Cappiello going to be to watch this one?
Yeah, dreamy for him. He gets to potentially ladder here, and it's the big ladder we talked about.
The big ladder. $42,000 or $41,400 if we're going to be correct about things. And we should be. Oh, he has found the non.
Oh, wow.
He has found the flat.
Wow, I'm really surprised by that because, again, I think you're absolutely right, James. It's the hand that doesn't really want to... Maybe he's just decided he's going to try and fade an ace or king flop.
Yeah, maybe just giving Zargarin the credit for the hand, because Zargarin has had a lot of hands, certainly since I've been in the booth. And, well, this is the problem, though. The King Jack 5 flop is the one that now you're probably going to get bluffed off.
Yeah, this is a really problem spot now. He does have the 10 of hearts in hand. I don't know if that makes him sticky to a, you know, 20%. Oh, wow, look at this.
Zargarin just dropping the hammer.
Would you do this with ace king? I don't think you would. What's going on? I don't really understand this bet.
I don't understand it, but at this point now I've got...
Ace queen of hearts maybe does this, but like no hand wants to do this.
No, but this is so hard to ever call it off here. You just have to fold with this combination. And wow, what could have been?
What could have been, James?
A jam. There are 180 blinds in play, but we're playing, what, 27? Big blind. Oh, he's found kings now, blind on blind.
Well, time to trap.
Do we? Or do we?
Because we don't trap ever, can we just keep raising like we always do?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I prefer that.
And we're going to get jammed on at some frequency. Oh, my God.
Well, it's a cooler.
Oh, my word.
It's an absolute cooler. What a
He
code
does
deck.
just rip it in, and it's a snap call. Cappiello on the rail, watching this hand play out. Is he about to ladder $40,000? Kappa Kappa Assadona. That's about all the Italian I knew.
And all you need to know in this situation, absolutely horrendous cold deck for Sahafi.
The man who'd lathered up to this situation where it looked like he was certain to get into the heads-up encounter has been dealt into a situation that could not be avoided. And a 9-7-6 board makes third place all that more likely. Sahafi needs help. Cappiello and Zargarin hoping he doesn't find it, and the king ends it. That's it.
Wow. What a weird game this cruel game of poker can sometimes be. Sahafi had 2.6 million when the FT began. He was our shortest stack. He nerdled his way up the ladder, each rung seeming like a result in and of itself. But then suddenly the spin began.
I just don't think there are many buttons on this island.
Was Marco last night you spotted without like virtually buttonless actually?
I think there were buttons on the shirt. He just, you know, wasn't utilizing them in the way they were designed.
Gotcha.
Marco, of course, operator of the Imperium in Milan. Oh, here we go. Cappiello on the button.
This could be it. Oh, probably isn't. 9-7 won't look pretty enough. Little does he know he's dominating.
Yeah. Although, hey, maybe what's going to...
Wow!
He does!
He just has a sixth sense today.
How was he cool with 9-7, and how is 9-7 dominating?
That is poonage right there.
I mean, Cappiello can only laugh at the situation here. How has he called me with 9-7, and how does he have me dominated? You're scrunching your face. I mean, Zargarin just taking a shot, wants to get it done.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe thinking the first one's a freebie.
Courtesy double up. If he gives this to Cappiello, it's not good. Obviously, he's actually found himself in an amazing spot, dominating him with 70% now. This could very well be it, guys. Buckle up. Here we go.
See, all my friends, they're sleeping. Fuck them.
No rail for Zargarin.
I love that. We hear Cappiello's rail. The Italians here in force as we see a king-queen-jack board.
Oh.
Some
chop possibilities.
Not a lot though, are there really? That's a double pair up situation.
It's a very bad flop.
Yeah.
That door closes now.
Yeah.
10 makes me
The 5 makes a chop, right? And then just the 7 is a chop as well. There we go. And an 8 would win it for Cappiello. But Zargaran, 88% to finish it here on the first all-in of heads-up play.
5 for a chop.
And the deuce, 9 high, wins this one, David. Somewhat of a fitting hand to this final table.
Extraordinary final table, it's got to be said. Cappiello, you know, let's take a moment to give some respect to that man. He oozes class. He's a player who is putting together an impressive resume, must be said, in this room and beyond. He's had a tough seat at this particular final table, out of position to the one guy who covered him, you know, that probably meant for a somewhat restrained performance. On the other hand, Zargaran, wily, tricky, relentless. Yes, he probably had the best hands, more than his fair share of good hands, certainly, but nonetheless played them with aggression and a hint of unorthodoxy.
Hang on a second, how fancy is this? We got fireworks going off. We got Dinesh on the big screen. He's admiring the situation. This is top level stuff.
Take another hand in here. Already action whipped round to the hijack, and Sarakoglu with a potential bottom of range cheeky open here. He's going to turn it down. I like that. I generally steer clear of those offsuit ace 5 and worse in that spot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think when we have a really big stack and we, you know, cover everybody behind, I can get behind it more. Very impressed with Zargaran, really just getting after it here, even into 2 short stacks. Yeah, Solovev confirmed over it, as we say in Scotland. Now then, Barbarix.
Yeah, this is definitely a defendable one, and could actually consider a non-all-in 3-bet as well. I think with the king 6 suited wouldn't be unreasonable.
It's actually one of the exact ones in theory world that you don't see people take it much, but 3-bet jam is preferred. Just rifle it in, you get so many better hands to fold.
Well, we've got an action flop here. Clubs for Barbarich. Zargaran with enough of it to not feel obliged to bet.
Oh, trouble. Big trouble here for Zargaran. Actually improves to a gut shot straight draw and flush draw of his own. Some real potential here to lose a lot of chips. Like this from Barbarix, gonna fast play. Recognizing, of course, that when his opponent checks back, he's gonna have a bunch of showdown value, David, that will always continue on turn. And Zargaran doesn't know it, but he is drawing dead. This would be an outrageous laydown if he could somehow find it. Does look concerned. Don't think we can ever fold this one, though. Way too strong.
Yeah, our equity's in a few different places here. We can have the best hand right now.
Yeah.
We can have the best draw. Oh, that could be a nasty one. Although, obviously, the ignorant end of the straight here on a flush board. One would presume, depending on size here, Zargaran would call a bet. But Barbarich could come with the sneaky little check here, hope that his opponent has a queen, and will do the betting himself, and he can go for the
beautifully
check shove.
Played.
Wow. So very tempting now for Zargaran with a 7 or a queen indeed, but 7 kind of also to target some 2-pair combos, to kind of think to himself, I can get Jack 9 to call here, I can get Jack 8 to call here.
This is lovely stuff from Barbarix. Really like it.
Yeah, beautifully played hand.
You know, you can get a hand like Ace of Clubs X to bluff, right? You can get some straights, of course, to value bet. even a hand like a pocket nines should probably bet if it hasn't bet by now. Like, you should value bet a set, but people maybe don't find it in game enough. This is beautifully done by Barbarix.
I'm presuming he puts it in here, or at least puts in a very large raise here.
Yeah.
Then we have to start thinking about the bluff combos, and that's going to be hands like ace of clubs, king of clubs with a pair. So it's going to be something like the, you know, ace of clubs 10, ace of clubs 9 maybe also makes some sense, because your hand has some showdown. You don't mind it going check, check, but then you can turn it into a bluff if your opponent bets. That's going to be the issue for Zargaran now, is how capable is Barbarich of a move such as the one I just described.
Yeah, this is very spicy stuff. I really like this line from Barbarix. Beautifully played. And you've just called it, David. Zargaran now gonna recognize, of course, against this polar all-in. His opponent's mostly saying he has a flush or a bluff, right?
Yep.
Maybe occasionally, like just the queen of clubs thinks it can free roll. That would make some sense too. So something for Zargaran to factor in my opinion, if he does want to put on the hero call in boots. And having that 10 of clubs in hand makes this quite a little bit more problematic, of course. Sometimes really just does come down to, is my opponent capable? I think he announced call. He did make the call, David. Huge pot goes the way of Barbarix. Fantastic hand of poker, very well played. Zargaran back at it, pocket eights. Like, credit to him though, really earned that pot.
Yep.
I think most players there would flat flop and proceed. Solovev having a very grim time. Round 2, Barbarix. Fresh off that big double. Finds a very playable king-queen. Here we go again. Round 2 between these two. Is reaching for 3-bet.
Yeah, and
I like it.
I assume Zargaran will take this one to the streets, keen to win back those lost chips from a few moments ago. Interesting spot here. These guys have virtually the same stacks here, and they're two of the deeper ones, 40 bigs deep here at our feature table. If you're Zargaran, do you always make the call?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
40 bigs effective or so. Too much to shove, but we have too much hand really to fold. You never know with this man though. It's not a lot of fun, of course, out of position with a middle pair.
No, and I wonder if he's the type of person who sort of goes for this like depolarized 4-bet here with sort of an in-betweeny hand.
I'd be very surprised with this exact hand, but you never know.
Given just what we saw on the other hand, where we saw a raise that we didn't expect, I wonder if he just wouldn't want to proceed. He just doesn't feel like somebody wants to proceed passively. I suppose that's what I'm trying to get at.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Much more conventional play so far.
Yeah, just one of these hands that just feels too strong to fold, but it's very uncomfortable. Off to the streets we go. Another inflated pot between these two. Jack 7-7. Zargaran here still best.
Yeah, and I presume we're going to see a down bet here from Barbarich, something in the region of 200k, which, yeah, Zargaran's going to call here, and we're going to probably end up in a very interesting and shallow turn situation.
Yeah, Barbarix will be aware this hand's likely going down the streets. Already need to start analyzing, do I have a good hand to start bluffing off down multiple streets? Have a lot of good things going for it. Block pocket kings, block pocket queens, block the natural top, some of the best top pairs, king jack of diamonds and queen jack of clubs. And look at this, Zargaran deciding, I'm gonna raise flop. Very spicy stuff. Makes it 415k.
It's a little fishy though. Like,
yeah, will Barbarics be able to sniff this out?
Again, Zargarin with a very non-standard line here. I wondered if he would do the non-standard thing pre-flop, but he's actually decided to do it post-flop here, like he did.
Look at this.
We're playing some poker here.
Beautiful stuff. Barbarics finds the float. Recognizes he has all of the really strong hands, all of the overpairs.
Sorry. And if you're Zargarin, you're...
Welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the Dolce Vita series here in beautiful northern Cyprus. It is, of course, La Notte Degli Assi, and it is the final table. Well, we began the day with 4 Italians. We are down to just 3. We also began the day with 9 players. We are down to just 4. We are getting very much to the business end of this event as we kick the blinds up. We've reached that magical mark where a big blind is 1 million. Just seems a beautiful point in the tournament. Here we go. This is how it lines up. Dashinka obviously ruling the roost, exhibiting some hyper-aggressive play to get us to this point. And the 3 Italians trailing behind him. Simone Andriano, Armano Piccini, they're both below 20 bigs. Rafael Castro up to 32. And one who's been he's been mixing in some stuff, Andrew. He's the wild card here, I'd say.
Castro's quite the character. We saw him earlier at the FT just kind of suicide check raise out of the big with Queen 8 offsuit, no interaction on King 3-4, and got Ace Queen and 5-6 to fold, like just sort of out of nowhere, just went for it. And then we've seen him be like a little passive. He opened Queen Jack of clubs, Dashinka 3-bet King 10 off in the small for one of those small sizings we've seen from him.
Yep.
And we folded Queen Jack suited in positioned, just 5 big blinds, so he's kind of all over the place at times, but he's second on the ladder. Looking to continue in the quest to take down this one. Right off the bat here, Dashinka, pocket 8s. Makes it 2.4 million to go. Castro feels compelled to continue, and who can blame him? 9-10 of hearts makes the call. Off to the King 7-4 rainbow board we go. 8s of Dashinka still best. Quick C-bet here, 1.5 million, gets the job done. Interesting that we've seen a lot of this at the final table. Players showing their cards, not something you typically see. When we're into the 6-figure paydays especially, all 4 players, $115,000 locked. Pay jumps now getting substantial, 45,000 the next jump. Up to 3rd place, which will be good for 160k. Then up to 240,000 for 2nd place. And the winner taking down $355,000. And the beautiful array of trophies on display. So Dashinka now looking to step on the gas. We were laughing, James, before the breaks in. It's kind of like an Italian home game.
It really is.
And Dashinka's trying to be the party pooper. Interesting spot here. Castro limps with Jack 10 suited. Could, in my eyes, open shove this hand. You know, Piccini with 17 blinds. I think I would like to see shove here.
Right, it works quite nicely, doesn't it? Because we do get some of the hands, even that we dominate, potentially to fold here with Andrew just on 10 blinds behind.
Yeah.
Piccini has to play a waiting game. And of course, we get plenty of the queen highs and king highs to fold, maybe even some ace high, just given
you will.
that Andrian is on 10 blinds. I'm with you, but we're in here and we're keeping Jack 3-0 in here. So maybe something good can occur for Castro. As it is, 7-6 deuce board. Not one that should particularly favor him, but maybe feeling like he's got enough here to maybe check and proceed versus a very small bet.
Yeah, decision immediately for Piccini. We can do some sort of 1 big blind probing. Goes a shade over that, don't mind it at all, 40%. Just try and fold out a queen and king high type holding that doesn't have any really meaningful interaction. I don't think Castro should fold here, but he has been quite passive in these type of spots. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him just lay this down, and he does. So well done, Piccini.
Yeah, well realized by Piccini, recognizing that. Maybe some of the very weakest hands that typically we would see the small blind defend with do fold, so therefore he is going to bet a little bit more liberally with that Jack 3 there, making a dominating hand fold. Dominating hand fold, I should say. Welcome, one and all, rejoining us as we continue our march towards a champion here in La Notte Degli Assi. Pardon me, I got too excited. But here we are in the affectionately named Italian home game. 4 players remain. Welcome to all of you joining us, and please do feel free to fire away in the chat here on our Merit Poker YouTube channel, should you wish to engage, even if it's to call us donkeys. We'll take it all, Andrew.
That's fine. I haven't been called one for a good, 4 or 5 hours.
10 blinds.
Yep.
2 threes. Going to put it all in balsam shrapnel. I'm kind of surprised he didn't even a little bit more back, just because is this a spot we can ever fold for 1.5 million? Sorry.
We were talking about this before break, and something I've been thinking about is that when you watch people invariably, and they seem to put like 3/4 of the chips in, maybe even a bit more. And in my eyes, I'm thinking, like,
half will do it.
Can't we just make it 5 million? And then if it goes all in, we now have 5 million to spin.
Right.
Whereas, we've put 8.5 in. Like, is it really necessary to? Like, I don't see people flatting here and going, oh yeah,
That's the thing.
Let's see a texture and take this guy off his last 5 mil.
Right.
Right.
I don't really see that being a line. I guess there's some hands that maybe would. Oh,
maybe. Like, you might get a few more folds from the big blind, I guess, right, when you make it a bit more.
Yeah.
I need to speak to someone who's better than me at the game.
I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to think in my head. I'm just trying to come up with reasons why it might do that. And it does suddenly occur to me that maybe it's a scenario that in this format of ours with big blind ante,
right,
that maybe, hey, we're a big blind next hand anyway. If we say it had 5 million, does it? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like the 1.5 million by being in the big blind next hand, where we're all in anyway. If we win the pot, we win like 3 million or so. If we got 5 million,
if we fold, you mean to further action?
Correct.
In this
maybe
instance.
the one. It's not like 1.5 million to 5 million is linear.
Okay.
At that point, I guess a counterance to it. But yeah, I still think just making it 5 and then having the occasional fold to the crazy action is
even the very best players. I see them, put most of the chips in. I'd like to have some discussions with some of the best.
Yeah.
Like this from Dashinka, all in, just deciding to run it. For 11 blinds. Oh, hang on, sorry, I thought there was a shorter stack than Andrian. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's still pretty reasonable just to send it in. Gonna get enough folds.
I have to say, like, probably a fair number of the viewers here very surprised that when I left 2 hours ago, Fausto Tantillo was ruling the roost.
Yes.
The most chips seem to be really in flow, seem to have an idea what's going on. And then, of course, as we always say in poker, it can all go wrong so quickly. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, he kind of got pretty unlucky. We saw him cold 4-bet with ace-queen off.
Yeah.
And
that was a spicy one.
Dashinka just... I mean, Dashinka was 2nd of 7, maybe 2nd of 6.
Mm-hmm.
And he just said, right, I just don't believe that you have a strong enough hand to call off, and sent it in. Then we got kind of coolered in a flush over flush confrontation, took some more of Tantillo's chips away. Just one of those things, it just didn't really happen, and then we got it in really good. Oh, Andrian sends it here with 10-7.
Yeah, going to get this one through against the 9-4 of Castro. But yes, it's funny because I had criticism of Dashinka in a couple of spots where he folded an ace in the big blind to min opens, and I was like, oh,
right.
But he has. It's not like he's too tight. He just deviates in different ways. So he suddenly plays these spots like hyper aggro, and then he folds a few more of these spots where I guess he just wants to be the one leading the charge. And you see that sometimes players, certainly of the ilk, they're far more comfortable in the pots where they're like, right, I'm in control here.
More comfy driving the aggression than being sort of reactive. Yeah, and then, Tantillo, he got it in very good. Ace-Jack against the Ace-9 suited of Dashinka, which was a thin call versus rejam. And, you know, just got 3 outered and didn't really do anything wrong, to be honest, at the final. It's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it's a funny old game, this of ours. And that as well, though, of course, to see Castro still here. A man that last night you and I were in the booth for, I believe, when we were down to the last 14, and he had 2 million. He had 2.25 million at 250k big blind in 9 blinds. Jammed it in with the deuces. Deuces or 3, something like that.
It was deuces, and it was Dashinka that looked him up, yeah.
With the ace-5. He held on, despite a scary turn card, and now here he is. Sitting pretty with 4 left, $115,000 guaranteed. Here he is now, 4-5 of clubs in the small. Let's see if he wishes to play this in the same vein as he did with the Jack-10 suited an orbit ago. Notice as well, Mario facing the rail.
Oh, hang on.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Well, I was about to say, I've got a small data point that says when Mario faces the rail, we play chill. When he faces the table, we go aggro, but a little clicky one here.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of small size here, especially against the more sticky sort of accomplished opponents. You know, people shouldn't defend too wide from big, but Pacini, he's a seasoned campaigner. I don't really love this small size. I would prefer the sort of 3 to 3.5x if we're going to open with aggression. But we do maintain the betting lead and flop very well.
Wow. There's very well, and there's open the straight draw and flush draw. Of course, with just 5 high, very much a hand we want to be betting. And looks like we're betting big. I like how we sort of bet and sort of open his arm up, like apologetically, like, oh, well, you know, I guess we got to go for it. Kind of funny.
He really is a box office character to watch. Very much enjoying it. And he is in there, second in chips on his own. Pacini and Andrian chipping down now. It's going to get to a tipping point. They're on like 16, 13 big blinds in a 4-handed game, right? Big blind ante eating you up every hand. It's going to be blood sooner rather than later.
Very high rate of attrition 4-handed with that big blind ante. There was a period when the big blind ante first came in where there was some argument towards when play got short-handed, kind of reducing the ante to half and stuff. But I think we've figured out that this makes for a better game. Big ante, people fight. Let's go. Also, remember there was some sharps out there who would sleep a little bit when it got short-handed. They wouldn't see the player put in the full big blind ante. They wouldn't mention it, and then it got to their big blind. They're going, oh no, we're half ante now, aren't we? I saw that a couple of times from the booth. I was like, okay, I see you people.
Very snaky behavior.
Yeah.
Nuts.
You've got to find the edge.
Dashinka going for a very leisurely stroll with the 7 deuce. I guess he's going to get a few more walks than maybe most, given the way he's set out his stall thus far.
It's really really awkward spot for Pacini as well, with Andrian, you know, albeit on his tail, is a couple of big blinds below him. So likely to tread pretty cautiously and hope that his fellow Italian exits the premises before him. We did speak about the fact that Pacini just really solid. Like, he came into this final with around about 11 million, hasn't dipped below sort of 9 million.
Right.
And just in there, you know, grinding it out, making sure that he gets these ladders, and now we're in contention 4-handed and get a really strong hand on the button.
Yeah, getting paid to watch poker in effect. Here he is then with ace-queen suited, of course, on the button, but the man in the big blind, the one he wants to target the most, the other short stack, Andrian.
I think we need to induce this one.
Right, just too strong, isn't it?
I think it's too good, like, to open jam. You know, you're not dying to get someone to rejam on you here, but in terms of future game and trying to win this tournament, the hand's too good and a bit of a waste to open shove. I'd be surprised if he did anything else.
45k is the jump on tap. And he decides,
yeah, it's
jumps worth a lot.
Stack. That'll do it.
Bottom, yeah?
Andrian did look down at deuce 4. Not a hand we can play. Obviously, I've taken the seat of Mr. Lappin.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at his endless scribbling of notes.
He does enjoy a scribble.
Yeah, I enjoy it as well. And I just find here, I find a little line he's written at the bottom of the page. Andrian is a very good poker player.
I mean,
that's it. That's I mean,
tell you something, we hire him for his insights. Goodness me.
He is very good, but at the moment, he is propping up this table. Just 10.5 million. Cut adrift somewhat of Amano Piccini. I mean, just taking his big blind, stretching himself clear a little bit, getting closer to Castro. Just giving himself that little bit more breathing room. That means that it is Andrian, who is the one you imagine has to do the pushing now, has to be the one to take the risk. He knows Piccini won't make too many mistakes in that regard. Piccini, as we just saw, very aware of the ICM, electing just to go big with that ace-queen suited on the button. Didn't want to induce. This man's somewhat of a wild card in this mix-up. Certainly has moves when you wouldn't expect it most. Not taking anything away from Dashinka, of course. Did find that 4-bet jam, 5-bet jam, pardon me, with ace, jack of clubs to send Tantillo down to a short stack and give him this commanding lead. But it is Castro. I imagine the others probably would find the hardest to read. Andrian, unfortunately for him, looking at 6-4 suited. Not a hand we get to play. Castro then, with an option. Does he want to apply a little bit more pressure on Piccini, as we saw blind on blind the last time? Third time it has followed around to them blind on blind in a row.
Yeah, things are a little different now. Andrian down to 10 million. Piccini almost double that, so even more reason in my eyes.
Yeah.
Sort of enter this pot with aggression.
Look at this. Castro using up a time bank chip over the decision, which is something I haven't seen too often from him. Just over a spot of whether to raise or not from the seat. And has he gone for 2.5 million?
Yeah,
slightly larger than he did the last orbit.
I like this a lot more than the 2.2.
Yeah.
You will elicit more folds.
Yeah. And it's just a nice recognition from him. I think that exactly what you said, with Andrian being that much shorter, that further adrift, that we kind of got to go for this. All right, what do we think of the bracelet, Andrew?
Oh, look at the pyrotechnics.
Oh, yeah. Well,
lovely. There's not many tournaments where you get 3 pieces of hardware. I'll say that. It might be the first one I've ever seen, in fact.
For one event.
Oh, I'm loving that. Very beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Do we know anything about the addition and the bracelet? Like, we didn't see it all week and then it just appeared.
Well, maybe someone forgot about it.
Just left it in their suitcase and they're like, oh,
you get a bracelet.
I forgot about this.
The beautiful teardrop and, of course, your merit trophy. I mean, it's great, isn't it? You can put all the mantelpiece at home and someone just thinks you went and won 3 tournaments.
Yeah.
They don't need to know they're all the same event. It would...
I wouldn't tell people. I definitely wouldn't tell people.
It would certainly assist your mantelpiece, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Trophy room.
Listen, it's built and ready. I'm very much the Tottenham Hotspur of poker players.
Is it being co-opted yet as a nursery? I mean...
All right, James. It actually has. It actually has.
Yeah.
No, my
what was going to come first?
My office is going to bite the dust, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah.
There we go.
Babies. So selfish.
Yeah. I bet you spent a lot of time in that office, didn't you?
I do.
Working away on spreadsheets.
Oh, hang on. Enough of our nonsense.
Yeah, certainly enough. Piccini limping in this small Dashinka, finding the monster in the big as the big stack as well. This is surely one, Andrew, we're going to see a little tickle, try and induce, perhaps.
He's actually jammed, which I don't like at all. We do shut out a hand as strong as this, which, I guess, is one benefit. But a lot of the time, you want to give Piccini the chance to limp jam. You know, some suited ace-X, something like this.
Smaller pairs?
Yeah, I think a lot of the smaller pairs might have open shoved themselves at the depth with the way things are. But you know, not impossible.
Allez, Sirius.
I think it's a bit of an overplay. I would like to have seen induce. I'm with you.
Yeah, although, as played, up against the hammer, up against, obviously, an optimal line. You just want to get the queen jack out of there.
Yeah. Very annoying spot for Puccini, that, because you know that the big blind is going to lean on you a lot.
Yeah.
But you don't really want to jam 15 when Andrian's about to pay 2 big blinds.
Yes.
And if he folds his big blind, he's going to have half of what you do. We can ladder 45k. So it's a little frustrating almost to look down at Queen Jack. You'd almost rather just have nothing, or of course a stronger hold-in. That being said, Dashinka hasn't been like wildly out of line aggressive, so did just wake up with it. Okay. I think Castro leaning into the old collision equity idea that we speak about, where Dashinka's going to shove a lot from the small.
Yep.
If the big blind calls off and we ladder.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of it.
Yeah.
Like, I remember the first person who really got me on board with it was Patrick Leonard.
Pads, isn't it? Yeah.
And he broke it down to me, and he was sort of like, in a situation not dissimilar to this, where he was like, well, this person's going to shove X percentage of the range, this person's going to call the X percentage of the range,
yep.
And then those 2 ranges play out at this percentage. And I was like, first of all, I was like, huh. But then it was like, you know, 15% of the time by folding here, that person busts. And it's like amazing.
Yeah. We can just ladder 45k by letting Dashinka do our dirty work.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Suddenly all those spots you think are marginally profitable are actually, well, they're still profitable, but they're just not as profitable as folding, which is incredible, because you never would think that folding could be more profitable than playing, if playing wins us money. So then, Puccini, under the gun, Queen Jack, oh, pretty ugly spot again. He is in this holding pattern.
Yeah, this is sort of interesting in that if we raise here, and it can work in some nice ways in that we deny Andrian the chance to open shove the small. And there's, you know, 2.5 million in there that, I mean, very likely he's going to jam small blind here. Okay, for sure he's jamming this. But, you know, even a worse hand than this, like a king 6 suited, if we min raise, we stop him from getting the opportunity to jam and get himself back up to 10. I still like fold, I think, though, because Dashinka will open the button a lot, and that will also deny the opportunity. So, not going to get called here.
No.
Probably wouldn't have minded it with a hand as strong as this.
Castro looking down at 850. Not one they're ever going to call off with that. Andrian lives to fight another orbit. Stack of green chips. I tell you something. Oh. Which way's Mario facing?
Oh, he's been turned into the table.
It's time. Let me tell you, Castro's going to move through the gears here. You watch this. There we go. You really do have that musical tone, don't you?
Thanks, mate.
Penalty, no? No penalty. No, scherzo. Scherzo.
Well, I've seen plenty of love in the chat. All of it, well, it might not be love, actually. Let me correct. All of it in Italian. So I have no idea if it's love or hate.
It'll be the same level of passion, I'm sure. That's the best thing about it.
Okay. Welcome to all of Italy tuning in to watch this. Castro in the small, just going to limp this time. Interesting. You were motioning.
I would
jam.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear with Andrian being sort of at this 10 big blind depth. Queen Jack going to perform very well. We'll get some better hands to fold when we shove.
My Mario read off to start with, but we'll see how it goes.
You would imagine Puccini checks this one. May have some ideas. It just plays so well as a check back. Just doesn't really seem like a hand. We want to put more money in. Does agree, checks behind.
Ace 9-9.
Castro content to check. Start trying to navigate this queen high to showdown. I mean, it's so hard to bet here. Obviously, we can have a bunch of 9x. We have almost no ace-x. Through to the 9 turn. Whether Castro decides to deny a little bit of equity, wouldn't have hated it. You probably get everything apart from king high to fold. Does allow Pacini a free pull. Okay, they're going to chop it up unless Castro moves chips forward. I quite like this, even though it's not really that believable. Yeah. But I mean, oh yes, he's jammed. Has he?
Not only. But you put no, no,
Right, okay.
The dealer perhaps is offering some advice of bet sizing.
She's having a great time.
I mean,
it's not that likely that we have an ace in hand, but then it's not impossible either. Like, like we can trap check flop and turn for sure. Yeah, he does just pay it off anyway. Decides that it's a bluff mostly.
And interesting though, once he gets to showdown having limped to that small blind, and what would we imagine be a clear jam spot? He opened the last couple of times, so all going to go into the mindset of Pacini.
Right.
He's going to see all that. Throw it in the equation.
È il secondo full che cerchiamo fino a riva. E prima cosa è successo? Full di mica 9 con 6. Uguale. Full di 6.
Toma va.
Qua c'è il disco qua. No, nel senso adesso che era chop la mano. Cazzo, era matematica.
Yeah, Dashinka kind of has the feel of the uninvited house guest.
Absolutely, he does.
Yeah, maybe sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So I like how they're having the conversation in Italian. As soon as the cards are out, quickly switch to English. Castro, ace, king. He's celebrating as he opens ace, king on the button.
Dashinka's the guy that's still there on the Sunday morning at like 11 a.m. when the party's like long gone.
Whoa, Dashinka.
No, why my friend?
Oh, just cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you. That seemed like a really good spot just to jam. And
I would shove this hand for sure.
How can Castro ever call?
Yeah.
As it happens, he would have called with ace king and ace 9-3. Well, would have been fireworks. For now, fireworks still possible. Castro with the c-bet, 2 million into 6.5.
Yeah, once we've taken this line, I think we have to get sticky for one, but it's very awkward. But we do have club in hand. You know, there's that very disguised set if we do hit the miracle turn.
Oh, yeah. Deuce of hearts. Dashinka with a second check. Does Castro kind of bet big here in the view that he can check back? Because we don't really ever go for all of it, do we? In a four-handed situation like this.
Very rarely. I mean, ace king is probably the one that should still go for it.
He's going for two streets, but he's going for the river rather than the turn. And I found is that Dashinka laughing, kind of smiling behind that, thinking, hey, this is a bit suspicious. And
I don't really like it, to be honest. I think double flush draw board.
Yeah.
You know, we can check some of our ace-x back. You know, the ones that can't stand the check raise or the like. I think there's a lot to protect from. There's a lot of value to be got. And this is a very curious spot to reopen the action, by the way. Pretty dangerous. Like, you're opening the door here. Like, do we really have a 4, right, from the button?
No.
Wow, I mean, well, it ends up getting called. This pumps it.
Quick call from Dashinka after what was a very quick check as well. And I'm with you, like, I think everyone acted a bit too fast in that.
100%. I think if Dashinka thinks this spot through,
Never fold, my friend. Never.
I'm not saying I definitely would go for it, but you could certainly bluff check raise this river. Like, you can't have a 4 on the button, really. Maybe ace-4 suited exactly.
Right.
I mean, you can, I guess. Probably a bit presumptuous to say he never has it, but we likely have a lot more of it than him.
No, il 4 non ce l'ha.
To make all in.
40, 30 minutes dinner break.
40 minutes.
30 minutes.
30? Yes. No,
What time is it?
No, 30.
What time is it now?
45 minutes. 30 minutes is not...
I think we should skip that.
You want to skip?
Yeah. Like a normal break and then we have dinner later.
I will ask, okay?
Says the man with 7 blinds.
I love Castro, he's so passionate.
Come on, I cannot eat in 30 minutes.
Not a dinner break.
Oh, Pacini. 10-7-0 on the button. Not one he's going to play.
Voglio fare pausa cena mezz'ora. Mezz'ora fai...
Tashenka.
Hello.
With the Cowboys in the small blind. Does he ever go for the trap here?
Yeah. I mean, there's not too many hands that want to trap at this depth.
Oh, he's gone for the small. He's gone for 2 million, and Andrian's found King, Queen, O behind. The absolute worst hand he could be dealt here because he has to jam, and Tashenka's going to snap him, and he's going to see the awful news that he is single-digit equity.
What a disaster. Huge cooler for Andrian. Nothing we can do. Of course, going to send it in.
Take it. Bro, take it. Who the fuck is that?
Yalla, yalla.
Obviously, the other 2 Italians very excited to see they are most likely to ladder up here to the tune of another $45,000. But Andrian, albeit slim, is still alive. Stranger things have happened in this game of ours, and a Jack 10 5 board. It just got interesting. Ace or 9 would, of course, give Andrian a straight. Now, Tashenka does have some of those covered in the form of the backdoor diamond draw. Can Andrian strike lightning? No on the turn is the answer. He'll have one more pull and staying alive in the Notte Degli Assi. A board pairing Jack sees his run come to an end. GG Simone Andrian, a man who's had an incredible run of late.
Yalla, yalla, yalla.
Obviously, celebrations all around the table. They're very happy to see it go. Not because he's an arsehole, Andrian, but because, of course, he's a very capable opponent. But most importantly, he's an opponent. 45K pay jump. There are no friends when it comes to $45,000. They just want to see him bust.
Break or no? Break. No break.
How was the whole tournament for you?
I mean, I started like 4th, so I finished 4th. Just get a little bit unlucky at the end, but I mean, just how it goes, so everything is okay.
Any notable spots worth mentioning?
No, not really. No, like, I mean, last spot I had like 10 bigs, so it's kind of a cooler small blind against the big blind. But yeah, nothing special.
How did you prepare for the final table? Anything special?
No, no, nothing special. I mean, I already know those kind of spots, ICM and stuff, so yeah, nothing special.
Oh my goodness me! The 8 of hearts on the turn.
Credit to him for an absolutely steely poker face as he spikes dirty here.
Can he find
check now?
Spicy check.
Or does he think his opponent has aces or kings and is in call down mode and doesn't want to do that? We obviously see that it was a float, but it's actually not going to be a float very often.
Goodness me. If he can find it.
Put you all in. There is going to be chips left. I check.
Oh my goodness, gives the speech then check.
Wow, this is poker, ladies and gents. And Barbarich has to go for this now because he's floated with intent.
I wonder how Barbarix perceives that little speech though. Is your opponent really gonna give you this little speech? Here we go.
Sort of like fake strength. It reeked of fake strength, but it's actually real strength.
I really like this from Barbarix. We have a hand like aces. Oh no, and he does just snap shove. And that is hand over.
That's a pity.
Yeah.
He had so much hand, his hand wasn't vulnerable. We see a few shorter stacks about here though. And dreamy situation right away. Sacker going to ship in these 10s and probably get called by a lot worse.
Well, Saki has had a name change as well from when I was in earlier. So there's another player who was on the feature table earlier. He was very, very card dead, has to be said. 10 certainly more than enough for him.
Oh, but here we go. No way Ace can fold these pocket 7s. It's a slam dunk spot here and a great opportunity for Sacker to get a double up right out of the gate. But
great spot to be. Sacker.
Thank you.
10s up against the 2 7s. Jack 6 deuce.
Hard luck. And a 7 on the turn. Absolutely rotten luck here for Sacker.
Pardon me, I turned away because this one's done. It comes Jack 6 deuce. You got 10s against 7s. You don't need to sweat the turn and river. But it turns out you do.
Gazarian, a familiar face in this poker room. Big slick under the gun. He's going to get busy. And right behind him, Cifuentes, Spaniard.
Fuentes. That's all I can do.
That was very nice, James. Thank you for that contribution.
Andrew asked earlier if I spoke any other languages, and there you go, I speak Spanish.
Yeah. Pack now with the ace-10 suited, probably attempting one. Gazarian will open somewhat wide from under the gun, I feel. One of our looser players at the table. And yeah, and that's the reason he's taken this.
Yeah.
Not an obvious spot in all situations. And oh my goodness me, Lakhdari lurking behind here.
And Turbo gets it in, which is really actually going to make things a little bit difficult for Gazarian here with this ace-king, no? Look, it's not the fact that it's gone 3-bet jam and then cold 4-bet jam. It's the speed of it.
How much? The speed always leans me towards ace kings, if I'm honest.
But you've got ace king in your hand. It's,
yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah, you think they do some acting with like the big pairs, but you didn't do acting with big pairs in this instance.
No, it was a pump fist get in here from Lakhdari. 1.3 million, the effective stack in this pot now for Gazarian. Pack has shoved to 940k.
1.3.
This is a horrid spot for him.
400.
Yeah, and remember he's opening from under the gun, so getting maybe slightly more legitimate responses here. And maybe find a fold here. Now he's going to go for it.
Gamble, gamble.
I almost 3-bet.
I mean, it's only 23 blinds, 22 blinds.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. If Pack doesn't run interference here, it certainly just goes in between the two of them.
All of a sudden, here we go. Kicking things off, Gazarian in a spot to climb over 5 million in chips. Lakhdari in the dream scenario with his 2 queens.
Yeah. Huge pot here, 3.72 million.
This man looking for diamonds. Stranger things have happened.
Deux dames, moi, As-Roi en face, As-10 là-bas. 3, ouais. 3 tapis. As-Roi, As-10.
Here we go, diamond in the window,
Oh my
diamond behind.
me.
And an ace, the queen's full. Gazarian in pole to scoop for now, but Pack with a myriad of outs.
Wow. Well, a dagger for Lakhdari. He needs a miracle.
So far, so good for Gazarian. Can he hold on this river and take a monstrous stack forward in this tournament?
Oh, it's a diamond! Pack is now sitting on 3 million. Gazarian takes down the small side pot against Lakhdari. Probably gets about half his money back overall, but huge spot there for Pack, who it must be said was drawing very thin when those hands went to showdown. My goodness me.
Wow.
And once again, a playable one for Berlaccio, who seems to be playing almost every hand at the moment.
Yeah. Saeed out of the way. Now, here we go. This will give us a glimpse into the psyche approach of Zargaran. I mean, pretty big hand, David, obviously. This one wouldn't be out of line by any stretch. Interested to see how he wants to approach this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him bump it up to about 1.8, 1.9 here.
Yeah, it looks like 1.625. Just under 7 BBs.
It's a little small from out of position, but I guess you start being allowed to have smaller sizings with ICM about.
Yeah, I think I would agree. It's one of these spots where Berlaccio is going to have to tread cautiously and may not peel in position as liberally. Oh, here we go. Looks like we have lost a player on the outer table. So it looks like final table is imminent as the players rack up their chips. Now back to Berlaccio. I did say, David, it's going to be tough for him to defend as often, but Queen Jack of Diamonds, he can, and he's jammed.
Wow, big play here.
Credit to him. Thinks Zargaran is going to be out of line and sends it for just a shade under 40. Love this. Credit to Berlaccio. For finding this for 40 blinds.
It's a huge moment in the tournament right now. We've obviously seen that the final table bubble has effectively just burst. These guys are going to play their next hand on the final table. And Zargaran can basically be sitting fairly pretty here with the chip lead and 20 million if he lets this one go. On the flip side, he could have almost 30 million if he calls and wins the hand, and then he can really take liberties on the final table. But if he calls and loses, he's back in the pack, and Berlaccio looks like the kind of front runner who might run away with this as well. So it's very interesting dynamically.
Yeah, agreed. And also Berlaccio knows, like, do you think the fact that the players know that the final table bubble has just burst means that Berlaccio is going to play, counting the chips? Like, is Berlaccio going to play tighter now, knowing that, okay, I'm on the final? You know, with the 4-bet jam, do you think he's going to be tighter? Because he's like, right, I'm on the final now. I can just play a bit more honestly and fold. Very interesting.
Well, I think what we can be sure of here, I made the point that maybe ace queen and ace jack don't find the call, and that's what's kind of cool about using the queen jack suited, because the hands that dominate you actually, you know, can fold here. But I think given the duration of this tank already, we can be pretty sure Zargaran would have gone with ace queen.
I know, credit to him for thinking this long. I think most people would end up folding here to a 40 big blind 4-bet jam. Still deep in the final. Time bank goes in. Each one, guys, worth 30 seconds. So basically now with 30 seconds to act. Big sweat here for Berlaccio.
What a hand we have here. Oh, he's...
Oh my goodness. Is that an angle? Was he looking for the reaction?
Oh, he absolutely was.
Oh,
he's made the call! What a call from Zargaran! We do not know how this one is going to finish, but what an absolutely phenomenal in-game call there. He read his man as capable, Andrew.
Beast of a call from Zargaran. Will he be rewarded? Biggest pot of the tournament, 20 million in the middle.
This is huge. This will decide the type of final table we play, and would you believe it, it's never easy.
Goodness me, 10-9-4. Backdoor diamonds and an open-ended straight draw for Berlachu. 38% of the time he gets there. Not on the deuce of clubs turn. We've seen him survive on the river twice already on the main table. Can he do it again? And he he doesn't get there, sorry. Jack of hearts.
That's
on the river.
Pandemonium here in the booth and on the table. Berlachu will now feel as though he punted a little bit. But to be honest, that was a ballsy play.
But 3-bet, try and get it in pre. And there is some sliver of benefit to denying there. I mean, sometimes we do call with aces and we end up busting out in this hand. It is a final table. There are 6 left. It's not a factor. We're not worried about busting with aces, but it's a percentage. There's some value to just denying.
Absolutely, and that is 100% the counter argument. Hammy going to bump it up here with the 5s. Vulnerable sort of hand, not a comfortable hand to play. Canzonieri may decide with a small discount here to flat. He's got 16 million, but opponent is effective here playing 23 bigs. By calling here, you often will bring in the big blind and create a sort of better spot, but my goodness me, the aces, well, it's Kazarian's turn to wake up with them.
The 2 short stacks, so patient, both getting dealt amazing scenarios.
And now that
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Dolce Vita series, presented by Merit Poker right here in that very building you see in front of you. It is, of course, Le Notte Degli Assi. It's the final table, and it is now the final 3. We have lost another Italian. Who? Oh, we saw the leaderboard for a second there. He wasn't on there, but Andrian did bust out in 4th. $115,000 for him, running that king-queen into the kings of Dashinka. Pretty cold one there. There we go, confirmation, 115K for his efforts. Pacini now the shortest, and very much so with just 14 blinds. And as you can see, Dashinka now wielding over half the chips in play. Raffaele Castro, the man in the middle, but the man in the middle with 39 blinds is not quite the same thing as the man in the middle with a short stack. Still plenty of opportunity for him to get in the mix. I am, of course, James Dempsey, still joined by the man they call Picasso, Mr. Andrew Headley, as we dive into 3-handed play in a real rare spot. The very few get to play in poker, but we get to watch a lot.
Yeah, great run from Simone. You know, we talked about his pedigree at the top of the final table. Clung in there well, lost a big all-in against Pacini with king-queen suited to the ace-9.
Oh.
And then coolered. Well, hang on.
Here we go.
That's enough for me.
First hand of the 3-handed play comes around to Castro in the small. He's going to jam it in, and Pacini, oh, hello. Are we going to, is this it? First hand, are we going to see an all-in call? Surely we are.
I think we are. You know, we are adrift here with 12 blinds. One thing I will say is that Castro has been on the tighter side. But King 10, blind on blind with 12 back. Here we go.
He does. Here we go. Castro is out in front, but only marginally so. That ace-8 looking to fell the second player in 2 hands. Or will Pacini begin a spin that could result in all sorts of glory? Fist bump between the two compatriots. Tashinka. Well, even he's enjoying this one. Would love to just be heads up. Would love to have that extra $80,000 locked up, pardon me. However, if this goes the other way, he's going to be in a really nice scenario where they basically have the same stacks, the other two, and he can do some damage. 9-4-3, so far so good for Castro. Raffaele looking to knock out Emano Piccini. Mario in hand. Oh, a king on the turn. All smiles for Piccini, but he still has to fade one more card. And that's exactly what he does. Well, well, well. Doesn't he look a little smug? Full double up, first hand of three-handed play, and suddenly his ambitions will be looking a little higher.
Yeah, huge moment there. Castro couldn't hold off his man. Basically equalizes stacks now with Piccini. Not what either Tashinka or himself wanted. Looking to get heads up in short order.
It's one of those weird things, isn't it? It probably, obviously Tashinka wants to just ladder up, lock up more money. But that particular result, maybe it makes it more likely that he leaves with all the hardware.
That's true.
May have cost him dollar equity, yeah, but more likely to leave as the champion of La Notte Degli Assi. We'll see how he decides to lean on these two. Now they both have basically a matching stack. In fact, looking at our screen here, I see Piccini with 27 mil, Castro with 26, Tashinka with, well, the rest.
Yeah, I like that. Tashinka now really with a lot of scope to get active. It's very much a race at the moment between Castro and Piccini to get heads up. So we'll see how things develop, but you would expect him to ramp up the aggression here. Tough one to take for Castro, just needs to recalibrate a little. You know, you're on the verge of getting heads up with an even stack almost with Tashinka if we hold here.
Yeah, it's one of those...
Up 80k.
One of those ones where you see the King 10, you go, okay, I'm in a fight, but when it comes to 9-3-4,
clean.
You let your mind go places.
Well, Mario back on the naughty step. I did selfishly kind of want to see this because I think that Piccini plays very well, and he's been handcuffed for the entire FT. Granted, now he's still sort of handcuffed, especially in the spots against Tashinka. But intrigued to see, you know, now that the sort of gloves are off and we have a little bit more wiggle room, how he can make things work. Goes limp check here.
Tashinka checking the big, and we already are to a flop where it looks like Tashinka has flopped a pair. On King, Queen 3. Action on Piccini.
Okay, does flop a flush draw.
3.6.
Oh, okay.
Spicy.
Actually don't mind this. Like, if we're gonna find some raises on the flop that aren't, you know, the sort of typical value spots, it's very difficult to proceed with call here. And we can just clear out some of these random sort of overcards, you know, random stabs that may barrel on us, you know, something like an 8, even like an 8-9 with a club, 9-10 with a club, if we can get them out.
Right, I was going to say, even like the 9-10s, the Jack-9s, now the bottom gut shots, they find it very hard to proceed, so...
Well, we're definitely not folding here.
Piccini.
He's just deciding, is there any world where I can click again? But it seems a little scary.
I think it's more he knows he's calling, but he just wants to balance us out because he's going to be in a tough spot here with a lot of hands, and he wants to rep that he might have one of those real tough spots.
Oh, hang on.
Oh no, what's going on here?
Wow.
Doesn't believe it. 10 mil. Wow, wow, wow. Somehow Tashinka has found one of the few hands that he was beating, and he's going to lose to a big bluff from that hand.
Very nice.
Take a bow, Piccini. Up to 32 mil. First big nick out of Tashinka I've seen since we started this last frame, four-handed and three-handed play. Really the only pot he's lost.
I mean, I guess it's one of these spots where a queen's not going to raise. Will every King X raise versus it? I don't think it will. It may even look to just continue to induce bluffs from the small blind. And you know, there's some flop 2 pairs in there, like the King 3, Queen 3s. But there are a bunch of hands that will just sort of mix in a raise and won't be able to continue. Nicely navigated. He's on the move. That's a nice find though. Very difficult to pull the trigger on it in game.
Just kind of ruling out the king-queenness of the board, the queens and kings.
Yes.
Thinking, okay, maybe he's got threes, maybe he's got king 3 and queen 3, but those hands probably just call anyway, so I make it this 10 mil, and I probably get to see at least the turn anyway. Do I really ever get 3-bet jammed on? Pacini.
By the way, the Shinka just puts the hammer down here and 3-bet jams.
Oh, hello, yeah, sorry, I was behind a bit there, wow.
I don't touch.
I was wondering if we saw Pacini implement this kind of limp strategy at various points over the last few days. Queen 9 of diamonds right on the button. Kind of a nice one to plug into. I wondered if he would look to do so, because you know that the Shinka is going to look to 3-bet you a lot, right? He's going to look to jam. He's going to look to make it sort of 7-8 bigs out of the small. So I wondered if he would mix a limp in. Of course, nothing wrong with opening the pot for the raise. The Shinka pounces on it, sends all the chips in.
King 9 offsuit. We know he's not going to fold that one. Question of what's he going to come with? We're going to go min. We're going to have a little sweetener. It looks like a sweetener. The smallest of sweeteners.
Smallest of sweeteners. Pretty awkward one for Pacini, but does feel compelled to complete. We are in this sort of 30 blinds, 28 blinds versus 24 blinds of Castro. Does flop best. Jack 8-5 open-ender for the Italian. Not a great board for the Shinka, but some potential good turn cards if we bet and get called.
Right, Pacini, of course, with that beautiful little draw to the nuts.
Interesting size and choice. I kind of prefer a bit larger here. Board like Jack 8-5, there's so many straight draws, like so many hands that continue. I know we size down at final tables quite often, but not too many hands, I think, check folding to sub 20%.
The Shinka staring his man down. As Pacini does make the check call with that open in a straight draw. And swiftly checks behind on a straight completing kind of card in the form of the 6. And then, speaking of straight completing cards, how about Queen on the river?
Kind of feels to me like we need to go for check raise all in on this type of card. Like if our opponent's given up, we give him a chance to bluff. If a queen gets there, it'll definitely bet. You allow a hand like a, you know, Jack 10 or something that pot controlled, I think still will go for value if you check.
Yeah, I like where your head's at with this.
Yeah.
I think the natural inclination.
The board fully.
Natural inclination, of course, when it's gone. Check, check. He's going to check behind, and he's just gone for the bet. You understand why you're worried about your opponent checking back some showdown, but yeah, there's a lot of upside.
Could have gone for the very dreamy one big blind.
Oh, the little inducer.
The old, I've got an 8, please don't raise.
Yeah. That's what's on the line here. All 3 pieces of hardware. Dolce Vita, La Notte Degli Assi Teardrop Trophy. The Dolce Vita Series 2024 first place in La Notte Degli Assi. Yeah, and then of course, why not? A little sweetener, a little bracelet to boot.
Yeah. Really is a beautiful lineup. Cherry on top of the cake. Of course, that bracelet added into the mixer. Feels like Pacini's in every hand now, after being forced to fold for most of this FT. Unfortunate for the Shinka, gets walked with the ace-queen.
Some joy going on elsewhere in the room. Of course, not the only tournament being completed here today. This was a series of events, Dolce Vita series, and
I give you
clearly some additional excitement. Our focus, though, naturally is on this, the biggest event of the series, certainly in terms of prize pool. 1.5 million guaranteed. It got blitzed. We're battling for a first prize, 355k.
Very chunky for a 2K buy-in. Great numbers. You know, live poker really feels like it's back, you know, gone through like a beautiful renaissance in you know, the post-dark days where we had to wear a mask to go to Sainsbury's. We're back, we're officially back. 2.1 million, love to see it in the prize pool. These three competitors, it's been a long old week. They are on the verge of the dream, capturing that title. Piccini, all of a sudden, feels like has the wind at his back. Castro looking a little weary, a bit card dead. Of course, three-handed. Those blinds will eat you up quickly, Mr. Dempsey.
Oh yeah, they really do. Yeah, it's not like the old days when you basically, as you got narrower and narrower down to heads up, there was almost like no ante.
Sure.
Like some tournaments were just eliminating the ante just for the ease.
Makes a huge difference, doesn't it? Yeah, three-handed especially.
These days, Mario has to face forward.
Oh, he's back.
When you get short-handed, because those antes will eat you up otherwise.
I wonder why he's doing it. Or is he just playing around with it and occasionally faces forward?
Yeah,
there has to be a reason.
No, I think it's just random. But I want there to be a reason. You know me, I'm an exponent of things like color theory.
Yeah, I would have loved
I'm definitely going Mario theory.
Anyone wearing orange? He is. There you go. Orange are the big chips.
Oh yeah, I see you leaning into it a little bit.
Yeah.
Is one presumes beloved Inter Milan, given he's wearing a Inter Milan t-shirt for the final table.
Yeah.
Obviously, one presumes one of the Imperium collection. All those boys coming down from Milan, and I imagine there's a lot of rivalry in that room between the AC and Inter fans.
I risked the wrath of the chat. Not that I can read the Italian like you were saying earlier, but I believe Stoma, who departed in 7th, he was wearing a Juventus.
Oh, you think that was
jersey.
to troll the Italians?
Well, I was thinking maybe it's to try and be their mate. And be like, look, I like Italy. Don't raise me.
I think it's to troll the Milanese.
Could be. Oh yeah, it could be, of course, right? Because Imperium, of course, being Milan. But
come at us, chat. I see a lot of Italians in the chat. I want to see either the word Inter or the word AC. Let's see which is the best team in Milan.
All right. Well, okay. Enough of me talking about football for a moment. Yeah, not shocked to see this. And I like it. King, Queen suited. Have a bit of that. Piccini. Yeah, I risked the wrath, James, by saying that Juve might be the biggest team in Italy. It was risky, but I mean, they're up there, right? It's one of those three is fair.
I don't want to say anything, but
James is mouthing yes, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the biggest.
It's close between them and the Milan clubs, right?
You're gonna upset one half of Milan right now.
Well,
Dario in the chat, Forza Napoli. Other Italian teams are, of course, available.
Yeah. Oh, well, Napoli and Atalanta are like the hipster's choice and like the cool teams to follow at the moment.
Okay.
Great sides.
I'll take your word for it.
Look, Atalanta beat Liverpool like 4-0 or something at Anfield, so they hold a special place in my heart. Oh, okay.
Oh,
don't like this.
Yeah, bit odd. Just going for all of it. 30 big blinds deep and
okay.
Wow.
Well, if it does get that to fold.
Yeah.
You see, I don't want call. I queen or Luna.
I want flip.
Peculiar. Wonder if you'd open there, how Piccini would have reacted. I assume just with a call.
I think just
ICM being a factor for sure.
It's too many.
Interesting decision from the Shinka. Maybe a little tiredness creeping in, just a bit of decision fatigue. Not sure. Obviously going to make chips, but feels like a bit of a waste of a hand, three-handed to me.
Correct.
Yes. Another hand with not much action.
Oh, Mario's getting a little talking to, a little cuddle, a little sniff. Draws some powers from him. He's those Tanuki powers.
Who's your favorite Super Mario character, James?
I mean, it's hard not to like Yoshi.
It is.
Like,
I had Yoshi in my mind.
It's like, you know.
I like Toad. I like Toad.
Okay.
He's pretty sound.
We were discussing the other day. Who was your character in Mario Kart? What was the one
Yeah,
you'd
Toad.
You'd go for Toad?
Or Koopa, like the small maneuverable cars.
David, I guess David would be Yoshi. He said princess, but they had the same characteristics. They matched up.
Skids and all that.
Yeah, I was you want to guess where I was on this spectrum?
Well, that means that you're going to go like in the middle, so you're Mario or Luigi. Or are you Big Bowser?
Big Bowser, yeah.
Wow.
Love to look Bowser.
Some top speed, but hard to maneuver.
Hard to move, but once you got to grips with him, well, you can cause some damage, let me tell you. Yeah, I used to love Big Bowser. My brother was always Yoshi.
That's much like myself when I get up to full speed. Big Bowser.
There's no slowing you down.
That's fine. I've got a bit of maneuverability in me as well.
Oh, yeah?
Right, mercifully, the cards are back in the air here.
Thankfully. More than mercy. The Shinka giving up his button. And Castro giving up his small. Walk for Pacini with 2 sevens. Oh, that's going to feel a bit grim. Certainly would look for some action there with a hand that good.
Castro kind of folded his cards with a plum there a little bit. He looks a bit frustrated. Tough to blame him, been card dead for quite a while.
Oh, Mario's turned around. Not a time for that. Can't retreat inward. He's just looking for Mario's for some strength, some comfort. Maybe I'm reading too much into Mario.
Maybe. Maybe we both are. We see a limp from Pacini with the 10-5 suited. Shinka checks back with the baby suited connectors. Both players flopping a piece. Pacini out in front. Can't love it, of course, on this very coordinated board.
Million.
Shinka.
No, 9 or million.
1 million.
Can't bet 900.
9 or million, he tells the dealer. Well, there's only, okay, a million. You know, that's okay. That's a legal bet-ish.
Yeah. Very reasonable here. Just small bet, fold out some of those random overs. Interesting spot now on the turn for the Shinka. I like this a lot. You know, this 9 can connect.
Ooh.
Oh, hello.
Backdoors the puppy feet.
He's kind of unlucky here in that he's not going to elicit a bet, I don't think.
The thing with this, though, it's kind of... Does he really ever have clubs or a 7 when he's checked turn? If he leads flop, surely he follows through with those hands, does he not?
Yeah, I think you can have a hand like sort of 5-7, like a 6-7 even, that like sort of pot controls.
Got the call.
We did get called, okay.
Yeah.
Flash. Oh, you called me with the 5?
Yeah.
Thank
you. Wow. Oh, you called me with a 5. Thank you.
I call you with ace jack.
Yeah. Wow, it was a sick call.
Yeah, it was a stupid call.
Yeah, because I bet so good, so high in the river. 2 million. one.
Yeah, but it's not.
If I bet like 900 maybe.
I don't like the jack, but it's not a good jack. I think I have better hand before.
Yeah.
Jack of spades is.
I like the queen 8. I feel you have but I don't have nothing, so I think with nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, the plan was I make a fold, a 2. This guy will make fold a 2.
Well, very much enjoying themselves here, and why not? 160k locked up. We've still got so much to decide. First prize at nearly $200,000 extra. Right now, it is Dashinka, of course, in the driving seat for that. He's going to check this 9-6 on King 4 deuce, and Castro's found a little piece. And Dashinka check called here. Oh,
this is intriguing, shall we say. Pretty shocked to see it, no interaction.
And a really, kind of a pretty nice card for Castro to see, an undercard to his 4. There are some, I guess, some hands that could have improved on there. And now he's betting 2.5 million, half pot.
Is Dashinka going to do something crazy now that we've called 1 mil, improved to gut shot?
Yes, we have improved, but it also feels like our plan was surely to face checks behind and then try and steal. So although his hand has improved, recognizing that hey, the situation has changed, I've got fresh information, and wisely now giving it up.
A timely little boost for Castro. Hasn't been his level so far, excuse me. I love the pyrotechnics edition of the trophies.
I mean, I would say strobe rather than pyrotechnics. I don't think we're setting off explosions or anything, but...
Wait, no, pyrotechnics isn't all explosions, is it?
Yeah, it's fire. Pyro.
I know it's fire, but don't they talk about that when it comes to, like, things on the wrestling, when things are flashing up and... Oh, I don't know, mate. I think you've thrown me under the bus. I'm going for the definition.
You go checking away, and we'll just gloss over the fact that you're obviously a wrestling fan.
Hey, listen, everybody loved the wrestling.
And we'll just gloss over that. As Castro looks down at Queen 8 of diamonds in the small, Andrew looks at his phone to do some Googling.
Oh,
okay.
There's a few different definitions.
Well,
one is...
Go on.
Fireworks display.
Yeah.
The second is a brilliant performance or display of a specified skill. He thrilled his audience with vocal pyrotechnics.
Oh.
There we go.
Wow.
But it would appear that I was wrong, sadly. But once again, James Dempsey has got me.
Well, when we do the stream in Scottish, I'm sure you'll have the edge.
Cheers, pal.
Castro sees King 5 deuce. Looks like he's going to continue. Yeah, with the Queen high and get a fold from the inferior holding. And again, just building that little bit of space between he and Piccini.
Yeah, these two have been continuing to sort of flip-flop stacks. I do feel that like tiredness is a real thing now.
Yeah, but I was going to say as we go to this wide shot, it's funny to think Castro has precisely 8 blinds more than Piccini, but look at that picture. It looks like he's got the Burj Khalifa versus, you know, like a little 2 up, 2 down.
100%.
Incredible. All those bread chips just worth 100k a piece.
It does always interest me though in that it's almost like the pressure's off when you get 3-handed. You know, you've been very tense, you know, 6-7-handed, thinking, right, get me up to those big payouts. And it's very important in my eyes to keep that sort of laser focus of, oh, this is the real business end now. Like, don't get tired, don't make any slack decisions.
Yeah, there's time to celebrate and enjoy ourselves when we're done.
Yes.
Don't... I mean, the thing is, I go back and forth with this. Also, you do need to enjoy the moment.
Exactly, that's true.
But
oh, hello, limp and check.
We need to have game face.
Trouble.
We need to have game face on when we're actually in the hands. Piccini, yeah, as you mentioned, limp and check, finding a very big hand, and the way he's been playing against Dashinka.
Finds the deceptive check back.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Both players hate seeing that ace. Both getting trappy on the flop.
Yeah, Piccini will still feel pretty confident that he's best. Like, you're not going to give Dashinka too many ace-x, so does immediately seek value, and Dashinka also fairly happy here to continue with second pair. It's going to be a chop here, mostly. Depends if Piccini... It's an interesting spot now, because we're kind of targeting a 10. Like a sticky 7 just got there, which isn't great for us. We are behind to all the ace-x. So we're basically targeting a 10 or a very sticky kind of queen-high hero call.
Yeah, do you think this best serves now as a check call-in?
Yes, I think so. For those reasons, there's sort of 8-9, Jack-8, Jack-9 delays in there.
Oh! Wow. What is going on?
Wow.
What is going on? Does Dashinka just know where his man is?
This is very unexpected. Maybe thinks that Piccini always value bets an ace on the river, which seems actually quite reasonable. So we might be able to fold our opponent off a chop, is maybe what he's thinking.
Wow.
Like, Piccini's not going to have a 7. He's not going to bet 2 million on this turn. And almost all ace-x should value bet river. I think that does make sense. Now the decision back on Piccini.
Right, but Dashinka could just have the 7s, can't he?
Yeah. Queen 7, Jack 7, very likely candidates, of course.
Right.
With a, you know, bottom pair with the additional gut shot. They would all make sense as check back flop, call turn, overbet shove river. And he should have some ace-x, Dashinka.
Whoa!
Oh, wow.
King good, no? I know it's a chop, that's why I shove.
There you go.
Call it, my friend.
Well. Credit to Piccini for making the call. Credit for Dashinka for making the move. We are playing poker here.
That is a big call from Piccini.
And very jovial between the two of them as well. I like that. I liked how he turned it over and was like, King's good, yeah? We're just hoping maybe even hero by 10 even.
By the 10.
Trying to make a king fold. Gets mergy. Sometimes that happens, right? You try and make the same hand fold. Every once in a while, a weaker hand gets real curious.
It's true. Yeah, Piccini, undeterred. Knows his man's capable. Somewhat merciful 7 river, because potentially Dashinka on a blank, I wonder if he would have gone for a similar value with just the king X. Fun one.
So then, Piccini going to limp the button of 20 blinds.
Like this. I wondered if he would start to employ it. It's a very nice type of combo to go for it with. And people play notoriously poorly against limp, is one thing I will say. Can be very confusing.
No, Piccini completing queen 8 of spades. Castro's got the same hand offsuit in the big blind.
This was the hand, James. You weren't in the booth, but he went for a crazy check raise 3 ways on king 3-4.
Just a no equity bluff. We'd love to see it. Dashinka flops the joint on 3-6-7. Gonna come out betting. Piccini, well, he may have just enough that wants to continue.
Yeah, it all comes down to sizing here. So 1.5 million, 40%. He may get curious for one street. Yeah, makes sense. Lots of turn cards that we get to continue or potentially bluff our man out. Wait, Castro didn't call, did he? That would be...
No.
Okay.
That's for sure, yeah, that's a mistake.
Oh, lovely. Did he find turn check? He did.
He has.
Oh, this is beautiful. From
laying out some bait. Piccini, surely we've called this flop to not check back turn when check 2. This is...
One thing that's kind of awkward is that a deuce really changes nothing. So it's like maybe we can delay and go for river bluff.
He's gone for 2.5 million. Last time, at least I was in the booth and saw Dashinka in this kind of spot, he just came up with a huge check jam with the goods. I wonder if we're about to see the same again. Remember, this one started off Piccini limping. He has. He's just gone for the check jam, and Piccini's going to feel, well, a little bruised and battered. and even a little abused.
A real feature of this final, by the way.
Like Jack 9.
Yeah.
You lead.
There we go. He referenced the hand I mentioned.
No, but now I have the next.
Bada boom.
Wow, that's funny that he actually calls back to exactly the hand I was referencing, where Raffaele and Raffaele and Dashinka played out that pot. Raffaele having turned a second pair, when checked to, found a bet, got check jammed on. All right then, as things carry on, Pacini has 16.5 million. He is the shortest, Rafael Castro with 27 million, and Dashinka with 69. So then, let's get back to it with these three. Blinds have now gone up 601.2 million. Dashinka on the button, ace-10. Oh, he said it's still some of the times here, it's just going to go for those big rips.
Actually wouldn't mind it here.
Right.
You know, facing 13 and 22 blinds. Like, Castro is just in a horrific spot if he wakes up with even something like an ace-jack.
Right.
So
king, queens.
King, queens, all the, like, low to mid pairs. Oh, here we go, though. Now, how does Castro want to approach this?
Yeah.
I would fold. Like, just with 22 bigs versus 13 is a big sort of gulf now. And it's a bit of a disaster when we do run into it.
Oh, he's piecing out some sort of 3-bet here.
Very dicey.
Oh, was it all in? It was an all in.
Is it all in and call? It is.
He went all in, and a snap call from Dashinka with ace-10. Castro's life on the line. Pacini, an observer, could make $80,000 in this hand from the rail.
What a turn of events. Dashinka just absolutely turbo snapped this off. Well then.
He made his decision. He knew what he was doing, Dashinka. Right. He knew Castro was itching to go. Mario clutched once again, his lucky mascot. Can Castro find a king or jack and take the big lead himself? This pot is half the chips in play. Queen 4 deuce, no joy thus far. Remember, Castro had a similar situation himself. King right off on the turn to deny him getting heads up. Can he find it now himself? Not so far. Does, though, steal an out. 10 would also get it done. 8 of clubs on the river seals the fate of Raffaele Castro. Well, you hear the applause. Very well deserved, and a great run from Castro, picking up 160K, and I like this embrace from two guys who were really battling, I felt, on this final table. An incredible spin up as well. If you think back to last night, he was all in, 14 left with 9 big blinds, deuces, doubled up through that very man. If you told him then and there, hey, you're gonna get third place for 160K, he would have snapped your arm off.
100%. Fantastic run by Rafael. Good game, sir. $160,000 in his pocket for his efforts. And fair play there, just deciding I'm going to go for it here against Dashinka. I want to win this tournament. Can't get it through.
And look at this. We speak of cockroaches. Amano Pacini has slithered and crawled his way up to heads-up play here. He has guaranteed himself 240K. Incredibly so, and has got there, obviously with a huge chip disparity here, but a chance to win it all still.
Still in there, you know, what is it they say? The most amazing journeys start with a single step. If he finds that first double up, gets himself to sort of 25 blinds, he's a very skillful player. It's got to find the first one, James.
Well, look at this. It's 88%, plays at 12% in terms of chips in play. Wow. He really does have his work cut out, but he has a shot at the title. That's the most important thing, and he's done it with 240K in his pocket. They're playing for 115 more, and this is he can't have dreamt really that this final table would have gone any better for him than the way it has, because he's never really got chips, and he's now heads up.
Yeah, he was 6 of 9 coming into this final table. Really, he has just hung around, took the correct spots, super disciplined. We did say he was one to watch at the top of this final table, even though he didn't have many chips. Well done.
Well,
made it to the final 2.
Look at that, he is the last remaining Italian. There were 4 left with 5 players, but it is Tashinka, pardon me, who's looking to ruin the party here at the Dolce Vita. The Notte Degli Assi final table. Can he win it? Take it back to Israel? Will the Italian come through? Get this done.
Look at that mountain of chips.
Yeah. So we're just setting ourselves up here for heads-up play, moving him over to seat 8. Genie not having to move, was already in seat 2. Funny actually, there was seats 1, 2, and 3 there battling it out at the end. It felt very cozy, didn't it?
It really did.
Boys not want to spread out a little bit to get yourselves a little leg room?
Intimate setting. Just so funny to see this absolute tower. Well, tower, not tower, just all the chips. And then, you know, Pacini just chilling.
Nub.
Riffling half of them.
Here we go. That's
not out of it yet.
That's what's coming up. Obviously, this is our last day of coverage here at this festival. Very sad to say that, but look at that. Not even 2 weeks away, the Super High Roller Bowl will be kicking off here. The biggest names in poker, the biggest buy-ins imaginable, all descending right here in Merritt. And it'll be a new viewing pleasure for those of you, because this one will take place in the Onyx room. And this is the sort of the grand opening of the Onyx room to the poker viewing public. It is where myself and Andrew are currently situated. We're not in the same room in this Crystal Cove. We're actually across the bay in the Royal, nestled in a beautiful custom-built commentary booth. And there's an amazing set there that you guys are going to get to feast your eyes on come the Super High Roller Bowl in a couple of weeks. That one, of course, will be available as it's part of the PokerGo family, the PokerGo tour. That one will be on PokerGo, although I imagine there'll be all sorts of content put out in various guises on the Merit feeds. Social media will be pushing that one hard. I'm not sure. We were debating last night whether there'll be like a little free taste perhaps on the Merit YouTube. Who knows?
A little sprinkle.
I don't know. I know nothing. But maybe there will be. But I don't know.
I tell you something though, folks, you are in for a treat. It is a sensational set. Just beautiful.
Yeah. State of the art. There's nothing quite like it. It's the most advanced one you'll see.
I'm excited. So, heads up, about to get underway. Can Pacini start to try and reel in his man? It's going to be quite the task. Sort of 8-1 deficit. Oh, okay. This feels like a trap. Oh, hand one. Here we go.
What's happened? We're all in. Oh, my word. A jam from Pacini. First hand, ace-7. Tashinka just finds him dominated with 2 sevens in the big blind.
Come on, head! Come on!
Actually really like this from Pacini. We need to make the most of our, strong hands. Ace-7 is a big one. Tries to get Tashinka to put him in light. Unfortunately, runs into it.
I think Pacini just open jammed, right?
No, he limped. I'm sure he did.
Okay.
Or maybe I'm wrong. He did just toss. Yeah, he tossed in the green and the red. I think completed.
Okay.
I might be wrong, but
yeah.
I think he did.
Here nor there.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get it going. Queen 5-4. Couple of diamonds. Pacini with the ace of diamonds. It's faint hope, but it is hope nonetheless. Tashinka needs to pay 2 cards to be crowned the champion. That has now become 1 card. And only an ace will do it. The rest of the deck will confirm our champion. Pacini feels like he's resigned to his fate. And the 9 of diamonds will confirm it. Armando Pacini out in second place. Good for $240,000. But ladies and gentlemen, your champion of Le Notte Degli Assi. Wow. Tashinka.
Thank you very much.
I mean, he really took the bull by the horns. You referenced the hand with 6 or 7 left when he just went for it with ace-jack. Made Fausto Tantillo make a big laydown, and from there, never really looked back.
That's it. Done in one hand, heads up somehow. Really is a deserving champion. Yeah, he took all the high variance spots today, just decided, I want to win this tournament. 5-bet shoved that ace-jack, called a reshove by Tantillo with an ace-9 suited, really just played to win throughout, and a very deserving champion in my eyes.
And there he is. So the victor go the spoils. He has all those trophies that maybe excess baggage might be a problem tomorrow. Yet to be determined. I think he can afford it. They do get you at the airport though. It's, you know, if you don't prepay for that excess baggage, you pay through the nose. So maybe Dashinga, before you go to bed, yeah, have a look at that.
He can afford it.
Okay, he can.
Look it in.
He can afford it. Beautiful. Look at that little setup in the background. Admire yourself, sir. You are the champion. With it, 355k. Well, we are going to hear from these two guys in a moment. But before we do, it falls upon us to wrap this up. And Andrew, just say what a beautiful week or 2 weeks it's been, right?
An amazing, yeah, sort of week to 10 days here at Merit once again. Sensational festival, La Dolce Vita series. What can you say? Amazing action. It's been an absolute pleasure as always, James. Until next time.
Yeah, that is it. We've had an incredible time here. We had the mystery bounty. We've had some PLO action. We've had days on days on days of coverage of this fantastic Notte Degli Assi festival. Now, of course, this does bring towards the end of our coverage. We know we mentioned Super High Roller Bowl coming up. There is, of course, for those of you who want to get down here, a real jewel in the crown, EPT coming in October. And then, of course, we revert to our normal sort of programming come November with a Merit series, as we're more used to, with the sort of 2K, 3K, 5K events. But for now, it falls to me to just say thank you to all of you for tuning in throughout the last 10 days. And we would love to thank the team here at Merit, Miss Songul and her entire staff on the floor, these fantastic dealers, fantastic floor staff who never put a foot wrong. And then, of course, we would love to thank our wonderful production team. Alex leads his fantastic team that are really getting to grips with things here, working around the clock to give us this coverage. And, of course, then, myself, Andrew, David, and I, we look forward to seeing you next time.
Congratulations on third place. How do you feel?
I'm happy for my third position, but when I make the first position is different. Maybe I'm not so lucky. Why I won the trophy? Why I want to make back-to-back? Why 1 year ago Notte Degli Assi I winner in Milan? And yeah, it's good money. It's the first jump, big prize for my life. And now I hope for continue this situation, this lucky, and see you next to Cyprus.
Do you have any plans with the money?
Yeah, two. One take a dome in Switzerland. Okay, is more expensive. And yeah, with my family, my kids, maybe one vacancy, no play poker, only vacancy, and I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy, and that's it.
Congratulations on second place. How do you feel?
Strange. I feel very light. I think days and days of tension just released. Yeah, I feel great.
Do you have any plans with the prize money?
Yeah, actually, I was playing stacked, so I won 1/2 with the deal. So I take 100K, and my life is not gonna change. Like, I don't know, maybe I'll buy a house, so that's something.
Any memorable or lucky moments in the tournament?
Yeah, of course. You must run hot to arrive in the final stage with such a great big field. And I had some great cooler in my favor. Like the biggest one was aces against the king queen off, who ISO me, and I think that that's just a cooler, and I plan to shove basically any flop which is not paired or monotone, and I don't have the color. So yeah, ace on the river. I have 12 outs on the turn, and 11 million. That was 11 million pot. Yeah, which was more or less my stack through that moment and forward.
Congratulations on your big win. How do you feel?
Thank you. I feel blessed. It's my really first tournament I go, and I take it, and I'm very happy for it.
How did you prepare for this tournament?
I play usually cash games every day, so I prepare just from, online poker, not from something real.
Playing 5-day tournament is much different from the cash games, right?
Yeah, it's really different. You really need to play the player here. You not really play your hand. You push on the last level, so things happen.